In this session, Stuart uses the popular film The Matrix to describe both literal and metaphorical realities about the spiritual terrain in which we live, either consciously or unconsciously. Here is a short synopsis of the film to prepare you for some of the ideas that Stuart will discuss in this session. A computer software programmer named Thomas A. Anderson, played by Keanu Reeves, leads a secret life as a hacker under the alias Neo. A series of unusual events brings him into contact with a group of people led by Morpheus, played by Lawrence Fishburne. Morpheus explains to Neo that the Matrix is a false reality and invites him to enter the real world. He offers him 2 pills. The red pill will answer the question, "What is the Matrix?" by removing him from it, and the blue pill will simply allow life to carry on as before. As Neo reaches for the red pill, Morpheus warns Neo,
for a completely new approach
all I'm
to
offering
spiritual
is the
growth,
truth and the true
more.
meaning of life. Of course,
Rather
Neo
than
takes the
aspiring
red
for a
pill,
state of
and his
enlightenment,
life is never
where
the
worldly
same.
concerns and
There,
human
in the
weaknesses
real
are transcended
world,
forever.
Neo discovers that the year is
Best-selling
not
Nightingale
1999,
Conant author
but
Stuart
about
Wilde
2199,
invites you to a
and that
journey
humanity
beyond
is fighting a
enlightenment
war against
and the
intelligent
pursuit of a
machines
spirituality
in order
that can
to
be
deny the
described with
machines
one
their
word:
power source, solar
authenticity.
energy. The humans scorch
Why
the
do you
sky.
need to go beyond enlightenment?
The
and
machines
why would you bother
responded
to
by
make this
making use
journey?
of human
And I
beings
suppose the
themselves as an
resounding
energy source.
reason is
It
that if
turns
you look
out that the
inside
world
your
in which
soul,
Neo
you'll
has
see that there's
inhabited
something
since
missing.
birth, the
You
Matrix,
always know that
is
there's
an
something that
illusory,
isn't working.
simulated reality
There's some bit
construct
that you don't
of the
know
world
that
of
you haven't
1999,
found, that you're sort of
developed
wandering
by the
around looking
machines
for the
to
key
keep
to
the human
everything
population
without knowing
docile,
what the
while
key
they are
looks like
connected
or
to
what it is
generators
that you're
and their
actually
energy
searching
is
for.
harvested.
So the reason for this journey
Morpheus,
beyond
with the other
enlightenment
free
is really
humans,
to arrive
works
at
at
the complete you,
unplugging humans
the
from the
authentic you,
Matrix
the whole you.
and rescuing
Our
them.
human body is small.
Morpheus has
sort of
rescued
5 to 6
Neo
feet
from the
tall or
Matrix
slightly
because
taller.
he believes that
But in
Neo
fact,
is
deep
the
down, we're
one
vast.
who has
We're
been
bigger than the
prophesied
universe,
by the
whole of
Oracle
Milky Way
to, quote,
you could
hail
hold
the
in your
destruction
hand.
of the Matrix,
So
end
you're
the
a
war,
microcosm,
and bring
then there's a
freedom to our
macrocosm
people,
version
end
of
of
you
quote.
that is absolutely enormous.
Morpheus believes that
So the
Neo
reason
has
to
the
make
power
the
to
journey
free
and the reason to go
humankind
into
from
the
its
unknown, and
enslavement
of course,
through complete
when you
mastery
say
over the
unknown to
Matrix.
people, they tend to get a
Neo,
little
along with
worried
the other
that you're
members
gonna
of
be
Morpheus'
whizzing them off
group,
into some
is
sort of
initially
totally
skeptical,
chaotic
but
place.
Morpheus teaches
But the
him to
journey
bend or
into
break the rules
unknown
of the
does take a
Matrix,
certain amount of
subvert the
bravery,
operation
but
of the
then
normal
the
laws of
yearning,
physics.
The nostalgia for
Neo
eternity
also
that I
forms a
speak
close
of
personal
is this
relationship
thing
with a
where we
female
yearn
member
to
of
be
the group,
whole.
Trinity.
And the journey beyond
Inside the
enlightenment,
Matrix,
which
the
of course
humans
is an
are
ego
pursued
trip
by a group of
enlightenment. It's a
self-aware
spiritual
programs
elitism. It
called
doesn't
agents,
exist.
having
But the
incredible
journey
martial
beyond
arts skills and
enlightenment is saying,
capabilities
what I want
beyond
is
those of
completeness.
humans. Their
What I
most
want is
powerful
wholeness.
skill
What I
is
want
their
is
ability to
to
jump
arrive
between
back
bodies,
to where we
enabling
all
them to
came
take
from.
over any person who has not been disconnected from the Matrix. Ultimately, Neo develops the ability to defeat the artificial intelligence within the Matrix and begin the process of restoring humans to their rightful place as the sentient species on the planet. In fact, it might be helpful to view the film The Matrix to get the full benefit from this session. Now listen as Stuart discusses how the Matrix contains elements of truth in the spirit world that exists around each one of us, and in how metaphorically taking the red pill and embracing true reality, both the pleasure and the pain of the Nightingale Conant audio bestseller to true infinite self and discovering your sixth sense, is considered one of the leading-edge spiritual thinkers alive today. An urban mystic, modern visionary, and author of over 15 books on consciousness and awareness, he is well known for his wit, wisdom, and profound ability to challenge the sacred cows of the New Age movement.
Welcome back. This is
One of
program
those
number
sacred
4.
cows is the
The inner
notion
and outer
that the
matrix.
end goal of spiritual growth
In the Matrix
is
film,
enlightenment,
the character
or
Morpheus
what
talks
some
about
spiritual
fields
authors
upon
call
fields
living
that form
in the
invisible
light.
layers of
According
control
to
over
Stuart,
humanity.
enlightenment is
What
not
is
the end
incredible
goal,
is that in the
but
4
just the
years since
beginning
we started
for the
watching
true
the
spiritual
morph,
adventurer.
we began to see
It's
those
going
layers
10
of
feet
transdimensional
underwater
control
in an ocean
Morpheus
that is
talks
thousands
of.
of feet deep.
Humanity is
There is
dominated
a world
from an
of
unseen
spiritual
world
realities to be
under the
explored
influence of a
that
matrix
are
of
hardly even
unseen
addressed
beings.
or considered
We are
by
only
the New
now
Age
being able to
mainstream.
see the truth of it.
In this mind
If you tell
expanding
people that
program,
humans are not the
Stuart
most
will
powerful
take you
beings
into
here
what
on
he
Earth,
calls
and they
the
don't really
world of the
dominate,
etheric
people would
via
think
your
you're nuts.
imagination,
And they
in
would
order
probably
to
ridicule
explore a
you,
huge
saying it's not
variety of
possible.
new spiritual terrain.
And yet that is exactly the
morph,
truth that is
a
cleverly
spiritual
hidden from us
overlay of
for
energy
tens of
that
thousands
permeates
of
our
years.
world,
When Neo
transdimensional
saw it in the
beings,
Matrix film, he
ESP,
couldn't hack it.
dematerialization,
I'll tell you a bit about the dark
magical
forces
healing,
I met up with,
bilocation,
and then I'll tell you about the
dimensions,
light ones, and
and
that
the
will cheer you
existence
up
of
and give you
modern
a balanced
Camelots,
view.
and much
Remember,
more.
people's
Beneath
fear of the
all
dark
of
is
the
a
wondrous
deliberate
realities
ploy,
that Stuart
one that
will
has been
explore with you in the
engineered to
coming
make sure you
sessions,
never escape
lies
to the
one
feminine
key
side,
essential
to
truth.
the arms of the goddess.
The only true spiritual
The
path
idea is you'll
is a
remain
path
in the yang,
that embraces
too
the
terrified to
authentic
move,
you.
and that the dark will
And now,
rule the world
the
forever.
Nightingale Conan
People are
Corporation is pleased
pre-programmed
to present
react.
Stuart
Hollywood
Wilde.
has helped sell the fear, and in doing so, they have further trapped humanity. To become free, you have to go the other way. Love the dark.
Hello, this is
Leave
Stuart
the
Wilde.
warlike yang.
Welcome to this new
Embrace
audio
the feminine,
series, The Journey
and don't
Beyond
be a wimp,
Enlightenment.
and set yourself free.
I'm going to show you something very
There's an inner and
empowering
outer
that is
matrix of
special, that is
control,
usually
and once you know what to look
misunderstood
for, you will
or
see
hidden
how to
away.
fashion a spiritual
For the Journey
escape
Beyond
from the grand
Enlightenment is
lies
essentially a
imposed
journey
on
beyond
you
the
to hold you
confines
back.
of this three-dimensional
The New
reality.
Age and certain religions
Past
try
what
to
you think
deny
you
the
know
dark,
to a hidden
hoping
door
it will go
inside
away,
a hyperdimensional
and that only allows
reality.
the dark to
There
become ever
you'll
more
see the
powerful,
true nature
and
of
to hide ever more in the
extraordinary
minds
power
of people,
of what has come
and
to
become
be known
stronger
as the authentic you.
Part of our mission here in
Normally
this
we
life
live
is
in
to
what might
expose
be
the
a confined,
transdimensional
rather
beings
fake,
and the mechanism
humdrum
of control,
existence with little
and to teach our
inspiration
brothers
as to
and
the
our
future.
sisters not to be scared
But I'll lay out
anymore.
now how to step
Normally,
off that
you wouldn't
path,
need to
and I'll
know
tell
any
you
of this
how
stuff.
many people
And I
have
could
literally
just not
walked
mention
into
it.
another world.
I could give you the
A
cheesy
magnificent
version,
world of
rah-rah, living in the
transdimensional
light,
beings,
stick
and
your head in the
helpers, and the
sand,
potential
thumbs
of a
up, heads
super
down,
knowing
everything
that
will
is
be
not
fine.
limited by false
But if I
boundaries
did that,
and
it would mean
damaging
that I didn't care
limitations
for
of
you
the
and your
ego
soul.
and
And it would also
egocentric
say that I didn't
perceptions
care
of life.
if you had the
There
proper
is a
knowledge
mirror
or
world
not.
to this one,
It would be
and
rather
I'll tell you the
callous of
story
me.
of that and how to get
All
there
these things
and
we
what
know
to do
have
to
come
help
from
yourself
watching them
once
in
you're
the
there.
screen of the morph.
You decide
How would my
little or
frail
how much
soul
you
rest
feel you
if
wish
I
to
knew I'd
explore.
sold you a crock?
This
I've not
audio
told you
series
how
is
to
slightly
make it or
different to
what to
others you
expect.
might have heard in the past.
I have to presume
They
that you're
usually
strong,
deal with practical
and that you
things.
truly are
Thin
going to
thighs
try
and
for the
30
journey
days,
beyond
the
enlightenment.
rules of effective management
Through the
of
side
laws
door we talked
regarding
about.
success and so forth.
To do so, you have
This
to have the
series
knowing
deals
of
with the
things,
invisible
and knowing
you,
things helps
the
you
one
be
you
less
can't normally
vulnerable.
see. That is where your supernatural power is. It's akin to the Taoist concept of looking at the spaces between the leaves of a tree, rather than looking at the actual tree.
If I had
It's
to
all
surmise
about what's
the
in the
whole
gap
journey,
and how you
it's
will learn to
understanding
walk into
that
that
the things
gap.
that you've done in the
Once
past
you're
have
there,
created
looking back at the
struggle
world,
and pain.
you will never see
And they've also
the world
created the
the same
confusion
again.
of not knowing.
Much of the struggle
And so it's
pain
in the
falls
turning
away,
around and going
you'll
the
see
other
it
way.
all in a higher
But
light.
first of all, you
The
disengage
journey
from the
beyond
knowing that wasn't
enlightenment
correct,
is not the acquiring
or the
of new
misinformation that
rules.
you were offered.
It's letting go
And you
of
begin
old
towards
rules and
your
dogma
authentic self
to become more free.
It knows where the door is.
And it's not aligned
because
much
it's
to the
beyond
world
the door.
of yang and the
So it can show
masculine
you.
force
So
that
part of
conquers
this
and
journey, or all of
prospers
this
in a
journey, is
commercial
not so
world.
much acquiring
It's
any
more
new
embracing
dogma,
of the
but
feminine
it's liberating
and prospering
yourself
in the
really
inner
sitting
world.
down one day
Because
and
so
admitting
much
that it
healing
hasn't
comes
worked.
from the feminine energy,
If your
which
life's
we call
working
the
fantastically
feminine
and you're
spirit.
really happy,
But the
sort of
beauty of this
titivating up
spiritual
your
journey
ivory
is you
tower,
can take
it wouldn't
as
be
long
for
as
me
you
to
wish
change that.
and go as far
This is
as
for
you
those
wish.
people who
And going
intuitively
just a little
believe
way
there is a force
allows you to
beyond what
formulate
they
a
see
new
day
way
to day.
of looking at things.
A miraculous
Then you can come
force,
back
a
to the
force
path
which
10
is,
years later,
in
if you
essence, the
wish.
God force.
I
That
have
is more than
people that
willing
have
to
been
show
coming
you
with
when
me
you
all
stop
the way.
playing with
That
your little
started
sort of
20 years
Meccano
ago.
brick set, you
They
know,
will
your
probably
Lego.
still be there
When
at
you
the
stop
very
playing
end.
with your little Lego
Maybe it's
thingy and
because
building
they
this
know
funny
I'll
little
get them
wobbly
there.
life with
It's
all the
fine
pain
to travel
that is
down the
involved
path
in
of
that.
ways and then take
There is
a
a place
detour
that
to
initiates
discover
us something
for
about
hundreds,
perhaps
yourself.
thousands of years.
It's good not to
and
be
they've
too
gone out
dogmatic.
through the side door,
and what
and
works
that's
for
the next
you
evolution.
may not work for another.
So
what
it's
works
very
for
much
me
a journey
is
for
only
those
for the
people
crazy
or those
guys.
fringe dwellers
You
who
see,
are fed up of
certain
listening
people
to
are
the same old
destined to
stuff,
become what I call
who
the
are fed up
fringe
of
dwellers.
rah-rah.
They're not
trying
necessarily
to
hippie
incorporate the rah-rah in their
or
life,
new
finding
age
that
space
after 2 or
cadets.
3 weeks
The
the
fringe
rah-rah
dwellers
isn't
are different
there,
in that they
and then
silently
experiencing
think
more
differently.
endless.
You
they're
might
like
have been
ripples in
working
your
in a
consciousness. They're
humdrum
like,
TikTok
you
job
go up the
at
hill,
the
you go
post
down
office
the hill,
for
you go up
40
the hill, you go
years.
down the hill.
But in your
They're
mind, you
just
don't
where the
belong
human
to these
consciousness has
systems.
been folded over.
You know that you are a citizen
over and over and over
far
like little
country.
folds in a
A
blanket,
spiritual consciousness
which
that doesn't
humanity
really
has to
fit
sort of
the
travel
regular
across
mindset
to get
of this
out.
world.
And of course, nobody's
It makes
got
you
out going
different,
the other way.
not
It's
special
never been done.
necessarily. It's just
The
that
journey
you're not
beyond
aligned
enlightenment
to the way the
is
world
not
thinks.
a journey forward
Being on the
or
fringe can
upwards or
sometimes
joining
cause you a
anything.
lot of pain and
It's
difficulty,
rather the act
especially
of
if you
walking
fight
away
it.
and
I
realizing that
realized I
enlightenment
didn't
might
fit
be
at about
a
the
good
age
thing
of
for
10.
certain people, and there's
I was
certain people
raised
who
in
need
Africa
to stop at the
before
crossroads
television
and
was
become a great
invented.
holy man or
And
a
at
great
the age of
medicine
10,
woman.
I was shipped
But
off
if you're
to an
truly enlightened,
austere
you aren't
English
going to mess
boarding
with that
school.
because it's too
It was like a
rinky-dink.
prisoner of war camp.
What you
Stalag
really want to do
14.
is go back to the arms
There
of God.
I had to pretend
And the
to
arms
be
of
an
God
upper
is
crust
through that
Englishman.
side door.
But the truth was, I was neither
If you
upper
ask
crust
why
nor
should you
English.
join me on this
I was a little
journey and head
African
out
kid,
into an
albeit
unknown
a white
terrain,
African kid.
the only thing I
I
could
knew
say
nothing
to
about
you
the
is that you don't
mindset
have
or
to,
the
but the
ideals
world
of
is
an English
changing
gentleman
very,
and his
very
pleasures,
rapidly.
like rugby
And if you
cricket
don't
and
grow
other strange
and
games and
perceive
rituals
and
I'd never
liberate
seen
yourself,
before. And
it'll
I
be
knew which
liberated
snakes
from
are
you
poisonous
anyway.
and which are not.
So you can stay where you
But that
are,
wasn't
but the
very
towers
useful
are
on the
coming
playing
down.
fields of England.
And the next 10 or 15
That's
years,
where my
you'll see
fringe
nothing
dweller
but the
mentality
collapse
started.
of the system.
At about the age of
So
12,
you can
I
sit
formed
there
a
and
small
insist on it
alternative society.
and love it and care for
There was
it and
about a
paint your
dozen of
ivory
us.
tower
We
for
lived
as
in
long
the
as you
roof
want to
of the
paint
school's
it.
gymnasium.
But one day it'll fall
It was a
anyway.
perilous journey across
So
narrow
it's
iron
really a
girders
matter
to
of,
get to
do
the
you want
gap
to
between
leave
the
now on this
gymnasium
gentle,
ceiling
sacred
and the
journey?
outside roof of the building.
Which, yes, involves
Once in
a
that
certain amount
magical
of
hidden
unknown,
world, you
it
had to
involves a
watch your
certain amount
step,
of
because if
facing
you
up
missed
to what
the
is
iron
real.
joist that
Or do you
held
want
the
to sit
ceiling
there and
up,
watch
you
the
would
tower
fall
taken from
through
you
to the
forcefully?
gymnasium floor, 20
That's
to
your
30
choice.
feet below.
And if
I
you
lived
say,
in
oh,
that
Stuart,
roof
I'd like
with
to
my
sit here and
pals
paint
on
the
and off
ivory
for
tower,
5
put
years.
diamonds and
Every
studs
spare
on it, I'd say,
moment of my
fine.
school
I mean, I
life
wouldn't judge that
was
ever.
in that roof.
It's not for me to judge.
We never plotted to
Everybody
destroy
must
the
choose.
system
It's like
just to
Morpheus says in
survive
the
it.
Matrix, going back to that
School
again.
was very
You
nasty.
take the red pill,
a very violent
and you see
place.
how far
And
the
we
rabbit
found
hole
if we
goes.
stuck together,
So in effect,
and
the
if we
rabbit
pooled
hole
our
is the side
resources,
door.
we
Or you
could
take
not
the
only
blue pill,
survive,
and you wake
but
up in your
thrive.
bed, and you
We
believe
got 2
whatever
shillings
you
and
want to believe.
6pence pocket money each
And when he
week,
said that,
which
he
at
wasn't
today's
being callous.
exchange rate is about
He was
24
empathizing
cents
with Neo.
US.
He was saying, look, bro,
But in
if
clubbing
you don't want to
our
go
meager
down the
capital,
rabbit
we
hole,
found
don't
we
go.
could buy stuff that
You
other
can
boys
return
wanted.
to your life,
Candy,
your ivory
food,
tower,
etc.,
your bed,
and sell them
and
at a
remain
small
in
but
that place.
well-deserved profit.
But the world is
And
changing.
so our little
The world
society
is
of
going to change
teenage
dramatically.
fringe
The
dwellers
most
thrived.
change that history
We
has ever
felt
seen
free
in
and
any
safe
short
living
period
in the
of
roof,
time.
away from the
And
school
that
prefects
changing
and
is
masters
right
and
upon us
teachers
right now.
that would beat us with a stick at the slightest excuse. And we were quick and agile and fairly fearless. We could run across the narrow iron girders that
Look at
held
it like
up the
this.
roof in
Next to our
seconds,
manipulated
even
world
in the
of
dark.
media and lies and
So we
waffle
never
and
got
hype,
caught, not
and
once
loads
in
of people
5
selling you
years.
the illusion of the
The
up
interesting thing
escalator,
was that the boy
taking
that
you
lived
the
in the
wrong way.
roof was the
There's a
authentic
forest
me.
Beyond the
feeling
forest is a
me.
heaven.
The
In the
sensitive
forest
me.
are millions of
the one that
beings,
would share
just like
and
our
help
brothers.
others.
Cute little
And the
etheric
boy
beings
that was
like
on the
fairy
playing
folk,
fields,
and more
pretending to
gnarly
be an English
beings that are
gentleman,
smelly
was
and
the
nasty,
fake, competitive
but no
me.
real danger to
An
you.
image that was forced upon
The quirky
me
way of looking
against
at
my
it is
will.
to say that the
We all
celestial
suffer
worlds are
from
surrounded by
conformity.
darkness.
It's a mind
You have to
control
cross the
disease.
bog of stench
It's
before
how
you get to
society
the
and our
castle
families
of the Holy
legislate
Grail.
over us to
This
keep
is
us
the
in
journey
their
of the
mental
initiate,
prisons.
and this is the
It's
journey that
ghoulish,
has been
really.
taken by all
In my 20s,
since the beginning
my
of
mother,
time.
who was a great believer
Here's
in
the background of
spiritism
it all
and
in more
mediumship,
depth.
gave me
In
a
the
book
15th
called
and
something
16th
like
centuries,
The Powers
mystics
That Be.
spoke of the
It was all
fields,
about
invisible spheres of
spiritism and the
influence that
hierarchies
surround
of
Earth
angels
and humanity.
that guide
They were
spiritual
known as the
seekers to a
sphere.
higher perception.
There's a painting from
I
around
suddenly
that time
saw there
that
was a
shows the
possible
initiate
way out
leaving
of
the
this
spheres
harsh
of the
world
earth plane
to a
for the other
spiritual
worlds.
world, a
It's
place for
pretty.
those
You can
that
see it
didn't
here
fit.
in the CD.
It was
ROM.
another ceiling to discover
The sphere
and perhaps
theory of
hide
medieval
behind.
times is very
To
interesting
know that
because
that was a
humanity
possibility
is
changed
inside
my
a
life.
bubble.
It
And
was
that
an
bubble
enormous
is formed
impetus
because
for
we
me.
live in a physical
I suddenly
universe
saw
that is
being a
made up
fringed
of
dweller
matter
is just
that
fine
has
as long as you're
subatomic
not
particles
plotting to
that
burn
spin
down City
twice.
Hall.
It's the
It's
double
fine not to
spin
fit.
symmetry
It's
of our
fine to
solid
seek the
world
society
that
of
creates
others
the bubble
who also
or
don't
the
fit.
sphere that we're
It's fine
trapped
to
in.
travel away
Think
and leave
of a
it all
revolving
behind
door
you
at a hotel
and embark on a great
You're in
journey
the
of
lobby
discovery
and you know there is a
avoid
celestial
find the
world
freedom
out
of the
in the
real
street.
you.
So you
It's
enter the
okay and
revolving
permitted to
door and it
your
spins
own
very
relationship
fast,
with God,
twice.
rather than
And it
borrowing
plonks
one
you
from
back in the
others,
lobby,
or
back
having
in
one
3D.
imposed upon
You
you
never
by
got
some
out.
system of control.
That's why we
or an
humans are stuck.
institution.
The
I
only
soon
way out
made
is
it
not
my
trying to
life's
force
quest
your
to
way
find the
out
hidden
through the
door,
revolving
the
door.
one that
Instead,
leads
you
to the
have to go
celestial
sideways
worlds.
and
And
walk
after
through
about
the wall
30 years
beside
of
the
trial
door.
and error and a few
Meanwhile,
spooky
loads of
dead
unseen
ends,
guards are
I
in the lobby
finally
making
found
sure
it.
you
And
don't
so will
try
you,
getting out
if you
or
have
even
a
think
desire
about
for
it.
it, as I'm sure you
How
do.
we did it was using the morph as a lens. A pal and I traveled through the Shadowlands for 3.5 years. It's like watching a movie on a screen, except you're watching the screen on the one hand, and you're in the film at the same time. That is the dual nature of
The
these
journey beyond
transdimensional
enlightenment is
worlds.
essentially the journey beyond
Well,
the
moving
ego's
through, we
fears
discovered the
and its
secrets of the
incessant
inner and
demands
outer
and the stress
matrix
of
of
that
control.
creates in your life.
It's quite technical,
Fear
so
is
I'll
a
keep it
part
as
of
simple
the
as
ego's
possible.
prison. It
The
drives
outer
you to
matrix
act
contains
strangely.
all the
You
transdimensional
can change
beings
that.
that seem to
The
be
world of the
outside
ego
of us.
is not an
I
authentic
use the
world,
word
so what
seem
we seek
because
to do
all
in
of
our
reality
journey
is
beyond
outside of
enlightenment
you
is to
and
arrive
inside
back
of you
at
at
the
the same
authentic
time.
self,
It's
the
the
feeling
duality
self.
once again.
That is your true
This
identity.
is because your perception
It is
of reality
the eternal you.
is only
and
an
in
electrical
it is the
impulse
power
in your brain.
of the knowing
So
of
the
who
city
you are
street may be
and what your
outside of
life's
you
mission
in one
is.
sense.
Who are
And yet
you?
the only way to experience
you
it is
doing here?
inwardly, inside
What
you.
purpose do you serve?
But in the context of the
Once
outer
you can
matrix,
answer that,
we say
you
that
disappear.
the outer matrix
Well,
includes
sort
all
of.
those dark
It's as if
beings
everything
that
you think
appear
you are
to be
and your
outside
personality
and beyond
and
oneself.
all that you know and
You have to
hold dear,
realize that it's very
your
much
life
like in the
story,
film Matrix
the
when
very
Neo took the
memory
red
of you,
pill.
melts
His
and
reality
disappears.
was stripped away.
And at the very end
what
of
he
the
thought
journey,
was
there's
real,
nothing
the
there.
noodle shop on the
Just
corner,
an eternal
became
silence.
unreal.
Nothing.
And when he came back from that
Wow.
journey,
Just
he had to
awe.
remake
An
himself
indescribable beauty
and all. It sounds strange, eerie even, but in fact it's very beautiful, because once you go past all the definitions of yourself, then you will also go past the pain, and you will eventually know who you are, what your life's mission is. You will see yourself beyond terms of enlightenment, beyond the arrogance of ignorance, and you will finally know the secret. Yes, it
will
can
bring
be
you great
scary
joy.
when all the things that
In
you
later
believe,
sessions, I'll talk
you
to you at
suddenly
length
come to
about
not
the
believe
resonance
them
of your
anymore.
soul.
But in many
You are
ways, that is
sound,
the
an imprint
return
that you
back
make on
to the
life.
authentic you.
That
the
imprint of your
uncluttered
soul
you,
can heal
away
not
from
only
the
you
fake
and
you
your
that
loved
was given
ones,
so
but
much
humanity in
misinformation,
general.
to return
And
to
you
the
won't
uncluttered
necessarily
you,
have to hang
which
a
has
shingle
more
on your
of
door
the real information.
advertising
And at that
your
point, you
opening
do need a
hours,
sophistication,
as that may be
and
too
a certain
limiting.
sort of stoic
If your
force
resonance
of
is
will
right, you will only
to
have
drive
to
you
walk
forward,
past
just as
people,
Neo
and
did
they
in
will
the film
already
to drive
begin
him
to heal.
forward.
To change
One
your
could say
resonance
it's the loss of
is to
innocence.
change the resonance of the world.
Innocence is beautiful,
We define
but there's
what
a
we
day
think we
when
are,
all of
makes us feel
humanity
safe.
will have to grow up.
So we work hard
And as
to
you
become
embark
Harry the
upon your
doctor,
own journey,
or Mrs.
you will become
So-and-so,
much
the
more
mother,
sophisticated.
the social worker,
For
the
example,
teacher.
when people hear
These
something
are
they don't like, they
evolutions of the
prickle and
mind
get
and the
angry.
intellect.
If you're a
But it can be a
sophisticated person,
tiring
you
and
can listen to
limiting
all sorts of
experience.
theories that you don't
Playing out
necessarily
the
agree
role
with
you have selected
without
for
reacting.
yourself is often the recipe
For example,
for a lot
I went to a
of
lecture
pain.
the other night with a
Because
famous
your
scientist
whole
who
existence
talked
is
for an hour and
framed in the
15 minutes
definitions
about the Big
you
Bang.
and others have invented
I don't
for
personally
yourself.
believe in the Big Bang.
They are emotional,
but I wasn't up for having a
clusters
fight
that
with
you
a
belong
lecturer.
to.
I was really interested to
Groupings
hear
of like
why he
mind.
believed in the Big Bang.
Much like joining
and
a
what his
golf club
methodology was
and
and what
being
his
in the
science
energy
was
and cluster
and his
of
reasons
golf
for believing
and
in
the
it.
mindset of
And
golf
you may well
fiends.
disagree with
In
some
the
of the
end,
things that I've
you are
been saying,
vast and eternal.
but a
And all
sophistication
the
of
silly
self
rules and
allows you
limitations
to listen.
will eventually
Because
melt
in the
and become
end, many of the
meaningless and
things you do
unimportant.
believe today,
For you
once
are
you go
destined
down
to
this
arrive
path
at the
through the
infinite
hidden
you.
door that I've been speaking
You
of,
enter into
you
the
will realize
eternity of all
that they were
things,
just
where
encumbrances
human
that you took on,
titles
that you
and
borrowed
stuff,
from other
even the
people,
human body,
books,
has no
various
meaning.
dogma of one
You
kind or
see,
another.
it's in the losing of
So,
the
for
you
example,
that
you
think
may be
is
able
you,
to relate to
that you
times
eventually
when you
arrive
have
at the
suffered
new
a loss
you,
of innocence,
that disappeared
when you discovered that
identity,
your boyfriend or your
the
partner
human
has been
that had
unfaithful
so
to
much
you, or
fear
the
and
day that
pain
you had to
is
straighten
represented
up and
by
go
a
take your
vast
driving
version
test
of
and
you,
so on. These are all
connected to
moments on
everything.
the path
Part
where you
of
have
all
to
the
become a
primal
grown-up, a
forces
real
and the
being.
spirits of
And very
nature
much
and
this journey
angelic
beyond
beings
enlightenment
and all
requires
manner
you
of
to develop a
wonderfulness that
metaphysical,
exists beyond the
spiritual,
memory of
and
what I call
psychological
stored
maturity.
pain,
But in that
which are the
maturity,
ancient
you
memories in
can't
your
beat yourself
subconscious
up.
or your soul.
You can't decry
Then the
the
connection you
situation
make
because
is
we
one
have
of pure
incarnated,
bliss,
as
and
I
all
said
the
in the
honor
third
and
liberation,
reconciliation of that
into a world
is beyond
that is
the light
unjust,
and the
and there are
dark.
all sorts of hidden
Beyond
forces
solid
that are
and not
hindering
solid.
you,
It is a
especially when you
fusion
want to
of
do
your
something
soul,
that's holy
a
and good.
deliverance from
But
evil,
some of those
a
forces
place
that you
where
think
you
are
hover
outside of you
as
that are
nothing
hindering
and
you
everything
are
at
in
the
fact
same time.
manifestations of
It's
you
a quirky
hindering
thing to
yourself.
think of. But once you
Etheric
let
beings
go
in a
of what
parallel
you think
evolution
you are,
that
and
blip
the
in and out of
definition
this one
that
might
you
seem
are,
jolly unlikely.
then you can become
But you may be familiar with
It's
the
the
work of
bliss of
Jose
belonging
Escamilla,
once more,
the
the bliss
Hispanic
of
American
remembering.
researcher who has photographed an etheric being he calls a flying rod. There are some photos of them in the CD-ROM that accompanies this series. The flying rods are anywhere from a few inches long to 50 feet in length. They have fins that oscillate along their translucent etheric bodies, and they fly through the air at speeds of thousands of miles an hour. They also exist underwater. They've probably always
Let's talk
been
about
there.
how to go from
They are
phony
part
to
of the
authentic,
beings that are in
and
the
how
outer
you will
matrix.
turn your evolution
Escamilla
to go
discovered
the
the
other
flying
way.
rods by accident
For that
when his
will
video
power you
camera
along,
was left on
and you
one
need
day.
that flip of perception
While editing
before
his
we can
film, he
access
noticed the
anything
strange
else.
flying rods zip into into
Imagine
the frame,
it like this.
turn
Life
and then
for
fly
many
out
is
again,
confusing
all
and
in the
scary
space of a
and
few
rather
frames.
brutal at times.
Jose
a painful
Escamilla is
journey
real
through
cool
the
and
unknown.
innovative. You can find his
You have to
work
struggle
on
and compete and work hard to make ends meet.
www.roswellrodsmeet.com.
The ego soon builds
A friend of mine
tower
called
for
Ralph
you to
Miller
live in.
runs a sacred
It
temple in
feels
Brazil,
safer.
known as
It
Heart
protects
of the
you from
Initiate,
dealing with
where they
people
perform
and experiencing
shamanistic
pain
ceremonies
and disappointment
with a sacred brew
You're
found
elevated
in, the
in your
Amazon.
mind, anyway.
Ralph told me
above
that
the
during
crowd.
the session at
From
his
there you
temples,
can gaze down on
celestial
humanity
beings
through your
frequently
separation.
appear.
And
They
you
seem to
imagine
dance and
specialness.
move about between
And you
the
could sell
participants.
yourself
The
healing
idea
people.
that the destiny of
A
ordinary
friend of
people
mine had a
is
long-term
not your
injury in her
destiny.
hip from being
That
a
you've
ballet
been
dancer.
elevated and chosen.
She told
and
me
made
that on her
special.
third temple
That
journey,
is what the ego
a
likes,
group of women
to be
came to
higher
her
and
from another
distant
world,
from others.
dressed with headscarves.
That is why the ego likes
and they placed
observers
long
and glamour.
golden needles.
Observers
in her
make
hip,
the ivory
and
tower
they also
of the
had
ego
certain
more
herbal
real.
remedies with them.
And
that
that
is
came
why
from
people
that
boast
inner
and
space.
show off and make a
And
great
when she came
story
out of the
their
session
minor
many hours
achievements.
later,
They
her
seek
hip was
recognition
healed,
and status.
it has never troubled her
They
since.
seek altitude
That
for
was
their
4
ivory
years ago.
tower. The ivory
Medicine will
tower
go
is
to another
sustained
place
by the
soon.
electricity of the ego.
Healing the etheric body
The more
might be a
electricity
major
a person
advance
has,
in
the
unknowing.
more they can be
In
moody
all the
and
mayhem of
capricious
our world,
and
the final
self-centered.
redemption and healing
The moody,
is also
demanding
here.
pop star
The
is
rescue
an
is
example
underway.
of the electricity of the ego running rampant. To sustain the power of their importance and their divine-like status, they need constant attention, constant input. It's a high-maintenance lifestyle. The ego drives people to seek that status.
Using the
and a
Matrix
position
film as an
over
analogy,
others.
you could say that
Glitzy
Zion
stuff,
is
flashy
the world
cars,
of humans.
the red carpet,
And the
the
squiddies that
VIP
attack the
lounge,
humans
all
are the
create
flying
attention.
ghouls and the
The
etheric
attention of
beings
others
in the
creates
outer
electricity
Matrix.
for the ego.
And Mr. Smith
Through
and
that
his
incoming
agents,
energy, the
devoid
ego seeks
of
to
warmth,
falsely
are the
elevate
discarnate
itself.
beings of
It's
the
our
inner
ego's
matrix.
way of
They
raising
are
itself up
programmed
to the center
inside
stage.
the inner matrix.
We seek electricity.
The beings of the inner
External
matrix are
energy
inside the
sources to
human
hold us
mind,
up.
so they
It
can
helps us
morph
feel
into
safe
anyone,
and less
just as
vulnerable.
Mr. Smith
That
can
is the
in
illusion
film.
of specialness that comes
When
from
they
the
see
ego's
your
sense of
insecurity come up
separation.
from within you
But
as a
that
wave
specialness
pattern,
often comes
and if
at a
that is
terrible
seen to
price.
frighten you,
For in the
then they come
isolation of
flying in
elitism
seconds
and the ivory
to strike
tower,
you emotionally
you
and
become
push you
ever so
toward rack and
slightly
ruin.
mad. The electricity
Initially,
of
Jung
the tower
described
fries
you two in
collective
the end,
unconscious,
as you will need
and
more
so he
and
said
more
that
and
humanity
more to
was
keep
the
the
illusion
by
going.
archetypal
It blinds
symbols,
you to reason.
so we all understand
You only see
mother,
your
father,
mind and your
life, death,
ideals and
joy,
your terms and
happiness,
definitions.
morning,
The
night,
other 6
these are
billion
things that
people
are
here
common
on
to
Earth
all
humanity
are more or less irrelevant.
But what he didn't
except
understand
as how
was that they
this
might
collective
feed the
unconscious
ego's needs
is actually a
You on
place.
top of the tower
It's a
with an
dimension
old
that is
rusty
just
gun,
as real as our
marching
physical
up and
dimension.
down, guarding the
And
edifice
that
of
is
your
through this hidden
ideals.
door that I'm talking
It
about.
doesn't really matter
It's a place.
if your ideals
In
are
that
tiring
place,
you
there's
out,
an alternative
or if
view,
they're
a
gradually
mirror
killing
you
you.
that looks
As long as
exactly
you're
and
king
precisely
or
the way
queen
you
of the
look.
tower, and as
And
long as you
that
can shut
mirror
out
you
pollution in the form of
contains all your
contradictions
feelings
of the ego
and the memories
and
in your
or
subconscious
the presence
mind.
of other humans
So
and
your
other
subconscious
ideas.
mind and your
Of
mirror
course,
you
at the top
are
of
one
the
and
tower,
same.
the mad
And the mirror
or the
you,
man
in
effect
effect,
is your
isn't
soul.
actually any safer than
Because
anyone
your brain
else.
cannot
The height
contain
is
the
an
perpetual
illusion,
memory of
and the
it.
protection
After
is
death,
arbitrary.
at the
At
moment
very
of death,
least.
the brain ceases.
The reason is that the
So
tower
without a
costs
mirror,
time and money,
where all of your
and stress
feelings
to
and memories
maintain.
are stored,
You
there
have
would
to
be
buy
no
a
perpetual
car that is
memory of
perhaps
it.
more than you can
If there
afford.
wasn't a mirror you,
Maybe you live
an
in a place
alternative
that
view
is
in
too
another
much rent,
dimension,
that
there
has
would be no
trappings that have
eternal
to be
life.
financed, no life after
And the
death.
ego will want this,
everybody would
and
go
that,
through all
and
these
then
trials
another
and
thing.
tribulations and
And
lessons.
soon you are
The
its
brain would
slave,
stop,
rushing
the
about
whole
trying to give
book
it
would
what
be
it
burned,
wants,
so to speak.
and it usually wants one
So it'd be
thing
like this incredible
after the
sacred
next.
text, and somebody's
Take
burnt
a
the bloody
moment
thing
and
at the end
take
of
a good
82
look.
years. So it was all
What
worthless.
is
We can't remember
your
what Harry
ivory
did,
tower made of?
or why he did it, and he
Are
can't
you a
remember.
prisoner of stress
So the mirror
and your
you
ideals?
in this other world
Are you
exists to
spiritually
remember
trapped?
who you are after death.
And being up there can
The mirror
make you
world
lonely
contains
and
everybody.
isolated, and
Because
usually
the
you'll be
strangest
very
thing
cold
is that we're
spiritually,
all in the mirror
even though you
world
may
right now.
pretend to be social
So if
and
there's 6
warm,
billion humans
while in
here,
fact you
there are
see
6
everyone
billion
as
souls
dispensable
in the mirror
and
world
perhaps you treat
right
them
now.
with disdain
Imagine
and
it as this
indifference.
vast dimension
Your
where it's
ego
as big
acts
as the
as
planet
the
Earth, if
ministry
not
of
bigger.
authorized
Because
information.
the mirror world
It's
also
up in its
includes
madhouse, and
all the
anyone
identities
contradicting
of
the
people
edicts
that
of the
died
minister
last
of
week and last
information
year and 100
is
years
due
ago.
for annihilation. Or you banish them from your world and send them away.
And the
People
souls
that
of those
contradict
people that are
information you hold to
So
be
the
true
people that are alive
have to be
are
made
in the
wrong and
afterlife
belittled
already,
This is the
which is very
controlling
strange to
mechanism of the
understand.
dark side of mankind.
And spirits evolve
It's our
there in that
attempt to
mirror world.
impose ourselves
And you are
on
in there
others.
as well.
We
Even
know
now,
best.
while you are
We
alive.
are the divinely
It's the
selected
afterlife
ones,
and this
the
life
chosen
at the
ones.
same time.
All others
concurrently.
must be heretics and
And that
heathens,
mirror image of you,
because
sometimes
they don't
known as the
agree with us.
doppelganger, can
And of
operate
course,
in
they
the
are
mirror
not quite
world
as
without
special
permission
and
of your
chosen
waking
as the
mind.
fool on the tower.
It is as
For
if
he
your
or she
subconscious
is
goes
divinely
walkabout
selected to be
without
something
your
very
intellect having a say
important
in what it
and
is
very
doing or where it
special.
goes. It is operating
Most religions
24/7,
and most
regardless of
spiritual
whether you are
groups
awake
and
or asleep.
philosophies, they
It's back
create
to the
sense
idea of the
enlightened
authentic you,
being,
because the mirror
as
self
being
is
a
the
superior
real you.
being. Here
And
are
the
the
intellect
ignorant
is not
people,
the real
and here
you.
is the
It's just a
enlightened
concoction
bubble
of
on the
ideas
path
and
who
opinions,
has the answers,
programs
and so
you
on.
inherited.
So it's this
The mirror
idea
self
of,
is
let's say,
your
the
real
Pope
identity.
is infallible.
And it is what
That
you
this
actually believe
bubber
and
over
feel
here is
about
enlightened.
life, not
And of
what
course,
you
these are
pretend to believe.
elitist concepts.
It's a construct of your
They are
innermost
concepts
feelings.
that
First
seek
you look
to
at it,
raise
then you
the
decide to
human
change
above
it.
others.
Just knowing it
And so we
admitting
must
to it
worship this being
is a huge
and
step
kiss his
forward.
toe because
Most
he's
people deny
enlightened.
any knowledge of
And
it.
so
That
that's
leaves
the
them vulnerable
old-fashioned
to the
way of
dark
looking at
energies.
enlightenment.
But that is
But
childlike
the way
and
that we
unsophisticated.
deal with
The only
enlightenment in
safety
this audio
is
series
to look at the dark
is to
and
understand
see it as
that
beautiful
enlightenment is
and
a trap.
transmute it.
The minute you sit
There's
at
enormous
the
power
crossroads and you're
inside the
enlightened,
darkness,
then you need
and
a
with it you
throne
can
and a
resolve
cushion,
the
and
authentic
you
you,
need cellos
infuse it to
around
the
you,
power of the
students,
physical,
you need to create
intellectual,
an
emotional
ashram.
you
It's all
that you
the
operate
world of the
from here on
demigod
earth.
again.
You can
Or
use
you're
this
some
knowledge
grand
to unlock
bishop
the
or
matrix
cardinal,
and
and you have a
escape.
throne and
But it
fine
involves
robes
going
and a
the other
gold
way.
chalice to
Almost
drink
everything
from, and
is
all of that
backwards.
is a construct of
It's
ego.
endowment,
It's a
really,
construct
the
of
secret to
control.
everything.
Where
When I
these
tell people they
priests
have to
and
go
these
the other way and
enlightened
embrace
beings
their
will
shadow,
establish control
they get
over
edgy,
the
or they
lesser
don't
mortals in
believe
the
me.
congregation.
But the dark
But we
in
see
effect is not really
enlightenment
dark
as
at all.
basically
It is
a
just
con.
stored
It's
pain
a place to
or
get
ancient
stuck.
pain.
If you
The
stuck
sins
on
of the
throne,
father
if you're
or
stuck
mother
on the
that you
pulpit, if
inherited
you're
from
stuck
hundreds
as
of
an
years
enlightened
ago.
being,
There is a
you
heroic
haven't got
beauty to
anywhere
it
to
if
go.
You, can
You
resolve
just
it.
create this
And then
ashram
you can
around
save
you.
others from
And
going
so what
the
we
wrong
say
way.
is like
Maybe they don't
enlightenment
have
is
to
utterly
go through the
worthless
pain
to
of
you.
the cluster
Because
as
we
you broke
seek
it
to
for them.
retreat, we seek
And
to go
while the
sideways, we
ancient
seek to
pain
become
may have
nothing.
hurt you at times,
You know, if you
it will
had
now
all the power
turn
in the
and empower
world
you.
and you could
It's your
literally
sword
materialize
across the
things
dark
out of
lands.
nowhere,
Once
you
you
couldn't
love
show
it
it to
and you're
people.
not scared of it,
Because if
and
you
can
did, you'd
embrace it.
become like a magician
The
on
stored
TV.
pain within you is
You would have
beautiful.
followers and
Start
worshippers,
to
and
tell
you would
yourself
be
that.
controlling
It was a learned
the people by
response,
your
a
power
karma,
and their lack of
an
power.
attitude you took
So
that
that's
maybe
why all
didn't
power
work.
is hidden away.
Just a spiritual
all
lesson.
true knowledge is hidden.
Once you're not scared
and the
of
only
the dark,
knowledge
you are
that's
free.
available is the fake knowledge. So you read these documents, you read this dogma, and they seek to entrap you. They seek to take you away from where you find yourself, the society and the ideas that you were born with or those that you feel comfortable with, and they seek to impose another set of rules. And those set of rules almost always involve
Here's a shadow
subjugating
exercise to
yourself
test
to them.
yourself.
To the
Sit in a
meditation
bar
group,
or a
to the
restaurant,
church,
a place
to the
where people
ashram,
go
to
and
the
relax and have
whatever
a
it
drink.
is.
And watch
So they're
people
all
come and
basically
go.
forms of
Watch as the
entrapment.
inner you responds
And what
in
we
your
seek
mind.
to do is to become
Listen to the way
unentrapped,
the
so to
inner
speak.
mind talks to you,
We seek
responding
to, say,
to the
look,
stimulus
this
of the
enlightenment
people
thing is a
coming and
crock,
going.
Because I don't want to sit on a throne and
Watch
have
where your
hundreds
mind
of
goes
followers.
and the kinds of
What I
things
just want
you
to do is have the
concentrate
knowledge
on. When you
and
allow
the
your
power.
subconscious impulses
And I
to
do
come
understand
forward,
that once I have
watch
the
what
knowledge
conclusions
and the
you
power,
come to about
that I'll not
others.
be able to show it to
See
anybody.
how
It
your
doesn't bother me
intellect
because in my
translates
heart I
those
want to serve
pulses into
humanity.
a story,
But I don't
one
have
that you
to be
tell
aware
yourself about
of
the
fact
person
that they're
you're
aware or
watching.
not aware.
In effect, you are
Like
watching
the
them
idea
while
of
noticing
the
the
initiate that
impulses
can walk
coming
through
from
a
within
village,
you.
change its evolution,
Your inner self
bring
will
calm
go
to
for
the
their
village
stored
because the
pain,
initiate's heart,
especially any
her
stored
heart or
pain
his heart
that
is
looks the
resonating
same
at
as
such
the
a
pain
pulse
in
that
you.
the imprint that the initiate
So
puts
watch
on
as
the
it
village
judges people
calms
without knowing
everybody
anything about
and wakes
them.
them up and makes them more
Watch
aware.
how you may
And then the
silently
initiate
react
walks
and
out of the
growl
village and they never
if a
did
person
figure
comes
out
in
who
that
on
you
earth
don't like.
she was, or
Maybe
he
they're
was.
wearing
He
clothes
just
that
stood
you
at the
don't
well
agree
for a
with.
day or two.
Maybe
and
that
talked to a
talks
few
to you of a
people.
childhood
And that
fear.
was all he did.
Or maybe it's the
So
pain
that's
of
the
early
idea that we're
rejection.
coming to. The true
You reject
power
the
is always
person
hidden.
you are watching
True knowledge
because
is
you've
not
experienced
available.
rejection
The only
as a
knowledge
child.
that's available, generally speaking,
If an overweight
is
old
the
man
lies.
comes in with a pretty young girl on his arm, and she's in a short dress, you may react against them, deciding he's a dirty old man, and she's a little gold digger. Of course, you don't know the facts. He may be her uncle. But in watching the inner you see how it
I don't know if you're
decides
familiar with
from
the work
stored
of
pain.
Masaru Emoto. He's
You
the
might be
Japanese
jealous the
professor
girl is not with
that
you.
has photographed
The stored
frozen
pain
water
of all the
crystals.
girls that
He
ever
would hold a
turned you
tube
down
of
is
water and write
manifest.
on it the word
project it if you like,
then he'd
towards
freeze
the old
the
man
water and
walking
take
in the door,
photographs of the
who
water
may be
crystals,
the sweetest,
and they
kindest
would
man in
come
the
out all
world.
dark and
But
chaotic.
you will wallpaper him
Or he
in
writes the
your
word
page.
joy on the label,
And that is
the
how the
water
pulses
crystals
of the
form like a
subconscious
beautiful
affect your
snowflake.
imprint on the world.
Professor Emoto's
It's
pioneering
painted to
work
look
really
like the
highlights
pain
for
we
us
suffered.
the effect you have on
Soon
your
you will
surrounds,
see if you're a
and
human
the way you
and warm
imprint
in your
life
heart,
for the better
or are
for
you
the
just a
worst.
cold
Almost
reptilian
all of your
predator of
body
humanity,
is water, so you're
a
a
Mr.
mobile
Smith in
puddle.
disguise.
It travels around,
And as
with
the
you,
girl in the
warping
red dress
reality
came through the
or
door,
healing it,
did you look at the
depending on how
flowers
you
she was
feel and
carrying,
express yourself
or was
minute
your
by minute.
subconscious
The
attention
water
pulled to her
crystal
sexually?
of what you are is very
And of course,
important.
the girl in the short
It
dress is
travels
responding
around
to
with
her
you.
impulses and urges.
When you're warm and
maybe
tactile
using
and you
sex to
genuinely
entice
care
people,
for humanity,
humanity
or
from
maybe
your
she
heart.
just seeks
You
attention.
push away the imprint.
Perhaps it's a money
of
thing.
negative,
She
dark
needs
beings,
admirers to pay
and
for
you
her to
draw
have
to
a
you
good
the
time.
beginnings of a celestial
And then
dimension.
the ones that lust
A
after
mini
her
heaven
are
on
in
earth
their
walks
shadow
around
as
with
human
you.
predators.
When you're
They
cold
probably
and you
don't
seek
respect her as a
domination and
woman
control
or care
over
for her
others,
soul.
or you
They
seek
just want her
vengeance, or you
sexually.
wish others ill,
As said,
you
we
fall
project
into the
pain
arms
on
of the
others
darker
through the
forces.
etheric imprint we make.
It's easy to do. We
And
all
those
fall
pulses
the
may
other
be driven
way
by
at some
sexual
point in our
desire,
lives. As the
preference,
ego likes
snobbery,
power,
hate,
and it
affection,
seeks vengeance,
greed,
an eye for an
indolence,
eye, a tooth for
and
a
the
tooth.
desire for an easy
All
ride.
sounds pleasing
They're
to the
driven
ego,
by endless
but
factors
that is the
that make
loveless
up the inner
world of
you.
the phony self.
Sometimes
There
the
you can
stored
find
pain
justification
is manifested as
for all
inverted
sorts of
snobbery.
nastiness and
That
silent
is when
crimes
people that are
against
socially
humanity.
or economically
It takes a brave
disadvantaged
person to go
feel
the other
better
way
than
and offer
or
forgiveness
more special than
instead
rich
of
people,
seeking vengeance.
and so they hate
You
high
may think that
achievers.
salvation comes from
It's
being
the
special
angry
and chosen
revolutionary
and part
who
of some
detests
elite
the upper
system.
class
Dream on.
because he or she
Elitism
is
is
not
very
included
dark
in the upper
as
class.
it excludes others.
It's the communist
In fact,
proletariat
deliverance comes
rising
from
to kill the
ordinary
Tsar
and human
because they
and not
admire the
needing
Tsar
to be
and they want to
special.
be like the Tsar.
Drop being special
Inverted
and you
snobbery
are
is
already
the feeling of
walking
being
in the
superior
right
to the
direction.
systems or
Part
to
of
the
the
people
reverse
that reject
perception
them.
I speak
It's
of
very common
is
in
hard to
churches
see,
and spiritual
for we're
groups.
all programmed to
The
seek
weird thing is it's
satisfaction
all backwards.
and to
The
seek
people
the
and the
attention
things
of
you
others.
pretend to hate
Yet the right
are those
direction
hidden parts
is
of
to
you
seek
that you
to
are
become
secretly in
humble
love
and
with
sensitive
or that
towards
you
others.
desire.
And
Love is
rather
a
than
form of
asking how
concentration.
will life sustain
Romantic
you,
love is
you should
concentrating
start
on one
to think
person
of how
to the
you might
exclusion of
serve
others.
humanity.
To detest someone, you have to
Spiritual
concentrate on
empowerment,
them,
the journey beyond
projecting
enlightenment,
thoughts
doesn't
towards them.
seek to make
Usually
you more
the person
special.
you detest has
In
something
fact,
you
it seeks
admire
to
or
liberate
want,
you from the need
something
to be
that will
special.
help you understand
It liberates
your
you from the
stored
need
pain.
to hold up
Funny,
the
eh?
ivory tower, the need
Why do
for
people
more
silently
and
say
more.
no without necessarily
When you
knowing
watch
why
TV,
they're rejecting you?
You'll see one guy
Maybe
that
you
claims
scared
he's the
them with
world's
your
greatest
unresolved
crocodile
pain.
catcher.
Do you
Then
repel
another
them?
fool claims
Do
he's
you
the
know?
world's greatest bounty
Maybe your
hunter.
weakness irritates
And
them.
another is the
Maybe you're
greatest
too
running
needy.
back. And
It's a
here's
shadow
the
trait
greatest
to lean
chef.
on others for
There,
financial
there's a
and
whole
emotional
host of the
support.
world's greatest rappers.
Maybe you're too
hip
slimy,
hoppers
the
and
hidden
flip
predator
floppers
leaks
making
out.
incredible
Maybe you're
baskets on the
sneaky and
basketball
loose with the
court.
truth.
And
Maybe
in the
people
end, they're all
instantly
mad
distrust
fools
you.
on the ivory
Maybe
tower,
they think you're after their
calling
money
out to
and
the
maybe
heavens
deep
saying,
down they're
I'm the
right.
greatest, the king and
Maybe
queen of
there's
the
a
castle.
host of darkness
I'm
following you,
squeaky
riding your
clean
pain,
and special
ready
and
to jump
different.
across from you to
and
others.
I'll be forever immortalized
And maybe you're
in
traveling
my
about with
deeds,
the dark
fully
circus
selected
from the
by
inner
God
matrix,
and
a victim
special.
of your own stored
That is
pain,
what I am.
without ever knowing
Imagine
it.
if you
So
didn't
that
have
hidden
to be
darkness
special.
is there
How
at every
weird that
turn
might
to make
feel
sure
for
you
some.
don't get what you
Maybe
want.
it would feel really
People believe in
liberating.
luck, and
People
sometimes
could
they
ask you,
think
are you the
they're
world's
accident
greatest
prone.
blah, blah,
But that is the
blah?
simplistic
And you'd say
explanation.
proudly,
Mostly,
no, I'm
they
not the
have
world's
dark
greatest
energies all
anything.
around them.
I worked terribly hard
The
to
first
arrive
defense,
last.
of course, is to have
The
strong
trick is
yang
to arrive
sentiments and
eventually
go
at
in the
nothing
opposite
and
direction.
not be the world's
It's
greatest
towards
anything.
the goddess, the
Quite
divine
the
mother.
reverse.
That starts in the
I've
imprint
learned
of
a
your
very
etheric
simple
energy.
secret.
So your
And that is
protection
to
lies in
retreat
understanding
from the
how you
world of
project your
boasting and
stored
to
pain
step
on
back
others.
into silence
It's
and
a
the comfort
complicated
of the
subject,
forest.
but once you know about
I found it
you
best
can
to
teach
let all
yourself,
those
and it will
on the
change your
ivory
life and
tower
empower you.
push and
You start to
shove
break
and
away from the
compete,
matrix.
while
it's all
I
about
stand
how
off and
you
watch.
touch the world with your
I feel
mind,
safe because
and
I'm
how
not
you breathe
sticking
on
out
them.
in the crowd,
and it's
ready
how
to
you
be
see
knocked
everything
off
and
by another
imprint everything
competing ego.
to an invisible
And I'm not
higher
in the
love.
competition
Your pain
of humanity
is sorted
at
and
all.
understood in the
The
context
trick
of
is
your
to
life,
agree to lose.
and it's past
You
now.
don't have to win.
And now you're
Agree
looking
to be
serve,
last.
to help
Be
others
happy
while they
with
sort
last.
through their stored
People
pain.
might say, aren't you
Let's go
bothered
to
that
the
you have
next
to wait
section,
in
and I'll
line
talk
while
to
other
you
important
about
people
your
in front
role
of you
as a
go ahead?
magical healer.
And you'll say, no, it doesn't bother me where I am in the line. The people that need to strive and push and fight to go first will burn themselves out and become sad. And while they may be first in today's line, tomorrow they won't have a place in any line, and that might upset them. So I'm happy to take whatever place in the line no one else wants. My place in the line is irrelevant, as I'm busy watching a sparrow talking to another on the roof over there. Now here is a reverse idea that's quite exciting that might impel you to a new perspective.
What if I told you that you could easily become one of the most powerful people in the world, and that you could have vast energy, so vast that you could get almost anything you wanted just by deciding to materialize it in front of your very eyes? But there's a few catches. First, you can never tell anyone that you have the power, and you can never do anything in front of people that might give them that idea, or any showing off like that. In fact, to make it, to keep to your agreement, you will actually have to be anonymous about it all. And sometimes you will purposely try to look like a bit of a fool and a bit of an incompetent, so that people never twig that you know what you know. The next catch, you can have anything you want almost immediately because you can materialize it. But because you have that power, you will never be able to use it. The reason why you can't is this. You are here to work and love and understand the earth plane. You are here to transfer energy to others. That's it. You can't use it to enhance your ego and become the world's greatest something or other. You can keep bits of it and make your life easy and flowing, but you can't hoard the power. You have to get rid of it as it comes into your life. Otherwise, you'd be misusing the power just as everybody else tries to misuse it. If you're serious about going beyond enlightenment, what you're saying is you will work silently to become enlightened. You'll never tell a soul once you make it. Almost all the initiates I know, the ones that have a real command of the hidden door, are very humble and very anonymous. You would never spot them in a crowd. They don't have to say much because they do know. You're going to go beyond enlightenment because you don't need enlightenment. It's a trap for the spiritually elevated. You probably knew that, but maybe you needed me to remind you. The fact is, the more inner power you have, the less you will ever be able to show anyone. So then you may say, listen up, Stewie Bubba, what is the point of striving to acquire perception and abilities if I can never show anyone or make a profit from it? Well, what's the answer? What do you think? Here's what I learned going down that way. All great power is always hidden, so it can pass through the night and rescue people from their ivory towers, from their tormented lives, and to love and serve humanity to a better end. That is it. In rescuing people, you'll have more than anything else in the world. People will be pulled to you endlessly. It's an etheric thing. It's in your life force energy. You can help people without their knowing, without their ever having realized that you helped them. Let's go back to the reverse. The opposite of accumulation and egocentricity is humility and service. At some point you will have to learn to serve humanity if you have not already done so. You can't get out of this evolution and go beyond it without first having served. At the end of your life, all the things that you ever did for yourself count as nothing. They have little or no value. The great empires you won and the battles you fought with others, and all the striving will be worthless. There's only one currency of worth that you can take with you, and that is what you felt about humanity, and what did you do for them. Did you love them and care for them? Did you go out of your way to make sure they were okay? Did you give them what you had? Did you share or did you hoard? Did you run to eat first or did you eat last? Nothing else counts. For all the other ivory tower stuff and empire building and triumph over others was all fluff. It showed how easily tricked you could become. And all the anger and hatefulness was just one ivory tower clanging as it fell against others. So, what have you done for others? That's the only question you will have to answer. If your karma is good, the question will be easy. You will humbly turn and wave your arm all around, and there will be all those that you have healed, and all those that you held in your arms when they were scared, and those that you provided for when they fell into misfortune. And there might be thousands of them, tens of thousands of them maybe. It's unconditional love, without having to get something back or expecting anything in particular. Do this. Sometime in the next week or so, do something valuable for someone without them knowing that you did it. Never mention it to anyone, and you'll soon get what I'm speaking of. There are people out there that you haven't met yet, that can't manage without you. They are like wounded children. They were given the wrong set of coordinates. Their life is bound to failure and misery, and what little meaning they have can be stripped from them in a second, and their cells will become polluted by their darkness, and the slippery path to the end is in sight. They have no hope, none. They will die surrounded by their ideals, surrounded by ugliness, surrounded by the dark forces. Only you can save them, if they want to come, that is. Now remember, you can't be of service if you feel obligated to do so through shame, guilt, and duty, or if your ego needs the whiteness of it all. Like, look at me, how marvelous I am, I'm serving humanity. Service is a silent thing that comes from a deep inner connection to the souls of other humans and the well-being of the animal kingdom. You serve because it's your destiny to do so, and you want to. It's a form of deliverance, and in delivering your own soul to a spiritual redemption, you also deliver others, and they will become your passport to the hidden doorway I've spoken of. It's all in the feeling of your humanity and in the expressing of it, how large your heart can become. It is in that you'll come to see the hidden door within you. Remember, to go into another world and see the celestial nature of it all, you have to cross a dark world to get there. I'll talk about the morph and the mirror world in the next session. I think you will find it very exciting and unusual. But first you have to look and see if you have a genuine spirituality inside you. Do you just pretend to be nice? Sometimes the living in the light approach that sort of New Age people espouse is sweet, but it isn't authentic, because it makes you into a suffering servant, or it causes you more pain than necessary. You aren't required to suffer other people's pain for them, and you are required, if you want a healthy lifestyle, to set boundaries. So you can say to somebody, listen, I truly love you and adore you, and, when you play the trumpet at 3 a.m, it's bloody irritating because I have to go to work at 5. Please stop or move out. And that is normal. So it's always to do with communication. It's always being there for them as a human, not criticizing them and making them wrong because they play the trumpet, but laying a boundary that says, look, if you want to play the trumpet, you're going to have to move out, brother. I know you're only 7 years old, but you'll have to figure it out, Or you got to listen to what Daddy says and you ain't playing the trumpet at 3 a.m, At the point when you can manage on your own, that's fine. Or maybe we can come to a middle ground and we can get a trailer for you at the end of the yard 4 miles away and you can go play there. So, again, living in the light doesn't require a gummy approach where you let the world trash you and ride roughshod over your feelings. It's more, again, always being authentic, being true to people. So when it's driving you nuts, you can say so, but of course what happens is we make the mistake of coming out from a vindictive, critical approach. So we're saying, I'm squeaky clean and white, and I want to sleep, and you're jolly dark for playing the trumpet. But they're not dark for playing the trumpet. They love the trumpet. And maybe you staying up all night, not sleeping, is fine by them. They're not evil because they play the trumpet. So I think the main approach is one of not making people dark. Just accepting who they are and allowing them to be who they are, and then setting a boundary when what they are doing is detrimental or irritating or difficult for you. Anytime that you're showing your spirituality, you're in the shadow. The more squeaky white and clean and innocent you pretend to be, the more dark you actually are. That's your darkest moment, when you proclaim how wonderful you are. It's the healer that makes this great show of healing, or the guru that makes this great show of being wise, or the teacher that has this massive hall and 7,000 people come and touch her leg or something. That's a big load of ivory tower. Again, it's always humility. If you heal without them knowing that you've healed them. If you teach without ever realizing that you taught, because you taught by example. And that's the genuine healer. The genuine healer is one where you don't realize they've healed you. Or they've healed you very inconsequentially. They've sort of made a passing remark, and suddenly that passing remark clicks into your psychology, and you realize that the whole of your sickness comes to the fact that your relationship with your brother's toxic. So they healed you in that way. We all have to go through the sort of arrogance of enlightenment. We all go through elitism to work out how terrible it is. Some people never work it out and they go to their grave in this sort of elitist mindset. Enlightenment for many people is this sort of spirituality that they'll walk around in with a great sort of
thing on their chest, you know, the medallion that people wear and that sort of stuff, that expresses their spirituality. But that isn't a spirituality. The idea is to be spiritual without anyone ever realizing you are spiritual. So yeah, we go from being completely egocentric and unaware to being much more aware, and then we all go through the elitism of spirituality, believing that we've been chosen, which of course is one of the crimes of the fallen angel, is to be like a god. We seek to become as a god, higher than ordinary people. And at the other end of it, we realize we didn't need enlightenment, it was a pain in the neck. And so we burn all the robes and all of those gongs and all of that stuff, and then we walk out and we infiltrate back into society without anybody ever figuring out who we are. In my book Affirmations, I talk about a concept called variance. I'll just discuss it here for a few minutes, as it really talks to the essence of a positive reversal of self. Variance is the gap between what you pretend to be, what you think you are, the mask or persona that you present to the world, and what you actually are. You could say that variance is a tape that measures the height of your ivory tower. All great spiritual journeys and the path of the initiate leads towards an ego death, a place where you become aware of the variance, and then the tower falls in front of your eyes. The authentic you has enormous power. When you join it and become the same as it, a synapse of energy takes place. It's a burst of light, caused by a sudden fluctuation in the quantum field. This is vital to your enlightenment. If you don't collapse the illusion voluntarily, it is eventually collapsed for you. If you can control the collapse gradually, it's much less painful than when it comes upon you in a fast hurry, imposed from elsewhere. Let me explain. The reason why people feel blank and hopeless and in despair at this time is because they don't have the power of their own soul to drive them along. It is as if the real you is locked away, held prisoner in the tower by the phony you. I don't know if you've ever felt that there was something terribly wrong, something missing in your life, a splinter in your mind, as Morpheus says in the Matrix film. The missing bit is in the mirror world. I'll talk a lot about that in the course of this series. There's another you, the feeling you, that is formed by the subconscious mind. It is the storehouse of your dreams. It is the authentic you. It is the perpetual memory of you, your soul. Once you come back and retrieve it, suddenly all sorts of creativity and possibilities come from within you, and you have the opportunity to garner real worth in your life. Sure, that might be a nice money-making idea, or it could just be newfound friendships and a sense of belonging. Abundance is not necessarily cash. It's the warmth of humanity and animals around you. It's service to mankind, and it is being served. It probably wasn't really your fault. We are driven by fear and inadequacy and bad luck and poor choices. We are driven by many factors. This is not a level playing field, and so you should not be too harsh on yourself and others. Do this. Get a little notebook, one that you can slip into your purse or your pocket, and start over the next few days to jot down all the things in your life that make sense, and the ones that don't. You are looking to notice the variance between what you have to do and what you really feel about it. Some of it will be obvious, and you know it's phony, and some of it is more obscure. It'll only dawn on you as you think about it, and as you ask of your super-knowing to show you. You have to be fair with yourself and compassionate. You can't cheat on yourself, telling yourself lies, as that is a variance of its own, isn't it? Draw a line down the center of your little variance booklet, and put true on the one side of the center line and not true or partly true on the other. Your job or business, do you like it? Are you fulfilled? Or do you hate it? Home, is it fulfilling and supportive? Or is it a nightmare? Is it where you want to be? Can you afford it? Relationships, are they supportive or draining? Money, are you sensible and honest or irrational and dishonest? Lifestyle, is it healthy and sustaining or unhealthy and destructive? If it's destructive, it's probably your inner shadow trying to kill you. Are you brave enough to look at that and set yourself free? Or will you remain a victim? Can you love yourself, lumps and bumps and all? Time management. Are you rushing about with very little time for yourself? That is a variance of its own, one that you should look at. Then you look at if you really care about delivering your soul to a new redemption. Perhaps it doesn't really bother you. Perhaps you feel you are already perfect. Such thoughts are a trap. Remember that. Then ask, how do you relate to others? Are you distanced from humanity? Do you really care for them? Is it all about you and what you want in this lifetime? Or are you aligned to the needs of others? How much love do you offer, and how much silent resentment and hate? Are you an angel in disguise or a hidden predator? Are you stingy or generous? Are you open and accepting, or closed down and dogmatic? Do you cast a kind eye to everyone, and a deep sense of justice and acceptance, live and let live? Or are you judgmental and cruel towards others? The way to work this out is this. Think about someone you don't really agree with, and then ask yourself if you respect them anyway. Do you care for their humanity, even if you don't like them? Do you care for their soul, even if you virulently disagree with their opinions and their actions in life? The reason why this type of equanimity is vital is that in the mirror world, any kind of judgment or antagonism will soon take your spirit down. It's a bad trait to find fault in others and to denigrate them and make them wrong. You eventually want your life to be seen as proper and right. How will you do that if you don't offer that to others, if you've always made them wrong? Taking an equitable stance towards humanity is the only safe way to go across to the mirror worlds. And finally, here in this opening discussion on reversal, can I ask you a really difficult question? Are you grateful? I mean truly grateful, or do you just pretend? When you say thank you, do you mean it from your heart, or is it just a social thing, fobbing people off? Are you actually relating to someone's soul and acknowledging them for their work and their kindness to you? The reason I ask is that I've noticed that much of the time people are not grateful at all, and they don't even bother to say thank you properly. They just expect to be sustained, but they can't acknowledge the goodness that's come to them from others. Sometimes I think they feel that they're owed a living in this life, regardless of how little effort they put in. Gratitude is important. It goes hand in hand with humility and softness. Do you see how spooky and wonderful it gets real quick? If you do this right, it'll make you cry because you'll see the darkness of it all. And once you see it and once you own it, your life will dramatically change. I promise. I've seen thousands of people go through this, and some of it was tears and compassion and moments of heaving emotion. But at the end, they came out light and angelic and forgiven and liberated. The greatest gift you can offer yourself in this life is to redeem yourself. Once you agree to stop running away from yourself, you'll be free, and then you'll be able to see it properly. I've never seen instant absolution, instant redemption. All there ever was, what could be described as a gradual climbing out of a dark world of variance and confusion and fake ideas towards the spiritual, authentic world. You don't need to beat yourself up. It's okay to screw up. That was your karma and other people's karma. But you just have to look and see and accept all those aspects of who you are, the nice bits and the horrid bits. Let's review a few more ideas of reversal. Life can be scary. That can cause fear. The natural reaction is to become more aggressive and more yang towards others. But eventual safety and a higher perception lies in the power of softness. Some know this already, but you may not always embrace it. It isn't obvious at first. The ego feels that the more threat it offers, the safer it will be. But that's not so. It doesn't seem obvious at first, but the more aggressive you are, the more the hard forces come against you. So spirituality is a measure of how soft you can become, not what rules you follow. It seems strange, but in establishing a spiritual softness, you come to the first of 3 liberations. Each is an emotional release and a huge spiritual advance. With this audio series is a guided meditation. It's a quiet session of prayer and introspection. It takes you to the 3 liberations, so you can go there any time and work on them and process them more and more. They are vital. You cannot proceed without them. The energy of the world is rapidly shifting. Your life will become ever more problematic without these perceptions. The first liberation is you have to agree to make peace with the world. What I've talked of in this session so far is an unobtrusive attempt for you to make peace with yourself, to turn yourself round and go the other way. Now you have to go beyond the story of your life and evolve beyond it. That is the enlightened way. To learn to forgive yourself for some people is very, very hard, but again, it's because they make such a story of everything. I know people that have gone into inner child therapy who 10 years later, they're grown 40-year-old women, millionaires, some of them, and they're still whinging on about their inner child and their mother was inadequate and their father was a drunk. Let it go. Let it go. You have to go into an act of contrition. You have to observe the mistakes you made and have an act of contrition over it, where you genuinely feel sorry. You don't just fob it all off with, well, sorry about that. You feel sorry. Then you go into atonement. And atonement is where you attempt to make good with the people that you've hurt. But if you can't because they don't live here anymore, so to speak, then you atone by being kind to other people. So the first thing is awareness, the second thing is attrition, the third thing is atonement, and then beyond that, it's transcendence. You leave. In other words, you're not callous, you're not shrugging and saying, well, that's it. You completely comprehend where you made mistakes, and you're sort of embarrassed about the fact you did make those mistakes. But in the higher knowing, in the sort of super knowing, you understand I'm weak. So today I affirm that I won't make the same mistakes again, or if I do make the same mistakes, I'll try to make littler ones. You understand that when you made those mistakes, you really damaged other people. You hurt their feelings. And so you feel sorry for the fact you hurt them. You don't want to hurt them, you want to raise them up. And so you attempt to atone in whatever way you can atone, and then you transcend by reviewing it properly, atoning as best you can, creating this act of contrition, which is the act of saying, look, I'm not going to do this again. I realize I've really hurt people here. And then allowing yourself time to just walk beyond it or go beyond it to higher and better things, which kicks into the idea of service. How will you serve? Because in service, we atone for the crimes of our past. It involves making peace with humanity. You can understand if you're emotionally involved in running battles with others, and you harbor resentments, you are perpetually linked to them. It is as if you are spiritually welded to the people that you hate or fight with or resent. And they will probably have a very low spiritual energy, as they may be abusers or predators or aggressive and or arrogant. You can't rise above them until you release them and let them go. In the mirror world, which is the world of feelings and impulses and sentiments, you cannot escape from anyone that you are mentally or emotionally engaged with. Anyone or any group of people that you focus on with your mind and or with resentments and negative emotions. You and they exist in the same place in the mirror world. Imagine it as a neighborhood. You can't fight with people and escape their neighborhood. Almost everyone in the world has a personal story of pain, injustice, romantic upsets and emotional hits that they've taken over the years, as well as the rip-offs and the abuse you might have suffered, and all the times when you got your feelings hurt by others. It's your special story, and you may feel very justified, and you may well have been an innocent victim, but you have to wonder in the overall karma of eternity if there really are any innocent victims. If you believe in reincarnation, there might be an explanation there. It might explain why there seems so much injustice and why you got hurt. Some people feel they're innocent, but if you know the underlying feelings and emotion, you can see how often they wound up others in order to hurt them, or they set themselves up through greed.
They would often taunt others in order to create a confrontation. But if you knew the underlying feelings and emotion, you can see how they often taunt others to create a confrontation, or they set themselves up through greed to suffer a loss. But whether you were innocent or guilty, or even partly guilty, or if you brought misfortune on yourself in some obscure way that you don't really understand, all that has to eventually become irrelevant for you now to proceed. Because if you can't make peace with the world, you're stuck. The injustice you feel is part of ancient stored pain, and that is inside of you. And some of it is because of the sins of the father or the mother, pain inherited down through the centuries, unresolved clusters trickling down through history. You will never escape the global karma, or yours, if you're perpetually locked into the energy of your ex-husband or your ex-wife, say, or people that you met on this journey through life. Let them go. You have to love your tormentors and offer them every warmth and goodwill that you can manage. For the hellish world is cold, and it seeks retribution and vengeance, and all the while heaven is warm and embracing and forgiving. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, is a menu card for the reptile's banquet. It has no spiritual validity at all. Beyond the people you know that you pull to you in this life, you must also release and forgive and forget the karma of your social or tribal cluster. A cluster is a grouping of people, like a native tribe or even the members of the same golf club. It's pockets in the consciousness of humanity that are reflected in the mirror world, where similar mindsets and traditions gather together. So the next liberation is the greater liberation of ditching what you were born with, the cluster. For example, if you were born an African American, you most likely have the injustice of slavery as part of your life story. It'll be in your genes, in your subconscious memory, in the archetypes of your tribal mind. And because of this, you may see the white man as a villain and a tormentor, and you might feel threatened by him. So he sits inside your shadow self. You are the victim. He is the slave trader. But wait a minute. Do any African American slaves live in your hometown? Were you born a slave? Did you ever meet an African American slave? Unless you're about 150 years old, you're bound to answer no. So the terrible injustice of slavery is not really a part of your life. It's just a rotten story. The problem is in having white men in your shadow as the enemy. You push away all the white men and women who might help you in this life or give you a hand up. Do you see how the tribal shadow is so destructive that it holds you back spiritually? It's just the same for the Jews. They have their sad stories, and the Palestinian story says how dark and nasty the Jews are, and so the Jews are inside the Palestinian shadow as the Germans are inside the Jewish shadow, and so forth and so on. But all that terribleness is in the past. You've got to let it go. You have to grant yourself the second liberation, the one that allows you to go beyond your religious, social, tribal, or national karma. You don't need it anymore. And you have to arrive to where you see yourself just as an eternal being, a loving, evolving spiritual being, not an African or a Jew, or a poor, downtrodden Catholic in South America, or a disenfranchised woman. It's all story, nothing more, just a story. Some of it isn't even true, but it serves a purpose for unsophisticated people that have not resolved their shadow. They need their special story, and they need the memory of pain that was suffered in the past, so they can feel squeaky clean now and holy. So they can garner money and compensation, say, or sympathy, or they can feel they can get some special advantage as a victim, or they can get some special status. Everyone in the cluster is allowed to feel angry all of the time. It's deadly. Because in order to step to another world spiritually, you have to more or less finish with the emotion of this one. I don't mean that you have to die, but you have to resolve the pain, understand it, finish it, stop complaining, and go past it. If not, you die spiritually weak, floundering. You die in the cluster of the wounds of your tribe. And you will drift to that part of the mirror world where wounded Jews are fighting with wounded Muslims, and they are close to all the wounded native people. And over here is a cluster of 4 million wounded Irish souls, people that died in the famine. and they all have the English in their shadow, and soon you can see how our human evolution is knotted and interlaced. My pain, your pain, the collective Jungian pain. If you can't go beyond it, you're stuffed. You'll float down the pain drain. Where does it lead? I know it's hard to go past the sense of injustice and the rage that certain political and social issues evoke, but we didn't incarnate into a world that is fair. We didn't come to a planet where people are respectful and caring of nature, the animals, or the environment, so the only option is to believe that there is a higher order of beings that watch over and protect things, and they will not allow the planet to fall into absolute degradation and destruction. So that is the third liberation, to see that it's our karma and the planet's karma, the animals and so forth. It is to face injustice and to hold steady knowing there must be a resolution in the end, even if we haven't much evidence of it so far. It all exists at a higher level because we exist at a higher level. I think in the end all injustice will be set right, and all sadness will melt away. Maybe not in our lifetime, but then again we might be in for a wonderful surprise. There's a group of beings from another world that have recently fought their way into this dimension, and we are waiting to see how that will affect things. All is not lost. So the first liberation is to allow all those that have hurt you to go on their way, and the second liberation, you let go of any clusters that trap you, and the final liberation is you go beyond the anger and the pain of the terrible injustice suffered by the planet as an organism, and the animals and the general injustices people suffer every day. If you're a sensitive person, the pain of the world will bother you no end. We don't know why there has to be so much pain. It's a lot to do with the evil in our collective human shadow, but all you can do is process yours. You can't let yourself be overwhelmed by the global situation. And if you say to me, "But Stewie, I'm a one-eyed Chinese gay male with a wooden leg, and I've loads of emotion and pain, and there's Tiananmen Square and the Long March and millions that died in the Cultural Revolution inside my cluster. I can't do bye-bye Beijing right now. I need to clunk around here for a bit longer and work it all out." And I'd say to you, "Sure, bro, come when you want. There's no rush." Now let me say this, the hidden door beyond enlightenment I speak of is not a mythological place, nor do I speak of it in allegorical terms. It's real, it exists to be found, and I found it, and so have many others. Just in case you think I'm kidding, there is a little reference manual that comes with this series, and if you look in there on the first pages, you'll see some photos of human dematerialization. One was taken at my house in Australia. These photos are of people literally disappearing from this dimension. They're in a sensation we call the morph. In the next session, once I've laid out these introductory ideas, I'll talk a lot more about the world of the morph and how you can access it. It's hard to get a photo of dematerializations, as you can't set it up in bright light. You have to kind of fluke the photo at the exact right minute, but they're real, and they are part of where this incredible journey has gotten to so far. So when I talk to you about the gap and what lies in there for you to see and experience, just keep an open mind, if you will, and trust me, without ever giving up any of your own reality. And as you go through these CDs, I'll get you there. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. It's a shortcut. You'll have to be a little disciplined and diligently follow me to the end of this series, because if you jump ship in midstream, you'll be like those that sadly wimped out because they didn't have enough strength of will or desire to succeed. You can go beyond the struggle in this life. It comes mostly from the fake you. The authentic you is holy and good and sacred. And by understanding it, you will create your own secret heaven in the roof of the gymnasium of your soul. And you can have your own world and your own title on the shelf. The authentic you, not the fake you. You can agree to be a fringe dweller and silently proud of it. I believe this audio series will help you enormously, not just to see the spiritual being that you are, but also to understand that there's a way of making peace with humanity, even inside what are often very restrictive, controlling systems that have enormous power over you. You can quietly wander off in your mind and your soul and eventually belong to something else. This is not a hypothetical idea, some airy-fairy promise. It's real. There's a gap in reality. It's well known, and you can walk through the gap to another world. I've taken hundreds of people, maybe 1,000. Trust me, they've all come back safely. They didn't come back the same, but I didn't promise them the same. I promised them different and more free. I'm not here as another guru teacher trying to convert the masses. What I have to offer is really for just a few people. For those people that are ready to walk away. Those people that are really ready to go beyond transcendence and enlightenment and realize that you don't need it. So this really isn't a philosophy that would ever become like 100 million strong, with rules and dogma and stuff. There's no dogma in my stuff. There's no dogma in the Journey Beyond Enlightenment. It's a very sort of liberating way, because you don't have a dogma. So you could say, well, what compels you to teach this stuff? I have a system here and it works, and if you want to come with me, and if you've got the courage, you know what they say in English slang, if you've got the bottle to come, I can show you. You can find it yourself. And your inner self, your mirror self, your super knowing or higher self or whatever you want to call it, it knows precisely and exactly how to get you there. Let's go to the next session and I'll talk about the rescue that is here, and the one we've seen in the phenomena of the morph, and I'll show you how to get there yourself, and how that may give you sight of yourself in the mirror world, how that will propel you past the clusters to a higher plane. Come on, let's go to session 2. Hi, this is Stuart Wilde once more. Welcome back. In this audio set, we're going to talk about the mysteries of the morph, grace, and your mirror self. I should first ask you to bear with me as I tell you how I came upon it, and how I came to realize that by your knowing about that world, it will transform your spiritual evolution, and it will allow you eventually to walk into or peer into other worlds. But before I explain how I got to that mirror world, first let me tell you the story of how the sight of it came about. In March 2001, I was at my house in Australia. There were about 15 people there, and suddenly something very strange happened. We were sitting in the front room where there were a number of day beds, like those very large, wide couches and sofas you see in movies and large Indian houses. Suddenly on the face of one of the women there appeared a very beautiful geometric pattern. It was circles and dots and triangles of many vibrant colors. The mysterious patterns oscillated and moved and shimmered, and then they spread down her neck to cover her shoulders. It was really awesome and mysterious to watch. There were no light effects in the rooms or sunlight from outside that could have caused it, and the patterns were not static like a shadow might be. They oscillated and shimmered and changed positions all of the time. It was quite a hot afternoon, and one of the men had his t-shirt off, and he soon realized that he had the same kind of patterns forming on his back. Gradually, over a period of 15 minutes or so, everyone had the geometric images come over their bodies, and every pattern was different. Some had blue stars, and others had little red hearts, and some even had leopard skin patterns. There were all manner of possible fractal images and geometrics. They were as clear as anything to see. This was the first time we ever experienced what became known later as the morph. It's a transdimensional phenomena, an overlay whereby a room changes its imprint or ambience in the construct of space and time, and the surrounding reality takes on a new form. It is as if the room exists in two states at the same time, normal and solid-looking, and abnormal and not solid at the same time. The walls go soapy-looking, and the floor seems to become misty and disappears at times, even though you know you're standing on it. Hazy striations begin to swirl in the air, and they float together to form vortexes and circles that you imagine you can travel down. They seem to lead to another world. What we found to our amazement was that even our bodies seemed to go from solid to not solid at all. I know this might sound nuts, but myself and others have since seen the morph many thousands of times since that first time in March 2001, so the experience wasn't a one-off event. And I ought to add here that we weren't on anything dodgy like hallucinogenics or drugs of any kind, just in case you're wondering. Everybody was stone cold sober and straight on that fateful afternoon that the morph first happened. It's a new world, a supernatural one, descending on our 3D world. It's the ultimate transcendental experience. For me, it's the most exciting thing that ever happened. It has completely changed our view of spirituality and extrasensory perception. The morph is for you and me and everyone. I'll explain how you get there in a minute, but first let me finish the morph story. What we found on that day when the patterns appeared was that our heads and our faces became less and less solid-looking. You see the bone structure and shape of a person's head, and then their face started to go hazy, and part of it would disappear completely. It would morph into another dimension. At times we found that we could see right through each other. Part of each of us was disappearing. It wasn't scary, it was just very intriguing. We found that the morph was everywhere, all of the time. When the morph is very strong, you can easily see it, even in bright daylight, but usually it's much easier to see in a darkened room. It often looks like dry rain. If you want to see it, you have to learn to relax, and you have to learn to meditate if you don't already do so. For all the dimensions and experiences beyond this world, take the low brainwave pattern of the meditation state to get there. Seeing the morph is nothing more than knowing and trusting it is there, and deciding you want to see it, and knowing you'll see it if you care to. Try it when you're a little bit tired, at the end of the working day, because that is when your brain cells oscillate at slower speeds. It's in the lower wave band of theta, which is 4 to 7 cycles per second, that it becomes clear to see. Sit in a darkened room, or you can lie on a bed if you like, and focus on the idea that you'd like to see the morph, knowing it is everywhere, so it must be around you right now. Try this process at night. Have the room almost dark with the lights off, but make sure there's just enough light through a crack in the door for you to be able to make out your hand when it is outstretched 2 or 3 feet in front of your face. Now stare up at where the walls of the room meet the ceiling. Then bring your concentration back towards you, so you are staring up at an angle of 45 degrees at the halfway place in the air of the room that is between the ceiling and your eyes, and suddenly you'll see the morph there hovering. It is full of swirls and sparkling lights that look very much like small glowworms. We call the twinkling lights the speckled ambience. It evokes a sense of bliss. It's so beautiful. It calls to some very deep spiritual part of you. It's the grace of eternity that we all belong to. Also in the morph you will see fast-moving diagonal lines crossing the room. That's the dry rain. Sometimes you might see a flash of light crossing your vision. It's like silent lightning. Once you see the morph for the first time, you'll see it all the time. You will also realize why you are further ahead than you believe yourself to be. You may have known for a while now that something is going on with the metaphysical reality of this world and you, but maybe you haven't had the right information to explain it. Sometimes the morph will be stronger than at other times, but it never leaves. So many of you have already experienced the morph without ever realizing it. It's here to change and heal the soul of the world. If you're wondering why would you bother with all of this morph and what reference or what relevance does it have on your spiritual journey, what I'd say to you is that it represents the arrival of the feminine. Our world is a yang world. It's a world of up, it's a world of men, it's a world of war and power and politics and acquisitions and materialism. And the feminine spirit is the arrival of softness, compassion, healing, transcendence, ESP, extraordinary happenings like the ones that have been described before, where people dematerialized in a sitting room at my home. So we're looking at the arrival of the opposite force. You could say, well, it doesn't interest me, Stewie, but in a way, it's bound to interest you because it's going to intrude in your life whether you like it or not. So, for example, this morph business has been around since the beginning of time because there are instances in the Bible where Jesus just appeared in front of his disciples, mysteriously sort of materializing in front of them. And pals of mine have spontaneously levitated, where they're lying on the bed and suddenly they come up, interestingly, they come up head first at an angle with their head high and their feet low, and eventually their feet are the last things to leave the bed. And they'd be up there for several minutes and then come back down again. It's a mystery. I've never done levitation, so I can't say I'm an expert on it, but I know two people that have levitated 3 times between them. And these are things that we've heard from Hindu manuscripts, Buddhist manuscripts, and this example that I gave before from the Bible of Jesus just appearing and disappearing. These transdimensional worlds have been here since the beginning of time, but in our cerebral, logical, very yang world, we lost touch with the hidden mystery, the memory of trees, as I spoke of, the memory of the imprint that is all around us. We've lost it. Of course, we all know that in quantum physics, we are, for the most part, empty space. The nucleus of the atom is the only part that has any sort of reality to it. And the nucleus is minute, small. I mean, your entire body wouldn't fit into a thimble if we could collect all the nuclei and put them in there. You know, you're a dot on a page. So the idea that you're solid is only really our opinion, because we need to be important, so we like to feel we're solid. But we're not actually even solid, which is sort of interesting, because then you think like, well, if you're suffering from a liver complaint, you're suffering from a liver complaint of a liver that isn't actually there, which is sort of weird. You think, well, how could I be suffering because the thing isn't actually there? It's a thought form. It's very ephemeral, the liver. So then that says, wow, we can perhaps just talk to this liver and ask it what it wants, you know, and it might say, well, I don't want so much whiskey. That's not helping me much, but I would like carrot juice or something, you know. It's like we can be so much more in touch with our humanity and with our physical body. As the feminine energy comes into this earth plane, you have to imagine it as if you were lacing the fingers of your right hand through the fingers of your left hand. She comes in the spaces between our reality. She's in the gap. So she completes us. We can't be complete only in a yang state. And even if you're in a woman, you live in a yang world, and you probably have to hurtle out to work every day in a yang fashion and feed onto the freeway in the right place and feed off in the right place, and you have to perform and be. So you may be feminine in your sexuality, in your body, but you're living in and under the domain of male rules. The feminine spirit, she's moving in between the male. She's in between the molecules of our masculinity. In the olden days, many thousands of years ago, there was a group of beings that appeared mysteriously in northern Italy. And they became known eventually as the Etruscan Empire. And they were centered around a small town in what is now Tuscany that was called Volterra. They had temples, and in those temples, the healers would lie down next to the person that was sick, and the healer would dematerialize and go inside the sick person, perform an operation, and come back out again. So here we're looking at the spaces between the masculine, and here she arrives, the feminine, and she comes in, and we have the potential to heal each other. We have the potential of being able to place our hand inside somebody and take out cells that might be cancerous, in the same way as Neo in the Matrix film puts his hand inside Trinity and takes out the bullet when she was shot. In that state in the Matrix film, he goes holographic and she goes holographic. And in order to make that entry inside another person, you have to get into a holographic state. I've only ever had it happen to me once. We think we're separate, but in fact we're all one. There's only one person on this whole earth. And, well, there's two, in fact. There are two people on this earth. There's one male and one female. There's only one male in the whole universe, and there's only one female in the whole universe. And we're all part of that oneness. Now let me say this, the sight of the morph is not something reserved for high adepts, or Hindu holy men, or great spiritual leaders, the purple poobah of the seventh ray and all that malarkey. It's for everyone, and thousands of people have already seen the morph, and some, like you, will learn to use it. I'll show you how to get started. Nothing like this has ever happened before in the history of psychic powers and metaphysical happenings. It's new, and lots of mystics and holy people and the Hopi Indians have predicted a new age of enlightenment. And they were not wrong. It arrived. This truly is a new era for humanity. Another way to see the morph is raise your arm in the air and watch the end of your fingers, again in a darkened room, and see if you can see flashes of energy coming off the ends of your fingertips. The morph takes oxygen out of the air, so it never comes down lower than 2 to 3 feet from your face. If you cup your hand and make a C shape with your forefinger and your thumb, try and see if you can see a small tube between the bottom of your finger and the top of your thumb. It is illustrated in the CD-ROM provided. That little tube is a vortex. Try putting a finger in the middle of the C that your forefinger and thumb make. And as you push through the middle of that C, you will feel it tickling slightly, or it may feel slightly warm as it passes through another vortex. This morph thing is alive, and it also rejuvenates your cells. One day my hand started to prickle like crazy, and I watched over a period of 20 minutes when all my cells rejuvenated, and brown spots and pimples and faint blotches on my hand disappeared, and the skin became creamy looking, as if my hand had gone back 30 years in time. The gift of the morph will become a great power in this world, for when it showed me the rejuvenation of my left hand, it didn't happen on my right hand, so once the process was over, I could clearly see the difference between the two. In case you're wondering, the morph might have begun the healing process on you already. So many of you have experienced the morph without ever realizing it. With the morph comes various body sensations. The most common begins with a twitching of the eye. This can last a few days or even weeks. At first it worried me. I wondered what was wrong. I didn't know it was a morph thing. Then one day it ended. Then there is what we call the buzz. It's a low-volume, high-pitched buzzing sensation that seems to move around your head. Often you imagine it behind you, as if it is hovering there, 3 or 4 inches behind the back of your skull, at about the base of your cranium. You'll sometimes hear the buzz move from one side of your head to another, just like when you flip the speaker direction on a stereo system, and you hear that whoosh of the music going from side to side. The buzz can be quiet and soft and gentle, and then at other times it gets real loud. Don't worry, it ebbs and flows. You'll get used to it. If you have the buzz, it's a gift, a grace that will develop over time. It's energy, information coming from another world. The shamans of South America called the buzz the airplane. It seems to be part of the transdimensional journey, an information download. Now, there's a type of ringing in your ear that is called tinnitus. That is very different to the buzz.
as tinnitus is a medical condition in which the ringing is very clearly heard in one or both of your ears, while the buzz is more spatially located. It moves around all the time. I've had it on and off for 4 years. Sometimes it stops for weeks at a time, and then it starts up again. At times the buzz is less electric and loud, and it goes to a soft shushing sound. White noise it's often called. When the white noise comes, it's usually accompanied by a sense of bliss. Then there is another audio sensation that you may have already heard, and that is what I call formatting. It's a very faint tick-tick sound. It seems to be limited to one ear. It reminds me of the sound floppy disks made in the olden days, when you had to format them before use. I don't know as yet what the formatting sound represents, but again it feels like more downloads. But I do know what it looks like, and there's a diagram of it in the CD-ROM provided. Sometimes you will also hear the soft clicking of drumsticks. This is usually due to anomalies or fluctuations in the electromagnetic field around you. It's heard a lot in poltergeist cases, which it has been discovered may not be the actions of evil spirits, but the warping of reality in places where strong electromagnetic fields cross, like in a valley where there are microwave phone towers on the surrounding hills. You may also have experienced what we call the flutter. It's the sensation that your nervous system is fluttering slightly. In men, it often starts between the legs, between the ankles, and in women, they seem to first experience the flutter in the chest area. I remember in the early days telling a doctor about the flutter, and he looked at me completely blank. He had no idea what I was talking about. And I've known people that got really scared thinking they had Parkinson's disease. But the flutter is not an ailment. It is very similar to the prickling that I felt on the back of my hand. It's a wonderful gift. If you get the flutter, it is marvelous. It's a higher oscillation of life force, or etheric as we call it. Your cells begin to rebuild themselves, taking on a higher vibrancy. Also, we notice that people that have had the flutter over a period of years all look very bright and lucent, and often they begin to look younger and younger as time goes by. There are about 100 sensations of the morph, so I can't deal with all of them here, but some include a neck flip that occurs at night as you go to sleep, and a series of electric shocks in various places in your body, whereby your muscles twitch. Sometimes they're so strong they can almost throw you off the bed. These elects, as I call them, are big inputs of energy coming from another world. I'll talk about these sensations more later, but the morph to me is full of grace and beauty. And yet some of it is slightly weird because it's a world that we know very little about. If at first you don't see the morph right away, don't worry. It could be because of two things. Some people are very cerebral. They are the world's thinkers. They have never been used to a world of subtle feelings, and they don't believe in the unseen. Often these people don't have visions or dreams whatsoever. They live just in a world of intellectual ideas. For them, everything has to follow logic, or they feel exposed and unsafe and open to ridicule. If you're like that, give yourself time. You need to trust and let go, as your mind may be very bright, but it will never get to a place beyond enlightenment. For the transdimensional world we have discovered doesn't follow any logic that we understand. There's nothing wrong with intellect and mind and logic, but it eventually runs out of answers. There are only ever questions and more questions. Sometimes people that are very bright and intelligent, like university professors, have such powerful minds they gradually make their minds into God. Thinking becomes a religion for them. If you're like that, your life will be frustrating and hard, for the only way humans can evolve beyond the mind is to enter into the supernatural. That world is not logical. It's very fleeting. And perception, as you know, is very subtle. Some people are so coarse and cynical in their energy that they have no perception or very little. Their life becomes fearful because they have difficulty in seeing the future, and they don't believe that there is a grace or a flow of divine light coming into their life. The second reason for not being able to see the morph is that a long time ago you may have forgotten how to look. When you were a child, you would look and you would see. You would see the gap, the spaces between things. So start to look for what is not there. Look into the spaces between the leaves. Look and see if you can halt time. There's a sensation that we call fat time, when the experience of time goes very long and wide. If you know that feeling, you will have seen the edge of the gap. Start to look in the space between reality, between the leaves of the trees and so forth, and start to listen to hear what people are saying when they're not talking. What is in their silent dialogue? You might also need a bit more of the flow of the God force or grace in your life. Without that, you'll be a bit blind for a while. You will feel a bit flat and ill at ease. You may be looking for energy to sustain you from outside sources. Food, drugs, alcohol, sex, pornography, predatory ways, even thieving and shoplifting. Anything that brings energy from outside, like incessantly watching TV. We do that because we seek momentary excitement. If you're very cerebral, then you have to pray that the powers that be give you at least one experience that you can believe in, that will blow away the walls of logic. You'll get it if you pray for it, and if you aren't too arrogant in the way that you pretend to know it all. As you begin to believe, even if you can't see well right now, you can gradually pull the hidden power into your life, and so the supernatural becomes more normal. Learn to sit or lie in silence, in the semi-dark, and trust. You should keep a little dream journal where you write down any dreams you remember, or visions, or even sudden strange sensations. Sometimes you'll be walking along and something will trigger a big realization. You should jot that down, and bit by bit it will all come to form a pattern. It's your higher knowing from an inner world talking to you. The trick is to embark on a plan to raise your energy and make yourself more aware of the gap. If your energy goes up, you'll feel more secure and less scared, and you'll perceive more. There's a mass of information in the morph waiting for you to connect with it, and it will talk to you, I promise you. And even if at first you can't see, then you might have to create a threshold experience for yourself. Here's one way. Set aside a few days when you're off work to be on your own and in silence out in nature, up in the mountains. You might need to pull away from the stress and worry of your life and the day-to-day circumstances, for that can warp your image of self and corrupt your perception of life. This is because when we live in our emotions and our thinking, we lose connection with spirit and the sacred nature of who we really are and what this life is about, which is remembering who you are. A simple example would be if you have allowed your life to become very repetitive and boring. Soon your mind comes to believe that nothing unusual could ever happen and that life is always flat and dull. What you believe is what you see, and it's also what you get. So that dullness and a lack of imagination eventually becomes all that you see. Sometimes your relationships are loving and they sustain you, and sometimes they're so scary and so toxic you lose sight of who you are. You forget to tend to yourself. You become a slave to the ideals of another, to what you think they want from you. By getting away, you rediscover yourself. You get to turn within and see what light is in there and how to guard it better. I take time out of my own quite regularly. Sometimes I go on the road for months at a time, on my own, just travelling about. It's vital to me. And yes, it can be a lonely journey, but in the quietness, or when walking in nature, I see beyond the boundaries of my life, and I see things I never saw before. I also fast quite regularly as a way of bringing my energy up quickly. Sometimes I go without food for just 3 days, and sometimes I fast from 5 to 9 days. Now, if you have low blood pressure problems and other health concerns like diabetes, you shouldn't fast without discussing it with your healthcare professional, because there is a small percentage of people that don't do well by fasting, and yet many others can benefit from it greatly. It opens up a doorway inside you very quickly. Your energy becomes instantly more rarefied, and your mind goes quiet, and you become softer, more spiritual, and more aware of other worlds and unseen beings. A threshold experience like 3 days of fasting in silence on your own can carry you from coarse and asleep to aware and awake. Then suddenly you'll see the morph, even though you were looking at it all the time without seeing it before. It's there, and the morph acts as a lens for you to see inside these other worlds. You may ask yourself, why do you need to go beyond enlightenment, and why would you bother to make this journey? And I suppose the resounding reason is that if you look inside your soul, you'll see that there's something missing. Morpheus in the Matrix describes it as a splinter in your mind. You always know that there's something that isn't working. There's some bit that you don't know, that you haven't found, that you're sort of wandering around looking for the key to everything without knowing what the key looks like or what it is that you're actually searching for. So the reason for this journey beyond enlightenment is really to arrive at the complete you, the authentic you, the whole you. Our human body is small, sort of 5 to 6 feet tall or slightly taller. But in fact, deep down, we're vast. We're bigger than the universe. The whole of the Milky Way you could hold in your hand. So you're a microcosm, and then there's a macrocosm version of you that is absolutely enormous. And so it becomes sort of part of the remembering. And so the reason to make the journey and the reason to go into the unknown, and of course, when you say unknown to people, they tend to get a little worried that you're going to be whizzing them off into some sort of totally chaotic place. But the journey into the unknown does take a certain amount of bravery. But then the yearning, the nostalgia for eternity that I speak of, is this thing where we yearn to be whole. We live almost entirely in a yang world. We have no experience of yin whatsoever. And then the little yin that we do experience when we're out fishing or in the forest or just moments where we're playing with our children on the beach on a sunset, that's the only yin we ever experience, 1 week a year, not even the whole of the week. And so without the feminine, we aren't complete. And so the morph represents the arrival of the feminine, and the journey beyond enlightenment, which of course is an ego trip enlightenment. It's a spiritual elitism. It doesn't exist. But the journey beyond enlightenment is saying, hey, what I want is completeness. What I want is wholeness. What I want is to arrive back to where we all came from. Some of you may ask, why am I on the journey and why am I not necessarily pushing you to go? And I'm just doing that out of my typically English politeness, because I don't want to scare you or challenge you or make you want to feel inadequate. But of course you'll go on the journey. And the weird thing is, you don't go on the journey comes to you. So it's like you never go on the journey comes to you. It's the same with bilocation, to tell you the truth. Bilocation is the ability to go into trance and move your body a great distance in seconds by sort of bending space-time. Well, all the adepts or the amateurs that try it attempt to travel from, let's say, Texas to France. But in fact, the only way you can bilocate is if you can pull France to you. In other words, at the point where you make this transdimensional transition, Paris comes and gets you. It's really weird, but it is exactly the opposite. How you arrive beyond enlightenment is not to strive to arrive at it, because in the striving you engage these yang emotions, the intensity of your intention, the intensity of driving and pushing and wanting to arrive, the intensity of, say, not feeling good enough, so you think, well, if I take on these spiritual practices, I'll be better and more holy. But this journey has nothing to do with better and holy. Better and holy is completely irrelevant. You can't arrive at God other than in your imperfect state, because we are imperfect. And so in the striving, you'll never get there. It's almost as if the more you strive for the Holy Grail, the more the Holy Grail hops up the road in front of you. That's why there's so many people that are so desperate to have like one spiritual experience. If only Jesus would appear on the refrigerator, If the Mary would appear on this tortilla, we could sell it on eBay for 20 grand. But in their desperation to achieve that holy grail, they just push it up the road in front of them. The holy grail always stays, let's say, 8 to 10 yards in front of them because they're pushing. Because in pushing, you are operating out of the yang. So the intensity of you wanting it forces it to keep away from you. But when you're no longer forcing it, it comes and finds you. The trick is to not push. It's not so much retreat, because you don't want your feelings to be any less than before. You don't want to create a sense of defeat, and you don't want to create a sense of inactivity. Like I'll sit here as a lump of dough blob in the corner and wait, but it's mostly not pushing to arrive. It's a gentle intention. You're wandering along, you're prompted to read this book, you're prompted to purchase these tapes, you're prompted to call a friend, you see something strange and you think, wow, I don't know why, but I'm pulled to the Native American and I'm going to go to visit the Anastasi ruins, or, just these promptings inside of you, or you're pulled to the shamans of Brazil, or you're pulled to, like these places where you hear these things. And again, that's this mirror self you saying, come on, Bubba, get over to Brazil. That's where the doorway is for you. But the Brazilian doorway is the Scottish doorway, is a book in a library for somebody else. It knows. This whole world is so perfectly organized. There's no chance, there's no accident, nothing is misinterpreted, nothing goes wrong. It is all absolutely perfectly organized. That's sort of like the divine plan, I suppose. The way to make this journey is passively, and that's why women never experience anything like the amount of fear that the men experience. Because we men are not passive, we're way more controlling. It's the natural yang thing, to control and to organize and to stimulate, and we put boundaries on everything and we want to rule the world. And if we can't rule the world, we want to rule the town, the village. If we can't rule that, we want to rule the street, the neighborhood, or just our families. We want to rule. The women are much more passive, and the whole thing is this passiveness. So it isn't frightening unless you hold on. It isn't frightening unless you resist. Yes, strange things will happen, but allow them. You just allow it to happen. And what you'll know from experience after a while, if you're a little bit of a spiritual warrior and you've been on the path a bit, is that none of this stuff ever lasts more than 15, 20 minutes. And you'll get some really bizarre sensation, and it's gone in 3 days. It's like if you come home and somebody's stolen your stereo system, you can go into a panic and a rage, or you could just say, well, they've come for the system, haven't they? Somebody's come to collect the system. Everything you own, you've only borrowed from God. Like it's a big rental yard in the sky, and you go in and everything you borrowed. You aren't taking any of it with you. You're just borrowing it for the space of this lifetime or a few years. And it's the same with your stereo system. You can go mad because it's been stolen, or you could say, they've come to collect this system, Somebody else is borrowing my system now. At the beginning of this series, I offered you the potential of an extraordinary journey. You don't have to accept that potential. You can continue along this life that you've built for yourself. But it will be regimented. It will be tick-tock. It will be boring. It will oppress you. I mean, most people figure out a way to oppress themselves and or kill themselves rather than change. And it's not for me ever to say that is wrong or that is right. I don't know what's right for you. But where you feel the splinter in your mind, where you feel the frustration, where you feel that inadequacy, then that will impel you to move forward. Like I remember 10 and 15 years ago, I would lay in my bed at night and I would cry because I'd think my life is so utterly futile. And in those days, I had an ivory tower better than anybody else's, I had a 30-room mansion and servants and cooks and gardeners, and I had millions in the bank. And I was rocking around like a pop star, stretch limos and all this stuff, suites in the fanciest hotels. And all of that was fine. It was a wonderful experience. But in the end, I gave it all away. I gave the mansion away. I spent most of the money going from one place to the next. And what was left of my money, I gave it away. And I eventually went with a suitcase and $50,000 that I kept for myself. And I went on the journey. And I'm still on the journey now, 5 years later. My ivory tower was my enlightenment in a way, because at the end I realized I didn't want to keep it up. And circumstances sort of conspired to collapse my ivory tower anyway. There's a psychological flip you have to make. People think that higher is up, but energy that is moving faster is not really going up, it's going sideways. If you ever meet a man or a woman that truly knows these worlds that I'm speaking about, you will notice that they've come off the roof of the tower and they're going sideways, not up. Sideways, you may ask. Yep, sideways. Now you can troll through the Bible and great works and all of the New Age, and you can read that and perhaps benefit from the ideas of great teachers, but you'll never find people that will tell you that the etheric goes sideways. This is because they all think the same, and they all think as the ego would, an ego that has lived on the tower all of its life. It's obviously up. It must be the right way up. Higher and higher, more and more. The fool only understands up. But sideways is the right answer. It took thousands of years before we found that out. Jesus might have ascended into heaven after the crucifixion. I can't say if that is true or not. Christians have to take it on faith. But I can tell you this. If Jesus ascended into heaven, he didn't go up, as there's no up to go to. If you go up, you get into altitude problems and your lungs collapse. If he went anywhere, he went sideways. He ascended to heaven sideways. And maybe he dematerialized. That is because the doorway to the spiritual heaven we all seek is at 90 degrees to us, at right angles. Light travels in a straight line at about 300,000 kilometers per second, but what people don't usually realize is that it also has a sideways motion at 90 degrees to the straight line ahead that light is taking as it travels through space. This is a zigzag sideways motion to light, as well as the forward motion of light. There is a diagram in the CD-ROM to help you visualize this. The zigzag motion of light is described in a special type of mathematics that is called the mathematics of imaginary numbers. If you wanted to dematerialize and enter into a heavenly dimension, you would have to learn to slide across sideways. You have to follow the transverse wave of light. You can trust me on that for two reasons. First, everyone that has ever tried to make it by going up failed miserably. And secondly, the sideways motion is the only way you can ever go backwards in time, as that is the only way you can go faster than light. Now, it's not your physical body that will travel faster than light, but it is your etheric body, your life force. To evolve beyond the tick-tock world, you have to think out of the box and fall back on yourself in that sideways world. Let me explain. The laws of light refer to the forward motion of light in a vacuum. But the sideways motion of light is not very fast at all. In fact, the waves of the sideways motion oscillate at about 4,000 to 8,000 angstroms a second. Each pulse wave is known as an angstrom. So you have to imagine 4,000 to 8,000 zigzag lines crossing the main light beam every second. If you can oscillate your life force, the etheric, sideways at over 8,000 cycles a second, you will actually be going faster than light. Nothing physical can move faster than light, but the human etheric can move sideways faster than light, and that has now been proven in the morph over and over. The sideways motion will grant you a perception of the future, and you will need to know that because you have to be able to understand the karma of nations and people, and you will have to make critical decisions at exactly the right time, so you will have to be able to see the future. Don't worry, it's easy. So when you lie down to meditate, or even if you meditate sitting in a chair, first imagine yourself sliding off to the right. It's a creative visualization, and even if at first you can't get your etheric to respond to that sideways order, you can make it happen over time by imagining it. And the etheric always follows your imagination in the end. You see how clever this system is? The tower is all up, more and more gratification, more illusion, and all the stress and futile depression, and the struggle to sustain self-importance. But once the tower comes down and the ego is tamed, and sometimes humbled, you have nowhere to go but to travel sideways. This takes you towards a warmer existence with other people, and towards the animals, and towards Gaia and the healing of the planet, and all the natural domains of softness, love, compassion, and acceptance. And sideways takes you to where you eventually know that you haven't got a clue. In fact, the more you grow and become truly transdimensional, the more you will know for certain that you don't know very much at all. None of us do. All I'm telling you here is how to get to the 90-degree nowhere land. I can't begin to describe the fractal worlds beyond the door where the higher beings exist. They are from beyond the void. And as I said at the beginning of this series, at the very end of this journey there's nothing, just the eternal void. And that void is nothing and everything. Looking back from that void, enlightenment looks silly. It's just a term invented by spiritual elitists. You have to engage the ego and your mind to be enlightened. You don't need it. It's far too heavy. In the void there is nothing in every direction. In the vastness of nothing, what point of reference would you use to decide if you're up or down, enlightened or not enlightened? Let me explain quickly. Pause and imagine you're in the void, and that there is nothing. No family, no friends, no sounds, no up, no down, no hope, blank, nothing. The way to visualize it is to imagine looking down and seeing an endless darkness and blackness below you. That will give you the right impression. Or you could ask in a meditation, show me the void, but you have to hang on to your hat if the beings come to handle your request. Anyway, after the void, I could see that humanity's insistence on the ivory tower looks silly. It's just childlike, not real, worthless really. And all the little things of life look gracious and marvellous, and they're worth everything. Make it a part of your energy plan to get rid of one aspect of the ivory tower every day if possible. Today, sell the second car. Tomorrow, give away some of your designer clothes. And the next day, liberate yourself of something or someone. Every day, some part of the ivory tower goes, and then get rid of a bad habit, and then lovingly settle an argument with someone. And the following day, sell some more of your accumulated rubbish, and use that to settle a debt, and so forth. I did an inventory of the people in my life. You might want to do the same as part of your threshold plan. Write down the names of all the people that you know and deal with that impact your life. Family, friends, business associates. Then sit quietly and bring them up in your mind's eye. How many really love you and support you and accept you unconditionally, and how many are a waste of time? Or they feed off you emotionally, or they drain you energy-wise or money-wise. How many are honest, and how many of them are dead dodgy? How many lie to you? I've always found if a person lies about small things, they will eventually lie about big things. And when you come upon a person that doesn't deal with absolute truth in their life, then whatever energy you express in their direction will eventually bring tears and heartache. Embracing the truth is a sideways move. Catch yourself every time you exaggerate or bend the truth. Every time you deliberately give people an erroneous impression, or when you offer them faulty facts. Learn to become scrupulously honest. Make a point of noticing when you're in denial, and when you're glossing over events, interpreting them in a bent or dodgy way to suit your story. Try to be honest with yourself and agree to live like that in an impeccable way as much as possible. Remember, of course, that none of us is perfect. The reason for all this effort is that over in the mirror world, the you that is in there, that is composed of your subconscious, feelings and impulses, has to operate from the perspective of the authentic soul that you really are. So naturally it cringes every time you go the other way and you're dishonest or covert, and every time you act dishonestly with yourself or you act outside what is proper and correct. It's trying to prompt you all the time in your dreams, and by firing through subtle feelings that prompt you to go towards what is healthy and truthful and beneficial and away from phony and lies and darkness. Those feelings are stored in the mirror self, which is your eternal spiritual identity. So it's not so much about what happened in this life, it's more about how you felt about what did happen, and how your actions in this life affected the feelings of others. In other words, your whole life comes down to a memory of feelings. Some of you have always known it was about the feelings, and perhaps you were scared to say so, fearing ridicule, or fearing that you would seem to be slightly dippy, and so you would be marginalized. But you were right all along, and the world around us, and the one we see on TV, is the world of yang and ego and thinking. War, power, money, glamour, fame, up, up, up. These things are seen to be so important and special. And yet in a hyperspace reality it all matters very little, if at all. It will all be swept away in the end. None of it lasts. Only the human feelings last. And they're stored in your subconscious, which is here and in the mirror self. The mirror self is in effect your soul. That is beautiful. That's where the perpetual long-term memory of you is kept. I think I worked that out before I could actually see the mirror world. Here's how. Ages ago I began to wonder what mechanism or recording device actually remembers you after the brain ceases. Obviously, a lifetime of events and struggle here on Earth would be meaningless if there was no mechanism for remembering what actually happened to you. There couldn't be an afterlife without a mechanism for remembering, and yet no religion or spiritual philosophy in the world has ever properly explained what holds or retains the perpetual memory of you after death. But via the morph we saw that we're all in the mirror world before we die, in an alter ego, in a mirror world identity. Then the remembering problem was suddenly solved. Once your brain ceases functioning, the memory of you here is lost. But your mirror self, in the spirit world opposite us, has all the information anyway, and it continues to exist in its own dimension. It isn't dead. How cool is that? Problem solved. Your mirror self has your deep innermost feelings. It is, in effect, your soul. In the morph, you can actually see it. Imagine the thrill of seeing your soul. It doesn't seem credible, but it's in there. In the Bible, it talks about people losing their souls, but in the perpetual memory of the mirror world, I don't think you could lose your soul. It's eternal. In 1930, Paul Dirac discovered a mirror world of antiparticles that is opposite to this solid world. Dirac's mirror world doesn't look any different to our 3D solid world, except the antiparticles are of an opposite charge. Your antiparticle self would look like your twin. It is thought that at the beginning of time, the negatively charged antiparticles destroyed the positively charged particles. So what we see as our universe is the remnant of those explosions. Scientists speculate that there must have been a slight excess of positive particles over the negative antiparticles. The ratio is estimated to be one extra positive particle in every billion particles. So you're 1 in a million. Well, 1,000 million actually. You should write down those things that are tormenting you. You have to learn to love your tormentors because they're you. And in placing blame on others, what you're really doing is blaming yourself. And if you see inadequacy in that person, then it's your own inadequacy that you're projecting. If you feel that these people are being dishonest, it's because you've always been dishonest. In England, you'll meet a villain in the pub that's complaining about how rotten and dishonest people are in the neighbourhood because they stole his hubcaps, you know? And I used to laugh because I know this guy, lives by thieving. And he goes, "Oh, Stuart, it's bloody awful, mate. You know, they're terrible. They're stealing me hubcaps. I don't know what's happened to this society nowadays." And I'm thinking, yeah, but what about you, Bubba? Because you're out there clambering around the roofs on a Saturday night stealing people's TVs. But it's that, we complain about the very thing that's inside us. We hate people that we love. When you hate a person, what you really mean is there's something about them that you love. They have something you want. One of the steps of the journey beyond enlightenment is to begin to own what you're looking at. Begin to own your own emotions. Again, as I said, it's all to do with the resonance of the imprint of your feelings. And so, if you hate them, it's because you hate yourself. Or it's because they've got something you want. or because you're jealous of them, or because you feel that they're competing with you. But as I've always said, when a person wants to compete with you, let them. Let them win. Agree to be last. Go into the next race, the next game, the next whatever, and agree to be last. And if you're ahead and you're close to the line, trip over, fall down, lose your shoe, get lost, but make sure you don't win. Because it says, doesn't it, in the great book, the last shall be first, and the first shall be last. And most people don't listen. So they're up on the freeway 10 to 6 in the morning, and they're going up, 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 trying to be first. Hey, wait a minute, you don't want to be first, you want to be last. Last is the safest place to be. In talking about this inner torment that we create for ourselves, a lot of people suffer from the need to be perfect. And that usually comes from a projection that they received in childhood from their less than perfect mother and their less than perfect father. So if the father failed as a football player, he wants his son to become the world's greatest, and he'll torment his son to make it to the Super Bowl. So we always get that need for perfection from our parents, or we get it from the people that you go to school with. So you feel you have to be perfect to compete with them. Don't compete with them. You know, they say, look, why aren't you looking perfect? You say, I don't like looking perfect. You look perfect. I'll look less than perfect. In me looking scruffy and terrible, it'll make you look more beautiful. Won't that help you? You know, I'm not competing with you. And so that's how we torment ourselves. We torment ourselves to be perfect. If you give up on being perfect, it's the same thing agreeing to be last, agreeing to lose. You don't need to be perfect. We didn't come to be perfect. It's just a torment that you inflict upon yourself. It's a psychological tormentor for no reason at all. I have a dear friend of mine, and whenever he makes a big mess of something, he'll say, like, man, I'm sorry, but I've just had a terrible wreck in your car. Love me. Love me. That's all he ever says. Love me. You know, or he says, look, I'm sorry I offended you and I lost my temper. Love me. I'm sorry I'm late. Love me. I'm sorry I failed. Love me. And I'll tell you, one day I was in Florida and I decided to walk through the ghetto. And it was 2 o'clock in the morning. And I took my shoes off because being like a white man walking through the ghetto at 2 in the morning is a slightly dangerous experience for an English tourist. So I took my shoes off, actually, to disarm anybody, because why is this man walking along carrying his shoes? Anyway, I met a very nice man called Slim who took me through the ghetto, and I was there for 2 hours wandering around the streets, and I went to a bar with him and stuff. But about 4 o'clock in the morning, I wound up on the sidewalk outside the ghetto, like a block outside. And I didn't have any money on me because I'd given all my money away when I was in there. I went in there with, let's say, maybe $200 or $300 in my pocket, and when I came out, I realized I didn't have a dime, and I was in Sarasota, and I didn't even know the address of my friend's house that I was staying at, because he'd driven me there. I just knew what street it was off. Anyway, 4 policemen showed up, and they were, like, standing over me, asking me questions. Like, who are you? Why are you here? Why are you sitting on the ground? Why you don't have your shoes on and stuff, you know? And they were really aggressive. And so I stood up and I said to these police officers very quietly but very softly, my name is Stuart Wilde. I'm an English tourist. I've been wandering around the district here tonight visiting people. I said, I demand that you love me and protect me. And they all went really quiet. Like, I mean, I swear they had goosebumps, you know. These massive police officers that looked like the front row of the football team, all dressed in black with their guns and stuff. You know, we're not used to guns from England. You know, they looked at me and I said, I demand that you protect me and love me. And suddenly they just softened right up, you know. And finally they said, well, what do you need? And I said, look, I'm really stuffed because I don't know where I am. And I went into this neighborhood and I gave all my money away to various people who asked me for it. And I said, what I really need is a quarter so I can call my friend and ask him to come and collect me. So the guy gave me a quarter. I made a phone call and my mate showed up 15 minutes later. The policeman stood over me. They wouldn't leave me there because they said, you're going to get killed here. It's 4 in the morning. And I said, I don't think so, sir, because I've already been wandering around it for a couple of hours. I didn't get killed 2 hours ago. Why would I get killed now? But they insisted. So these 4 guys, like the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, were standing over me for 20 minutes until my mate showed up to pick me up. So, you know, when you're less than perfect and you stuff it up and you break the vase, you say, look, I'm sorry, I broke the vase. Love me. Just love me. I'm sorry I'm late. Love me. Sorry I was really grumpy. Love me. Sorry I didn't meet the deadline. I'll try harder next time. Love me. I'm sorry I wrecked your car. Love me. You've got to be careful not to use this love me routine as a way of being totally inadequate all of the time or fobbing people off, because the whole secret in life is you have to become a custodian of not only your own feelings but other people's feelings. So you have to put yourself in their shoes. And how do they feel about the fact you've wrecked their car? You can say, look, sorry, love me, and by the way, I'm going to get your car fixed. Or by the way, look, I don't have the money to fix your car, but what I'll do is I'll give you $100 a month for 3 years. You know, you have to tend to other people's feelings, so you can't use it as a way to fob people off or to be less than genuine. You've got to care for their feelings. But in many ways, if you go through the world demanding everybody loves you, they will. You know, I want you to love me. You know, if they're angry with you, you can say, look, I really understand that you're angry and I'm sorry I've let you down, but love me. It automatically sets up that you do love in return. Love me. You know, love me, because I'm frail. I'm totally frail. My little soul is really frail. My soul's been on a journey that maybe only 6 people have ever been on. It was unbelievably scary at times, and it was really frail. But I have no knowledge. I have nothing to offer. Because I'm so frail, who am I to say? People say, what do you know? Tell me what to do. You say, I can't tell you what to do. You know, I'm not God. I don't know what to do. What would you like to do? How does it feel? I'm not perfect. I don't know for myself either. I don't have a perfection to offer. I have no wizardry. I make softness in my own heart my wizardry. You know, I have no plan. I make walking gently every day my plan. What's your plan, man? I don't have a plan. That's my plan. You know, they say, why don't you have a plan? You say, because plan is yang, it's intellectual, it's expecting the same things to happen next week that happened this week. How many millions have been lost on the stock exchange on that kind of plan, you know? It doesn't work. You know, what's your plan? I don't have a plan. You know, what do you intend to do? I don't know. I haven't got any ideas. I may do nothing. So again, it's this idea, when you get to a crossroads, you don't know which way to go. You can struggle and you can tear and beat at your chest and pull on your blouse or whatever, trying to work out which way do I go. Excuse me, if you arrive at a crossroads and you don't know where to go, there's only one answer. Go nowhere. Stop. Pitch your tent. That's it. Stop right there. Don't go anywhere. Because if it's not in your feelings, if it's not coming through from the mirror self, it's not coming through from your soul, then why would you go anywhere? You say, but I've got to get there by 8 o'clock. And you say, get where? Don't go. Well, they'll be upset if I don't arrive. Just remember to ask them to love you. They say, why didn't you arrive at 8? You say, because I got to this crossroads and I wasn't sure. So I sat down and I met 3 men who were sick, so I stopped to heal them. And one of them was crying, so I held him in my arms for an hour. He might have cried a bit less and got finished a bit sooner, but he didn't. So I came when I finished. Then I walked a mile up the road and I realized I'd left my shoes behind. So I decided I didn't need the shoes, and I thought maybe one of those men would like the shoes instead. Didn't you go back for the shoes? No, I didn't go back for the shoes. What will you do without shoes? I'll walk in bare feet. What will you do if you lose your left leg? Hop, hop. Do you need legs? Well, I'd like to have legs, yes, but if I don't have legs, I'll crawl around. What if you can't see? Well, I don't know, I'll learn Braille. What if you die? How do you know that living is better than dying? What if you're not here? If I'm not here, I'm not here. And if I'm here, it's beautiful. If I'm not here, it'll also be beautiful. Love me, just love me. To conclude this session, I can say I'm almost certain that you will see the morph because it's everywhere. And this series will act as a doorway for you. There's a mechanism of alignment available to you. It's just in the knowing. There's a sort of amnesia that goes on. And of course, in childhood, we see all sorts of beings and all sorts of magical things that later in life as grown-ups we'd completely gloss past. I remember visiting with a truly, truly legendary shaman, an ayahuasca shaman from South America, from the South American tradition. And I was saying to him, are all these beings real? Are all these experiences real? And he was saying to me, it's all real, Stewie. It's all real. It's just you pretend that it isn't real. So you will have lain in your bed and you would have seen beings walking through your room. But because it was ephemeral and it was at the side of your vision and you just glimpsed them, you made nothing of it. You know, strange coincidences, you kind of brush them off.
But hey, there aren't any coincidences. That's all part of the geometry of your destiny, your life. I should reiterate here that it's in the silence, it's in the softness that you learn. That's how you get to this femininity. That's how the right hand laces the left hand. The yin moves in between the spaces of yang. I've read a lot of books, I've studied a lot of stuff, and I'm knowledgeable of, let's say, metaphysical spiritual writings. But almost everything I've ever learned, I learned in the morph. But the morph is very feminine. The morph is water. It looks like water. So the morph is the feminine spirit. It's the presence of the feminine spirit that has descended upon our planet. So it's in the silence. It's in the softness. And again, if you have a lot of obligations, you might say, well, Stuart, I don't have a lot of time for silence. Okay, I understand that. But in the few moments of silence you have, just touch inside your heart and breathe in and hold that breath and imagine yourself spreading to the outside of the universe faster than the speed of light. You can embrace the entire humanity, planet, solar system, and the universe, and then breathe out and breathe in again. And so if you only have 10 minutes of silence while you're waiting for the train to come to take you to work every day, use that 10 minutes, not listening to your mind rambling on about the mortgage payments, but a soft moment where you connect with the God force within, where you remember the nostalgia that you have for eternity. Eventually you should be able to access those other worlds just by knowing how to do it. It comes to you. It's like a click of the mind, where you see what others don't see. It doesn't take a rocket scientist, but it does take a certain amount of courage, for as I've said before, there are places deep inside you that you have yet to discover and unearth, and you have to allow that to come out and understand it. But that is all part of the heroic compassion of self I spoke of, and an understanding that none of us is perfect. We're all white and some black, so as a spirit, you and I are mostly grey, neither a saint nor a devil, someplace in between. We're all fallen angels doing our best. Get up, Trinity, get up. Let's move on. We don't seek perfection, there's no such thing. We only seek to redeem ourselves, and hopefully we will help others realize the same peace and redemption. This is what this is all about, deliverance. Deliverance from evil, deliverance from dark influences, many of which you can't see now. I'll talk about the inner and outer matrix in the 4th session, and deliverance from the despair and confusion of a lack of understanding, back to the light, and an eternal happiness and peace. You look inside the morph in a meditative state, and you lie still and wait and see what visions and information it offers you. And all you need is to try the exercises I suggested, and raise your energy a bit if you have to, and you'll see it right away. There's a mechanism at work here. So the very fact that you bought this audio series, or you got them from a friend, says that that was your destiny to do so. And so that means a chance will be offered to you. Not by me, of course, as I don't have the power of yes and no over humanity, but by the forces of light that operate the hidden door I spoke of. Some people see the mirror world easily, as a continuous series of actions playing in their mind's eye like a video clip, and others don't see it right away, but they do see pictures bit by bit, as visions, and the story of that world and their reality in it starts to unfold, usually as fast as they can embrace the gap that I spoke of previously. Let's go to the next session, where I'll talk to you some more about the memory of things and the resonance that you leave behind you as you go along. Thanks. Hi, welcome back. Here we'll proceed by looking at the resonance and the sound of your soul, its stately otherworld imprint, if you like. In the last session, we talked about how the mirror world is opposite us, and in that there is an alternative you. It is composed of your innermost subtle feelings that come from your subconscious mind. We say it is the real you, the authentic you. The alternative self is sacred. It holds the perpetual memory of you. That inner you has a resonance, and that resonance is like a sound. So you could say your soul has a tone that typifies what it is, and that tone may be very ancient and mysterious, and it may resonate at a level that is way beyond anything you've ever heard here on Earth. For beyond the mirror world are other worlds. Each of us is spread through layers of eternity, like strips of chocolate through the center of a sponge cake. And the resonator of that celestial tone here on Earth is your heart. It throbs out the feelings that are remembered in your soul, and those are emitted initially from your heart chakra. It's a pulse or a signal, one that is U-shaped. That pulse is very fast-moving. It travels through the etheric waves that surround your body, and out from there to others. Those signals you give off imprint reality around you, just as Professor Emoto's water crystals are changed into beautiful snowflake shapes or horrible ghoulish images, depending on the feeling of the word that is written on the glass tube that holds the water. If your heart is very big, in the sense that you are a very open and loving person, one that has come to accept humanity unconditionally with no personal judgment, if you have proved that by serving people, and if you see life as a sacred gift, then it is possible that the tone of your soul could resonate for many miles, right across a city. You would have the silent power to bend what has become ugly and dark back to beauty and symmetry. When the heart tone is very beautiful, it's very deep in its resonance. The closest here on Earth is the sound of a crystal bowl. I'll just play it for you so you know what I mean. You can hear how the resonance carries you off to another place. It's a healing tone. If you listen carefully, you can feel yourself going down the center of the sound to another dimension. Beautiful, isn't it? When you listen to the purity of that crystal bowl, you know it's a pure note of sea. It has this pristine, uncluttered quality to it. So that is what our soul really is. It's that sound. When the world ends, there's going to be one thing and one thing only, and that's the sound of water. So when you listen to the sound of water, you're listening to the symphony of the end of the world. And inside that C note is this absolute pristine purity, this uncluttered purity. Like when an opera singer hits a high C, that is the most inspirational part of the song. If you have ever listened to, let's say, Madame Butterfly, some of the famous songs out of that opera, and when the opera singer hits that high C, it carries you back to God. Your whole skin starts to tingle. And it doesn't matter if you're into heavy metal and rock or whatever, an opera singer that can hit that note carries you out and away. And so it's the simplicity of that note, the uncluttered beauty of it, that is the nature of the eternal spirit within us. That's not to say that heavy metal is evil, but it's like a clatter of the chaotic ego, isn't it? It's the music of chaos. It's the music of disgruntled, pained people that are going to clash and bang and make as much noise as possible. And there is a place for heavy metal. You know, there's lots of people that love it. And it talks to them in some way that they appreciate. Like, for example, jazz is the music of despair. So jazz was invented by the black Americans, you know, coming up from the fields and so on, and they sang about the pain or the torment of their life, and sometimes they sang about beautiful things, but you can't listen to jazz unless you want to do a bit of despair. It's the music of despair. And so when you're listening to jazz, you go into and you process perhaps the despair of your life, but you understand it for what it is. So there's the pristine beauty of the bowl sound, and then there's the clutter and the chaos of life. So here now, in this session, we'll look at your etheric energy and see what can be done to make it prettier and more resonant. Raising the vibration to oscillate faster, we hope to disengage from disease and discordant dark energy and align to a purer, more beautiful world. Let us discover what the song of your soul sounds like. But first, let me talk to you about etheric fields and biophotons. 20 years ago, I discovered I could see the etheric field around trees. It's the flashing oscillation of the life force around all living things. Then I saw it around humans and animals, and finally, when my sight of it got stronger, I realized it's around everything, plants, bugs, etc. The etheric is full of fast-moving vortexes and striations of hazy light. Later I came to see many more complicated ramifications in the fields. In many ways, Carlos Castaneda was right when he said that we walk around in a luminous egg. The etheric stretches out several feet in all directions. I learnt that our human feelings are in that field. What we normally describe as feelings are just sensations, electrical pulses to the brain, and the emotions are reactions to those pulses, pleasure, pain, happiness, anger, etc. But real human feelings of love, hate, frustration, joy are all in the etheric. That is how you can read people accurately and sometimes help them. You pick up on the hidden feeling they emit by touching their etheric with your mind, or by placing your hand on their chest, for example. Here's a bit of the scientific background to the etheric reality. Researchers have discovered a new particle, a very weak one, called a biophoton, which is part of the light spectrum. It is measured with very sensitive equipment. It seems to be given off from all living things. It is thought to be light emitted from the DNA. The discovery of biophoton seems to confirm the existence of the etheric field around our bodies as a scientific fact. A photon is a packet of light, so a biophoton is a particle of light given off by a biological system, like the human body. The light given off from a glowworm would be another example of light from a biological source. The biophoton was discovered by medical scientists in Russia in 1923. They originally gave it the strange name of mitogenic rays, but nothing much came of it until they were rediscovered by a German biophysicist called Fritz Albert Popp. He was the one that said the biological light came from the DNA and that it had a coherent quality, meaning that it was like laser light. The reason laser light travels a long way is because the particle of lights are in a tight, coherent field, bunched close together, and so the light doesn't spread out and dissipate like the light beam of an ordinary flashlight. The coherence is the same for the etheric light around your body. That is why you can fire your etheric using your concentration and the power of your will. You can send it across the street, and someone that can see the etheric, even a little bit, can watch you doing it. Professor Popp has suggested that certain diseases may be due to a drop-off in resonance in the biophoton field emitted by the body. It has also been suggested people are influenced by remote sources of etheric light, which has led to research into distant healing, and it may explain why certain magical healers can breathe on people or touch them and make them better. It's also why we seek to raise the energy of the etheric and make it go faster. The researcher William Hamilton III has said, and I quote, "This light emission is an expression of the functional state of the living organism, and its measurement therefore can be used to assess this state. Cancer cells and healthy cells can, for instance, be discriminated by typical differences in biophoton emissions. In other words, sickness is darker than health." After an initial decade and a half of basic research on this discovery, biophysicists of various European and Asian countries are now exploring the many interesting applications which range across such diverse fields as cancer research, non-invasive early medical diagnosis, food and water quality testing, chemical and electromagnetic contamination, cell communication, and various applications in biotechnology. In theory, the biophotons of the etheric field can't be seen by the naked eye, but in subdued light the etheric is clearly visible, and there are thousands of people all over the world that see the etheric on a regular basis. I've never thought that the sight of it took any particular spiritual or psychic gift. All you have to do is to learn to tilt your head slightly when viewing things in subdued light, like a tree, say.
At dusk, look at the top of a tree, and then move your attention a little way to the right, and stare at the sky there, and without moving your eye, take your concentration back to the top of the tree, and you'll see the life field. You'll see the etheric of the tree. If you're interested in morphogenesis and the fields of information around living things, like the etheric, you might like to check out the work of biologist Rupert Sheldrake. What Sheldrake says is that we're all surrounded by fields of information that he calls morphogenic fields, and those fields direct the way an organism develops. So a giraffe is giraffe-shaped because it is surrounded by a morphogenic field that has the history of all the giraffes that have ever lived on Earth. Professor Popp has also speculated that biophotons are message carriers, and that they may be responsible for ESP and non-local jumps of information in quantum fields. I'm absolutely sure he's right about that. Here in this particular session, I've come up with suggestions of little etheric exercises that you could do. Later on, I'll talk to you about the possibility of tapping a person with your mind, where you read how they feel. You basically take an imprint from their feelings, and so your etheric is linked to their etheric is linked to everything. So it's through this biophoton field that you're linked to all information. Professor Popp has said that he believes the biophoton is a carrier of non-local information. Non-local information is when quantum particles jump and they disappear in one place and appear in another place. Or non-local information would be like when you intuitively know that your friend is sick or in need of help, or just when you intuitively know that the phone rings and you know it's Aunt Maud before you even pick it up, you know it's her. You're not because she always calls on Thursday 11, but you just get this hit. It's Aunt Maud. And so what you find is that gradually, as you let go of the sort of ivory tower of analytical logic, you enter more into the sideways space of feelings, that you become connected to the global feeling. And so you can be fully aware how it feels in Palestine today, or fully aware of the problems that are happening in the ecology of the tundra or whatever. You become connected to the Gaia of the planet, and you're connected to people. And so it's through this biophoton etheric field that we develop ESP and intuition, and I live my whole of my life like that. I don't really make intellectual decisions. I try to look around corners with my etheric intuition, with my feelings. So I'm more looking at how does a thing feel. I can look at a person and I can tell you parts of their life story just from their feelings. Not how they look. They could be dressed in a bunny rabbit outfit, but just the imprint that they make walking through a lobby. I can tell you where that man is going with his life. It's completely about gaining more energy for yourself, because not only are you acutely aware of the humans that you are in service to, but you're acutely aware of what you need. And so you'll get these strange little pieces of information that suddenly tell you eat 6 fennels, and you think, fennel? I never eat fennel. Like, what is fennel? But there it is in the supermarket, and you just go and you eat 6 fennels because inside fennel there's some mysterious molecular structure that your body desperately needs. So it's an intuition about your body, it's an intuition about business opportunities, it's an intuition about people, especially people that sort of look okay but they're not. They're going to let you down or rip you off or whatever. And then it's an empathy. I don't know really quite how to describe it, but it's like when you watch a bird, the bird is flying inside your soul. And so when the bird tips its wings from one side to the other, you can feel that wing shift inside your heart. You can feel the spirit of a little dog. Its heartbeat is inside your own heartbeat. So it's an empathy for humanity, and it's an empathy for nature. The ivory tower is created by electricity. And it's created by the ego and its incessant needs. It's sort of the opinion of the personality. So your personality has opinions, and those opinions feed the ivory tower. The ivory tower is always a situation of separation. The idea for the ego is to separate itself from humanity. So the ego wants to be higher than other people. Even if it's only 2 or 3 other people, but it still wants to be higher, Like there's certain sort of homeless people that are sleeping in the park that want to be higher than the other homeless people. It's this idea of separation. So the ivory tower creates a personality that wants to be separated from humanity. And there's a reason in quantum physics for that, because in quantum physics nothing exists until you observe it. So a particle is in a hyperstate, a potential of being somewhere, but it doesn't actually appear anywhere until somebody actually observes it. So the walls of a room are not really there until you look at them. When you're not looking at them, they return back to their hyperstate. So they could be where you last saw them, or they could be in Tibet. There's a potential. All right, it might be many trillions upon trillions upon trillions to one, you know? But scientists know there is a very faint chance that those walls are not there next time you look, and in fact they're on the road to Tibet. So, in the fact that solidity is created by observation, the ego intuitively knows that. So it requires observers to make it feel solid. So the rock star needs observers and minders and bodyguards and massage therapists and agents and promoters and limousines, and they've got a gang of 70 people that travel around with them, observing them, making them special. Yes, sir, no, sir, what do you want? So in that specialness, the ego seeks to raise itself up, and what it's trying to do primarily is to distance itself from the destiny of humanity, and the destiny of common people that are unimportant, let's say, for example, is to die. The more important a person is, the further they are from death, because unimportant people, let's say in countries where human life is not respected much, if a guy dies in the street, you step over him. So the destiny of a common man is to just be ploughed under and die, whereas the ego of the ivory tower is the ego of somebody that's terribly special, that's very highly observed. So they go through this illusion of importance, illusion of immortality. They create for themselves this idea that they are immortal. That is why Hollywood stars go through surgery and Botox and transplants and hairdos and lift your breasts and lower your knees and whatever they do, because it creates this illusion, I am an immortal. And that's what the ego wants to do. It wants to become a demigod. It wants to reach immortality. And one of the ways that it reaches immortality is to create observers. And the observers feed the ego electricity, the tower goes up, and so the ego feels it's distanced from the destiny of humanity. So in many ways, in the journey beyond enlightenment, we don't seek to acquire any new energy, really, because we've got massive amounts of energy. It's just that when the ivory tower isn't being held up and sustained by our concentration, we naturally come down. When we land on the grass, so to speak, it's known as the lunatic on the grass in these old writings. The lunatic on the grass is basically the lunatic that fell off the top of the ivory tower. Okay, then he or she starts to go sideways, and that's where all the perception is. I've talked in this series about the transverse wave of light, the zigzag wave that is going at 90 degrees to the forward motion of light. Well, it's in that zigzag wave that you are connected to all of humanity. So you could say the forward motion of light is the ego in the ivory tower, zooming along miraculously at 300,000 kilometers a second, and the zigzag motion of light, the sideways motion of light, is our empathy, our feminine spirit. It's the yin compared to the forward yang. It's where we automatically join with humanity, and in that joining we join into what Jung called the collective unconscious, but we also join into the force field of the mirror self, which is the force field of the etheric, so you're connected to everybody. You can feel their pain. When you start to touch that empathy, it's an incredibly glorious experience, but also it creates an enormous compassion inside of you. Because rather than seeing somebody as a hard-nosed businessman who perhaps is rather predatory, you see them as a wounded child that's scared, that's grabbing all the toys like he did when he was 3. So in that empathy, you do see and you can feel the pain of humanity. And I have to tell you that sometimes is tragic. You can sit in the lobby of the hotel and you can just observe the pain because you're watching slaves. You're watching human slaves that are being whipped by their egos. They're being whipped to perform. They've been whipped to succeed, to earn money, to consume way more than you ever need. And so you're watching basically a slave ship. You're watching men and women shackled to the floor of a slave ship. and they're walking through the lobby, and so you can empathize with that pain. Of course, if they talk to you, then you can perhaps suggest that they don't do it anymore. But all torment is self-inflicted. I suppose I would say that in the empathy, it's love, but it's more than love, because you are their pain. Their pain's your pain. In other words, the world can't end until they feel okay. The world can't end until every single person is made well. You're connected. So in that connection, you can't get away from the fact that they're hurting. And I think the important thing about other people's pain is that you can't buy it. And you definitely can't make yourself responsible for it. And the wise sort of fringe dweller, spiritual warrior, knows that they're not their brother's keeper. They're not here to interfere. The greatest love that you can offer another human is to let them go, is to let them be, is to make them right. Love them as they are, even though you know that they're about to go over a cliff, psychologically, let's say. We can't buy their pain, but that doesn't mean that you don't have an empathy for it. But then the converse is true, where you see people celebrating, people that are very light-hearted, and there's a festival and everybody in the village is happy and there's dancing and, the mariachi band or whatever, then again you pick up on their joy. So it shows you how important it is to guard that imprint of what you are, to guard it, to become disciplined with it, so that when you are ratty and crabby and upset, you've got to look at, why am I tormenting myself? What's going on here that's making me feel like this, and try to change that imprint. Not blame others. People that say, it's my husband that's making me upset. Hey, excuse me, it's not your husband. Yeah, but he's such a this and a such a that. Wait a minute, he is who he is, and he's probably just a little boy. Let him be. It's your reaction to him that's making you upset. It's our reaction to life. When you're making other people's scapegoat for your own discomfort, then you realize that you're projecting your shadow. When you go, let's say, what I call very white, so you're right and you're correct and you're the honest one and this one's the bad guy, then again you're in your shadow play. When you think you're going to your whitest, most righteous, most preserved state is when you're going to your complete darkness. It's your ugliest state. Because if you have to say so-and-so is dark, what you're saying is, I'm dark. The action we take is, we take responsibility. So you would ameliorate that by saying, look, I know I'm calling you dark, Harry. I'm sorry, I love you. It's actually my own darkness that's coming out today because I'm dog-tired. Or it's my darkness that's coming out today because I'm really pissed off and I've had a hard day at work. Or it's my darkness coming out because I feel my energy dropping and I think I'm getting a bit of flu. So mainly it's the act of being responsible. Because I can't make you angry. I can do things that might stimulate your anger, but you have to agree to be angry. So I could do things that were really irritating, but you could say, wow, that's just Stewie. He's kind of being a bit foolish. He's a bit weak today. He's a bit dishonest. It's like when people rip you off, you can be angry that they've ripped you off, or you could say, well, they're weak. They better have the money. They probably need it. So what can people do? They can realize that the imprint they make today is the pain that they will receive in 3 weeks' time, or the glory. For example, in road rage, you might be seething because people are cutting you up, and you might eventually think, cracky, I don't want to drive because this is potential for a disaster. But of course, not driving isn't the answer, because that's just letting go of your responsibilities or whatever, or letting go of a tool which is useful because it gets you around the town. The answer is to remember that all road rage comes from your own self-importance. Because if they want to get in line, and if 6 other people want to get in line in front of you, you could say, this is a beautiful day for waiting, and you let them go first. So it's only your self-importance that says, this place in the line for the traffic light is my place, and I'm an important person, and I've got to get there 9:10, and I need to be there. But in fact, you're not an important person. You're a divine, eternal, spiritual person that can wait in line forever. So if 100 cars want to go ahead of you, let them. So all road rage, in fact, is not the person that's raging, but the person that is being raged at. And usually what happens is the road rage is some other rage that you had 3 weeks ago. So you were raging at your kids for nothing. Okay, they left a few toys on the carpet, and you put your foot on the truck and fell over. So you raged at the kids for an hour about how messy they are. And then a month later, some guy's raging at you, waving a gun at you on the freeway. But you say, oh, I was so innocent driving along the freeway like the angel of mercy in my perfect white. But in fact, that's just your own rage coming back. In other words, you are a transmitting and receiving station of etheric downloads and imprints. Some are graphic, some are mental, and some are in the buzz or the formatting that I spoke of. There's so much information that you may not be aware of as yet. There's a wonderful story going on in your soul that is unfolding from deep within. So you should never worry about where you will go and how you will get there. You'll know. Trust. Learn to trust. And the more you align to a soft world and a spiritual way, the more you will see it come miraculously into your life. We're all in the morph, and it is in us. And the record of your life so far is in there as well, and your future possibilities, in all their glory, even though that future may be somewhat hazy right now. So we're all in a hologram, and possibly the whole universe is a hologram, and you are in my molecule, and I'm in your molecule. That might be a critical realization one day. You're in a loop. What goes around comes around. We all have a rudimentary understanding of that, as we experience it day to day. But what is the technical reason for energy and karma coming back to us? Your mind imprints your etheric biophotons, and they go out as light from you, and they imprint reality around you. They especially imprint other people who are mainly made of water. Those people will react negatively or positively towards you, and as you react to their reaction, you pump more subtle feelings into your mirror self, adding to your stored memories. And through these stored memories, your mirror self changes, and it tends to drift back and forth in the mirror world to parts that reflect your current state. So it will go from sacred, happy, and blissful to angry and hellish. Gradually, the mirror self starts to pump energy back towards you here in the physical, which might be like the little bruises that the women get. And that returning energy reflects in your body and your mind. The return energy is what you put out emotionally and mentally into your etheric weeks ago. Eventually you take your own stuff back as an energy hit in your physical body. Pain, disease, and a lack of luminosity perhaps. They are consequences of a lack of awareness. All disease starts in the mind, traveling through our etheric and on into the mirror world, where it solidifies and bounces back, developing speed all the while, to come back to us several weeks later. A lot of the warp comes initially from fear. It's weird that our evolution is so much to do with processing fear. Here are a few etheric moves for processing and transcending fear. First, you should never be ashamed of your fears. We humans are small and fragile. Poised as we are in an enormous universe, any one of a dozen things can take us out at an instant. Yet overcoming fear is part of learning to love, for we cannot love when we are afraid. Fear leaves no space for such positive emotions, for it swamps your mind and closes your heart, and your etheric goes grey and dull looking. The more open you become, the more vulnerable you are. It's a test. By letting go and becoming more and more open, you allow yourself to be open to danger, uncertainty, rip-offs, and of course ridicule. Can you live in the restrictive environment of the ego's fears and the rules it will impose upon you? Can you truly express yourself as a complete person, a spiritual person, if you don't take risks and go for it? So the only way forward, in my view, is bit by bit, as fast as you can accommodate your insecurity. Here are a few ideas of some etheric moves which you might find helpful. Most persistent low-grade fear is not due to psychological issues or a poor state of well-being. It is often only due to dehydration. Most don't drink anything like enough water. The water in alcohol and beverages doesn't count. We need about 8 8-ounce glasses of clean water a day, which is just less than 3 liters. Otherwise, body cells become dehydrated, and fear and insecurity increases dramatically. Why dehydration causes fear and anxiety, I don't know. We just observe that it does. Most people would not be scared or depressed if they were better hydrated. If you rehydrate your body, you will see a dramatic improvement in days. Drink 8 large glasses of water a day and take 3 lecithin tablets spread out during the day. You'll get them at the health food shop. You can take lecithin granules if you like instead of the capsules. The lecithin helps the uptake of water in the cells. You will notice a substantial reduction in your levels of anxiety after about 3 days. In total, it takes about 3 weeks to completely rehydrate the body properly. Once you've done that, remember to keep your water intake up and increase it whenever you feel fear and insecurity creeping back in. The hydration discipline is so simple it gets rid of most low-grade fear and it helps with mild depression. As you discipline the ego and begin to control it, your life becomes less fearful. Meditation helps a lot, for it's the only way to properly discipline the mind and stop it thinking so much. The less you worry, the more open you become. The more open you become, the more etheric light is infused within you. The less energy you waste and burn, the more transcendental you will feel, and so the less insecure you will be. Most fear comes from suffering from low energy, which may be mental or physical. But either way, a lack of discipline and too much low-energy stuff, confrontation for example, sets up fear of collapse. That is why the unknown poses such a problem for many people. They worry that they might not be able to sustain themselves financially, physically, or emotionally in different circumstances. However, when you're powerful, you can express that power wherever you go. Changing locations and circumstances means little to you, for you're strong within yourself. If you're insecure, do these things. 1. Exercise every day for 20 minutes if you can. Even gentle exercise like walking is better than no exercise. If you don't exercise, you will get scared. Remember, extra fat in your body is stored fear or stored pain. It's ancient memories in your flesh. Certainly, we all put on a bit of weight in middle age, but you have to lose that by the time you get to your late 50s or early 60s, as there aren't very many old, fat people. To be healthy in old age, you have to be normal and thin. I would be the last person to offer you a weight loss diet. I'm sure you're fed up with all those fads and the hype that surrounds them. Except to say that all the transcendental adepts that I know, the true morph warriors, are almost all vegetarians, as they don't like to kill to survive, and they don't like to ingest the fear that is in the animal's body meat, so most of them live substantially on raw food diets. When food is raw, it's alive, and it has light in it. I'm not an expert on these things, but I have cooked food in the winter when it's cold. But I do go on a diet that has a lot of raw food as the spring comes along. If you want to study up on raw foods, check out the books of David Wolfe. Enough said on that topic. 2. Try to rest and sleep. So many modern achievers and high-action modern families suffer from sleep deprivation. Sleep and rest whenever you can, and allow yourself at least 1 hour a day of quiet time to ponder your life and your strongest moves. Not having time to yourself can make you anxious. Life requires us to be brave. Nurturing yourself and resting and being calm and in control develops security and personal strength. Also, having less responsibility and activity helps. You can soon lose yourself and become fearful if your life is too cluttered. I know many people that sold up and quit the life of the yuppie whirl, and they took their little suitcase and floated off to discover themselves. Of course, if you have families and children, you may not be able to do that, but maybe you can adjust your life to be less active. Often we work hard to pay bills, and in the act of working we create more bills. We buy things, but if you think about it, everything you own, in the end, winds up owning you. I can't remember who said that, but he or she is right. Not long ago I took my suitcase and headed out on a journey of 60,000 miles. I was away for 3.5 years, and I spent a lot of that time on a bed watching the morph. But I learnt more in that time than the whole rest of my life put together. Choices, ones that carry you beyond stress and fear to redemption. I learned a lot about the nature of terror and fear as a firewalk instructor. My associates and I walked about 8,000 people over the years. It was interesting how people handled the unknown. I would tell people just before they walked the fire that their ego would quit and seemingly leave, and that they would walk as if in a dream, often not recalling what happened. I tell people that because of the altered state that fear puts one in, they would probably want to walk the fire twice. Few of them ever believe me, yet on every fire walk we facilitated, about 65% of the participants would go over the fire a second time. Life is often like the moment just before a fire walk. Fear wipes your consciousness, and you enter into a self-induced hypnotic state. Life passes you by. Years can go by without you ever realizing the true you. Time flies when you're stuck. Awareness is a gift granted to the courageous. You can't get rid of fear entirely, but you can come into control of your mind, and by disciplining yourself you feel more confident and more secure. It's not hard. Fear is a bad habit for most people, one that they can learn to control. Here's a quickie. If you suffer from nightmares, stop eating protein after about 6 in the evening, as most nightmares come from food, especially heavy protein. Just eat very lightly early in the evening, no heavy stuff, like steaks and so on. Here's a few etheric tricks that will also help you when you're really scared. 1. Make a fist and thump yourself fairly forcefully in the sternum, center chest, as many times as it takes to change the energy of the heart chakra. That opens it to more energy. Don't punch too hard. The sternum is quite fragile, just hard enough to affect change. 2. Put your thumb and your first 2 fingers together on both hands and tap both your cheeks simultaneously, an inch or so below your eyes. Do this vigorously and quickly. There's a meridian there. Tapping changes the energy flow. 3. Put one hand over the other and place them both over your navel, pressing inwards gently. You can do this laying down, facing up if you wish. Etherically, fear flows out of the solar plexus. It gushes out like rain through a storm pipe. Putting your hand over your navel stems the loss of energy. The less energy you lose, the more calm you become. 4. Lock the fingers of your hands together and place them on top of your head across the middle, covering your crown chakra, and pull your arms downwards, pressing yourself down into the ground. That pulls your etheric back down, and it inhibits your imagination from flying off the handle. If a child is a bit hysterical, just place your hand firmly on the top of its head and press down. Hold the other hand lightly against the child's navel, pressing inwards, both hands working together simultaneously. The hand on the top of the head is good for calming kids and getting them off to sleep. You can also touch them etherically at a distance, as long as you can see them. Imagine yourself with an extended arm. See yourself reaching out etherically and place your etheric hand on the child's head mentally, using the authority of your will. Imagine yourself pressing down on the child. In fact, I use this technique quite a bit when lecturing to stop babies from crying when mothers brought cranky babes into the lecture hall. 5. If you're panicky, let's say you're too speedy and out of control with anxiety, lay down with your head to the north and your feet to the south, on the ground. In the dirt is best. Try to get as much of your skin in contact with the ground as possible. If conditions permit, take off all or most of your clothes. Then visualize pushing the fear down through your body into the ground, anchoring it. Say, Mother Earth, I'm giving you back this fear of mine. Another alternative is to allow natural running water to run down your spine, like, say, laying down in a stream. The water trick also works when you feel your energy dropping, like you're getting the flu. When I was traveling on the road as a lecturer, I used to get in the shower and I'd have it nice and warm, and once you're hot, I would flip it quickly to the cold water and let it run down the spine, and then go back, hot and cold, and do it 4 to 6 times, if you can stand it. At least 3 times anyway. In conclusion, all fear is the fear of loss, or the fear of death. Not necessarily physical death, but the death of things that we're familiar with. Our relationships, or our job, or perhaps a situation that's familiar that is about to change. Start to train your mind, if you have not done so already, to see change as beneficial and necessary. Nothing persists forever. So don't hold on. Be prepared to release aspects of your life and allow the law of flow to come into your life. Do you see where we're going with all of this? It's an uncoupling process. First you look at your inner self and the existence of the mirror world self, and then you see the clusters you are in and how they hold you, and you glimpse the possible liberation of your soul. One of the important questions we came upon as we went that way is, how will you imprint reality as you go along? What is your purpose here? That could be answered by, I work and pay rent, and then I work some more, and I rush to accumulate things until I have no more energy, and then I'll die. But what kind of purpose is that? Most people are just taking up space and generating pollution. It makes you wonder how long the soul of this planet is going to stand for that. So can you see how developing a higher purpose, you develop a spirituality beyond the mundane? It seems to me that the purpose of life should be first to use your income to buy experiences for yourself, so you have knowledge and experiences that you can share with others, and then surely the main purpose of your life is to be of service. Not just service to any children and family members that you might be caring for, but service to humanity, or service to the animals, or service to this planet in some way. You see, as I said before, all that will count for anything when you die will not be how many mortgage checks you paid, or how much money you left your family, but what did you do for this planet? Did you serve? How much did you love them and help them? Through service, we operate our heart space and we install energy in the hologram of life. It's a bridge we build for others and ourselves. In service, it might seem that you're supporting others, but in fact you're learning to honor and serve the eternity within yourself. It's a form of remembering, a higher remembering that is imprinted in your soul. And there are signposts all the way, taking us back to what we already know in our ancient memory. We are raised to think that this life is all about us and how cozy and comfortable we can become. But if you think that life is just about you, then you've been sorely misled. You haven't gotten to a real sophistication in your comprehension of things. In the Journey Beyond Enlightenment, what we're looking at is the paradox of the fact that the more things you have, the more you imprison. Somebody marvelous, whose name I can't remember, said, everything you own in the end winds up owning you. And that's a fact. You buy a fancy car, you can't drive it. I used to have a Rolls Royce, several. But, hey, you couldn't drive the bloody Rolls Royce because you couldn't park it, because somebody might scratch it. If you scratch a Rolls Royce, it's $1,000 to get a door painted, maybe more. So it's almost like, hey, I'm now sitting having dinner worrying about my car on the sidewalk. Hey, what I should have done if I'd known in those days, but I was young and foolish, I should have gone out with my car keys and scratched the bloody door myself. That way I wouldn't worry about having a scratched Rolls Royce because it's already scratched because I scratched it myself. Then I could have a nice dinner and enjoy my friends and be in love with the situation. The paradox is that these, let's say, for example, let's go back to the analogy of pop singers. They create this ivory tower, then they've got these mansions, but then they fear loss. So now they need bodyguards that are charging them $800 a day, and they need dogs, and they need surveillance, and they need huge fences, and they need to protect themselves. And then you can't just ring them up because they're terribly important, so you've got to ring their agent in New York, and so on and so forth, There's a wonderful story of an opera singer who was in a limo, and she's known for being unbelievably capricious and sort of edgy and a real sort of, mad diva, causing trouble all the way. And she was driving in this limo in LA, and it was too cold in the back. And so she phoned her agent in New York to call the opera house, to call the limo company, to call the driver to tell him to change the air conditioning. Because she couldn't tell him from the back seat to the front seat. It's like an urban legend. And I've been told that it's true. She's so important, she can't say to this poor guy, who was driving the car, hey bro, would you mind turning the air conditioning up or down or whatever she wanted. So she called her agent in New York, who called LA, who called the limo company, who called the driver. She imagined the driver driving along and he goes, yes, we're going to do for you. Oh, the lady in the back wants the air conditioning turned down. But that's the ivory tower. In a way, it's very much the epitome of the ivory tower. So you can't talk to this person as a real person. No, you've got to go through a whole performance to get to them. Do you follow me? It's the isolation, and isolation destroys your soul. You may not as yet understand that this life has very little to do with you, except in the marginal sense that you have to care a little for your upkeep day to day. But that may only amount to a cup of rice each day. After that, your real journey starts elsewhere.
Focusing on you and your needs is not the be-all and end-all of your life's purpose. You may have had an inkling of a proper purpose over the years. Spirit may have talked to you in quiet moments. The part of your mind that thinks it's running your life is laboring under a delusion. Yes, the mind pretends to run your life, but that's all part of the con. It controls nothing, even though it will insist the opposite. Your life has nothing to do with your mind, even if you think it does. You can become part of something much bigger and more glorious once you give yourself away. You'll see it. I've often said that the spiritual journey through life is just 4 feet long. You travel 1 foot downwards from your head to your heart, and 3 foot outwards to embrace the first human you meet. That is the ivory tower coming down, so you allow yourself a tactile contact with the reality of humanity, its soul, so to speak. In the end, it's all about deliverance, and that deliverance is more important than anything else in the world. You deliver yourself from forgetfulness, then you deliver others that are drawn to you. For if you don't deliver them, who will? They don't have much of a chance without you. Think of that. They can't escape until you agree to help them escape. Now you might say, listen up, Stewie Bubba, this deliverance business is a bit dodgy, why do I need it? And I'd say most people care little for deliverance, but that is mainly because they can't see what is waiting for them up the road, so to speak. We're surrounded by a world of dark energies, and they're all over this place looking to trap people. It's a war of control. Control over the human mind. If too many people start remembering, those dark energies will lose their domination. Now, I know some think that if they join one religion or another, they'll be instantly delivered, but that idea is fraught with problems. A religion can offer you the hope of an elitist deliverance, but no such thing exists. It's a bit of a ghoul trap. Spiritual seekers have the biggest ivory towers because they play to an elitism of us and them. And the us and them elitism says, generally, we're special and chosen by God, the sage, the guru, the adept, to survive. We are the ones that will survive. The common man will not survive. So it's back to the ivory tower. We are the ones that have been made right by the will of God or by the holy book or by the sacred, and that makes us very different and very special. And that's why some spiritual groups sort of wear white clothes and a white diaper on their head, and they wander around doing spiritual New Age being, But in that whiteness, they're really, really dark. Because to distance yourself from humanity and to be elitist and chosen and special is fatal. It's part of the ghouls. It's part of the devil. It's like you're not elitist, you're not special. There's nothing special about you. And yet we're all special in the sense we're a child of God and we're unique. But in effect, there's nothing special about me or you or anyone. And the idea that God will select one group of people over another is piffle. It's complete rubbish. Have I been selected by God to survive? No, you haven't. Well, if you haven't, you're lucky. Because you probably will survive. The meek will inherit the earth. The Beatitudes. The meek will inherit the earth. That's it. Spirituality is an empathy. That's all it is. It's an empathy with every single person you meet. And it's a special empathy with those people that you hate. Those people that are really aggressive and violent and nasty. It's like, it's an empathy for them. I know a man, he's Italian, he's in his 50s now. He's very abusive. And he's been violent all of his life. He used to get involved in a lot of fights and he caused people pain. He loved beating people up, especially if they were smaller than him. He enjoyed inflicting damage. That was his thing in life. He's also a sexist. He sees all women as placed on this earth to give him service and sexual pleasure. And he's always been a virulent racist. He hates people that come from Africa or Asia, people that have darker skins. And he makes no bones about shouting out his racist ideas in the company of others. He's a Roman Catholic and very religious, and he's also scared of death, but he believes his Catholicism will save him, and that he'll go to heaven after his death because he has supported the church and attended Mass and so forth, tagged along, so to speak. But I think he may be up for a bit of a reality check. I feel for him because there's nothing I can do to change him. He likes his life. He's very rich and powerful, and he'll never give it up. He knows I'm a spiritual writer, and sometimes he asks me about my philosophy. And I try to tell him, but he's not the kind of person who would listen. I've known him for 40 years. I don't see him very often, but I try to love him and not judge him or criticize him. And I've never once ever told him he's wrong in the way that he deals with people. It's not for me to fix him. And I couldn't rescue him if I tried, and anyway, he would never ask me. Strangely, this man has redeeming qualities in that he's very funny and generous, and he makes a big show of splashing out and paying for dinners and so forth. But that is his outer mask. His inner self is like something out of The Sopranos, and he's staying in the cluster until he dies. He's sort of transdimensionally abducted. He sees himself as holy and good, and yet his imprint on life is ugly and dark. You see, his mirror self is trapped. It is as if he is possessed without ever knowing it. He lives in the section of the mirror world reserved for violent, racist mafiosi that like to express their power by hurting others. They use intimidation to reign supreme over others. They think they're special, and power and money drives that illusion of elitism and specialness. Once you comprehend the loop you're in, you get out and you watch how you're imprinting reality as you go along. You are a snowflake, a beautiful snowflake, or you are a dark picture of evil, polluting everything you touch and making people sick as you walk past them in the street. We live in a sea of energy. If you put out a truly soft imprint and you love the world, everything you touch, everything you breathe in, has the basis of remembering. And the next person that touches the same shopping cart, for example, will also begin to remember. It's the heart space or tone that you leave behind you everywhere you go, becomes a doorway for others. They sit on the same bench and their mind will drift, and they will slide to a 90-degree world without knowing it, and suddenly they will hear faint sounds of their soul calling to them, asking them to step away from cold and tight and pain towards a freedom they start to remember. And that's our function here in this world, is to help people remember. Thoughts jump. How many times have you been thinking about something obscure, and the person next to you mentions the very thing you've been thinking about? Silent communication generally comes about when you're thinking in the direction of another person, rather than concentrating inwardly towards your own thoughts and emotions. You have to set your mind to one side and concentrate on others. It's hard to stop your mind talking. It likes listening to itself. But it can be done with a little bit of discipline. Silent communication of the human soul can be in the form of prayers or silent affirmations for the well-being of others. Then there's the actual mental dialogue that is spoken in the direction of another person. It is a telepathic transfer of energy, and hopefully it is a silent dialogue that offers love and encouragement of some sort. In Paris recently, I was watching a middle-aged lady walking into a cafe. She looked a bit stressed out. I asked her silently, "Are you afraid?" She turned towards me and nodded. I asked, "Are you sick?" She shook her head. I breathed love into her heart. She passed behind me and took a seat. Minutes later, a tall man in his 70s came by. He looked in pain. I asked silently, "Do your lungs hurt?" He grabbed his shirt with his right hand and he looked at me helplessly. It was the look of a small child begging a grown-up for assistance. I told him silently, "Drink lots of water, clean water. It's the key to everything." Walking through the customs hall in Philadelphia airport, the official stopped me. He wanted to look inside a metal flight case I was carrying. I touched him on the side of the head mentally, and projecting a soft, warm feeling, I said mentally, "It's safe. I need to go now. Thank you." He hesitated and pointed to the case as if requiring that I open it, and again I said silently, "It's safe. I need to go now." He pulled his hand back and said, "Are those computers?" And I answered audibly, "Yes, sir." "Okay," he says, and he waves me through. When you talk silently to people, look at their right temple and blank your mind. You just tap them with your thoughts, like reaching out with your hand to touch them at the side of the head. Blink once as the thought goes across, or expel a short breath. The more silent and subtle, the better. The harder you try, the less effective you are. Soft and subtle, that is the way. Morphic resonance is the language of force fields interacting with each other.
Your brain is a complex force field that stores and receives information in the form of wave packets. We are a holographic brain inside a holographic universe. There's no distance between anything. We're all connected. We're inside the same global mind, the global subconscious. Once you know you can talk silently, then start doing it, and remember to watch and see if they twitch, as those twitches will tell you that there are pulses coming through to them from the mirror world. Sometimes they don't twitch, but they move their eyes upwards. That means they're entering a mild trance at about 4 to 7 cycles a second. If the incoming pulse that is coming to them is pain-related, they might wince. What you will learn is that if you ask a question of them, they will often show you the answer, like the man with the bad lungs that was grabbing his shirt. You watch their lips carefully and you watch their eyes. The telltale signs are often in the lips and the eyes, and you will soon see that you can read people easily. Try for the obvious first. Anger is easy to spot, as is arrogance. Remember, arrogant people tilt their heads back as if the nasty smell of lesser beings is under their nose. Violent people have a madness in the eyes. They give off a strange bend in the etheric. And if you ever see people that have white under their pupil, between the pupil and the lower eyelid, that is often the sign of a true psychopath. It is known as Kung Po or Sampaku. I used to teach that to my kid and his mates to increase their awareness in case anyone came into the playground that looked like that. If we could walk in the street, I could show you all of it in several hours, or even less maybe. But you can teach yourself. I did. No one showed me. I learned by watching. And as a person passes, reach out etherically, extending your arm, and grab a small molecule from their center chest area, and pull that back towards yourself real fast, and blank your mind, and don't be overly influenced by what clothes they're wearing, or how they look. As the etheric energy comes back to you, ask yourself, how does this feel? When you go into a restaurant or cafe, ask, how does this feel, this place? And the memory of the walls will talk to you. How does this feel? It's always in the feeling. In the etheric state, you have the ability to step into the subtle energy of another person. For example, I talk about moving your etheric, your subtle body, out of your physical body, turning that subtle body to face you, and then stepping backwards with your etheric into the physical body of another person that you're talking to, for example, like dropping backwards into them. Visiting another person etherically in this way is okay, providing you're not manipulating them or making do things that they don't want to do. It's a way of joining them, being with them, concentrating on that person. In the end, concentration is a form of love. When you're focused upon a person, you're in the act of loving them. This dropping backwards into another person's energy is like the tapping, except they are close to you at the time, not across the street. And you're only ever in there for a few seconds. But while you're in there, you can hear the sound of their soul. You can hear and feel who they are and what they're feeling at that very moment. You have enormous power. Some of it lies in and beyond your stored pain, and some of it is here right now, and some of it is only available from time to time. It just blips through when needed. It's only at the very end, many decades from now, that all the spiritual warriors and fringe dwellers that have the remembering, each will decide, and they will have to step across and stay there and not come back. Or they can choose to stay here as teachers and healers and wise people. But no one knows what world they will inherit. It may not be the world we know today. But once you are bigger than the dark, then you are safe. Come now, let me tell you about the inner and outer matrix, for you will have to deal with both of them one day, and without the knowing of them, you may be greatly lost. Come, let us go to the 4th session.
In this session, Stuart uses the popular film The Matrix to describe both literal and metaphorical realities about the spiritual terrain in which we live, either consciously or unconsciously. Here is a short synopsis of the film to prepare you for some of the ideas that Stuart will discuss in this session. A computer software programmer named Thomas A. Anderson, played by Keanu Reeves, leads a secret life as a hacker under the alias Neo. A series of unusual events brings him into contact with a group of people led by Morpheus, played by Lawrence Fishburne. Morpheus explains to Neo that the Matrix is a false reality and invites him to enter the real world. He offers him 2 pills. The red pill will answer the question, "What is the Matrix?" by removing him from it, and the blue pill will simply allow life to carry on as before. As Neo reaches for the red pill, Morpheus warns Neo, "Remember, all I'm offering is the truth, nothing more." Of course, Neo takes the red pill, and his life is never the same. There, in the real world, Neo discovers that the year is not 1999, but about 2199, and that humanity is fighting a war against intelligent machines. In order to deny the machines their power source, solar energy, the humans scorched the sky. The machines responded by making use of human beings themselves as an energy source. It turns out that the world in which Neo has inhabited since birth, the Matrix, is an illusory, simulated reality construct of the world of 1999, developed by the machines to keep the human population docile while they are connected to generators and their energy is harvested. Morpheus, with the other free humans, works at unplugging humans from the Matrix and rescuing them. Morpheus has rescued Neo from the Matrix because he believes that Neo is the One, who has been prophesied by the Oracle to, quote, "hail the destruction of the Matrix, end the war, and bring freedom to our people," end of quote. Morpheus believes that Neo has the power to free humankind from its enslavement through complete mastery over the Matrix. Neo, along with the other members of Morpheus's group, is initially skeptical, but Morpheus teaches him to bend or break the rules of the Matrix, subvert the operation of the normal laws of physics. Neo also forms a close personal relationship with a female member of the group, Trinity. Inside the Matrix, the humans are pursued by a group of self-aware programs called agents, having incredible martial arts skills and capabilities beyond those of humans. Their most powerful skill is their ability to jump between bodies, enabling them to take over any person who has not been disconnected from the Matrix. Ultimately, Neo develops the ability to defeat the artificial intelligence within the Matrix and begin the process of restoring humans to their rightful place as the sentient species on the planet. In fact, it might be helpful to view the film The Matrix to get the full benefit from this session. Now listen as Stuart discusses how the Matrix contains elements of truth in the spirit world that exists around each one of us, and in how metaphorically taking the red pill and embracing true reality, both the pleasure and the pain of it, is the only path to true spiritual freedom.
Welcome back. This is program number 4, The Inner and Outer Matrix. In the Matrix film, the character Morpheus talks about fields upon fields that form invisible layers of control over humanity. What is incredible is that in the 4 years since we started watching The Morph, we began to see those layers of transdimensional control Morpheus talks of. Humanity is dominated from an unseen world, under the influence of a matrix of unseen beings. We are only now being able to see the truth of it. If you tell people that humans are not the most powerful beings here on Earth, and they don't really dominate, people would think you're nuts, and they would probably ridicule you, saying it's not possible. And yet that is exactly the truth that is cleverly hidden from us for tens of thousands of years. When Neo saw it in the Matrix film, he couldn't hack it. I'll tell you a bit about the dark forces I met up with, and then I'll tell you about the light ones, and that will cheer you up and give you a balanced view. Remember, people's fear of the dark is a deliberate ploy, one that has been engineered to make sure you never escape to the feminine side, to the arms of the goddess. The idea is you'll remain in the yang, too terrified to move, and that the dark will rule the world forever. People are pre-programmed to react. Hollywood has helped sell the fear, and in doing so they have further trapped humanity. To become free, you have to go the other way, love the dark, leave the warlike yang, embrace the feminine, and don't be a wimp and set yourself free. There's an inner and outer matrix of control, and once you know what to look for, you will see how to fashion a spiritual escape from the grand lies imposed on you to hold you back. The New Age and certain religions try to deny the dark, hoping it will go away, and that only allows the dark to become ever more powerful, and to hide ever more in the minds of people, and become stronger. Part of our mission here in this life is to expose the transdimensional beings and the mechanism of control, and to teach our brothers and our sisters not to be scared anymore. Normally you wouldn't need to know any of this stuff, and I could just not mention it. I could give you the cheesy version, rah-rah, living in the light, stick your head in the sand, bums up, heads down, everything will be fine. But if I did that, it would mean that I didn't care for you and your soul. And it would also say that I didn't care if you had the proper knowledge or not. It would be rather callous of me. All these things we know have come from watching them in the screen of the morph. How would my frail soul rest if I knew I'd sold you a crock, and not told you how to make it or what to expect? I have to presume that you're strong, and that you truly are going to try for the journey beyond enlightenment, through the side door we talked about. To do so, you have to have the knowing of things, and knowing things helps you be less vulnerable. If I had to surmise the whole journey, it's understanding that the things that you've done in the past have created struggle and pain, and they've also created the confusion of not knowing. And so it's in the turning around and going the other way that first of all you disengage from the knowing that wasn't correct, or the misinformation that you were offered, and you begin towards your authentic self. It knows where the door is, because it's beyond the door, so it can show you. So part of this journey, or all of this journey, is not so much acquiring any new dogma, but it's liberating yourself, really sitting down one day and admitting that it hasn't worked. If your life's working fantastically and you're really happy sort of titivating up your ivory tower, it wouldn't be for me to change that. This is for those people who intuitively believe there is a force beyond what they see day to day. A miraculous force, a force which is, in essence, the God force, that is more than willing to show you when you stop playing with your little sort of Meccano brick set, you know, your Lego. When you stop playing with your little Lego thingy and building this funny little wobbly life, with all the pain that is involved in that, there is a place that initiates have gone for hundreds, perhaps thousands of years, and they've gone out through the side door, and that's the next evolution. So it's very much a journey for those people, or those fringe dwellers, who are fed up of listening to the same old stuff, who are fed up of rah-rah, trying to incorporate the rah-rah in their life, finding that after 2 or 3 weeks the rah-rah isn't there, and then experiencing more endless, they're like ripples in your consciousness. They're like, you go up the hill, you go down the hill, you go up the hill, you go down the hill. They're just where the human consciousness has been folded over and over and over, like little folds in a blanket, which humanity has to sort of travel across to get out. And of course nobody's got out going the other way. It's never been done. The journey beyond enlightenment is not a journey forward or upwards or joining anything. It's rather the act of walking away and realizing that enlightenment might be a good thing for certain people, and there's certain people who need to stop at the crossroads and become a great holy man or a great medicine woman. But if you're truly enlightened, you aren't going to mess with that because it's too rinky-dink. What you really want to do is go back to the arms of God, and the arms of God is through that side door. If you ask, why should you join me on this journey and head out into an unknown terrain, The only thing I could say to you is that you don't have to, but the world is changing very, very rapidly. And if you don't grow and perceive and liberate yourself, it'll be liberated from you anyway. So you can stay where you are, but the towers are coming down. And the next 10 or 15 years, you'll see nothing but the collapse of the system. So you can sit there and insist on it, and love it and care for it, and paint your ivory tower for as long as you want to paint it. But one day, it'll fall anyway. So it's really a matter of, do you want to leave now on this gentle, sacred journey? Which, yes, involves a certain amount of unknown, it involves a certain amount of facing up to what is real, or do you want to sit there and watch the tower taken from you forcefully? That's your choice. And if you say, Stewie, I'd like to sit here and paint my ivory tower and put diamante studs on it, I'd say, fine. I mean, I wouldn't judge that ever. It's not for me to judge it. Everybody must choose. It's like Morpheus says in The Matrix, going back to that again. You take the red pill, and you see how far the rabbit hole goes. So in effect, the rabbit hole is the side door. Or you take the blue pill, and you wake up in your bed, and you believe whatever you want to believe. Now, when he said that, he wasn't being callous. He was empathizing with Neo. He was saying, look, bro, if you don't want to go down the rabbit hole, don't go. You can return to your life, your ivory tower, your bed, and remain in that place. But the world is changing. The world is going to change dramatically, the most change that history has ever seen in any short period of time. And that changing is right upon us right now. Look at it like this. Next to our manipulated world of media and lies and waffle and hype, and loads of people selling you the illusion of the up escalator, taking you the wrong way, there's a forest. Beyond the forest is a heaven. In the forest are millions of beings, just like on Earth, cute little etheric beings like fairy folk, and more gnarly beings that are smelly and nasty, but no real danger to you. A quirky way of looking at it is to say that the celestial worlds are surrounded by darkness. You have to cross the bog of stench before you get to the castle of the Holy Grail. This is the journey of the initiate, and this is the journey that has been taken by all since the beginning of time. Here's the background of it all in more depth. In the 15th and 16th centuries, mystics spoke of the fields, invisible spheres of influence that surround Earth and humanity. They were known as the sphere. There's a painting from around that time that shows the initiate leaving the spheres of the Earth plane for the other worlds. It's pretty. You can see it here in the CD-ROM. The sphere theory of medieval times is very interesting because humanity is inside a bubble, and that bubble is formed because we live in a physical universe that is made up of matter that has subatomic particles that spin twice. It's the double spin symmetry of our solid world that creates the bubble or the sphere that we're trapped in. Think of a revolving door at a hotel. You're in the lobby and you know there is a celestial world out in the street. So you enter the revolving door and it spins very fast, twice. And it plonks you back in the lobby, back in 3D. You never got out. That's why we humans are stuck. The only way out is not trying to force your way out through the revolving door. Instead, you have to go sideways and walk through the wall beside the door. Meanwhile, loads of unseen guards are in the lobby making sure you don't try getting out or even think about it. How we did it was using the morph as a lens. A pal and I traveled through the Shadowlands for 3.5 years. It's like watching a movie on a screen, except you're watching the screen on the one hand and you're in the film at the same time. That is the dual nature of these transdimensional worlds. Well, moving through, we discovered the secrets of the inner and outer matrix of control. It's quite technical, so I'll keep it as simple as possible. The outer matrix contains all the transdimensional beings that seem to be outside of us. I use the word seem because all of reality is outside of you and inside of you at the same time. It's the duality once again. This is because your perception of reality is only an electrical impulse in your brain. So the city street may be outside of you in one sense, and yet the only way to experience it is inwardly inside you. But in the context of the outer matrix, we say that the outer matrix includes all those dark beings that appear to be outside and beyond oneself. You have to realize that it's very much like in the film Matrix when Neo took the red pill. His reality was stripped away. What he thought was real, the noodle shop on the corner, became unreal. And when he came back from that journey, he had to remake himself. Yes, it can be scary when all the things that you believe, you suddenly come to not believe them anymore, but in many ways that is the return back to the authentic you, the uncluttered you, away from the fake you that was given so much misinformation, to return to the uncluttered you, which has more of the real information. And at that point you do need a sophistication and a certain sort of stoic force of will to drive you forward, just as Neo did in the film to drive him forward. One could say it's the loss of innocence. Innocence is beautiful, but there's a day when all of humanity will have to grow up. And as you embark upon your own journey, you will become much more sophisticated. For example, when people hear something they don't like, they prickle and get angry. If you're a sophisticated person, you can listen to all sorts of theories that you don't necessarily agree with without reacting. For example, I went to a lecture the other night with a famous scientist who talked for an hour and 15 minutes about the Big Bang. I don't personally believe in the Big Bang, but I wasn't up for having a fight with a lecturer. I was really interested to hear why he believed in the Big Bang, and what his methodology was, and what his science was, and his reasons for believing in it. And you may well disagree with some of the things that I've been saying, but a sophistication of self allows you to listen. Because in the end, many of the things you do believe today, once you go down this path through the hidden door that I've been speaking of, you will realize that they were just encumbrances that you took on, that you borrowed from other people, books, various dogma of one kind or another. So, for example, you may be able to relate to times when you have suffered a loss of innocence, when you've discovered that your boyfriend or your partner has been unfaithful to you, or the day that you had to straighten up and go take your driving test, and so on. These are all moments on the path where you have to become a grown-up, a real being. And very much this journey beyond enlightenment requires you to develop a metaphysical, spiritual, and psychological maturity. But in that maturity, you can't beat yourself up. You can't decry the situation, because we have incarnated, as I said in the third liberation, into a world that is unjust. And there are all sorts of hidden forces that are hindering you, especially when you want to do something that's holy and good. But some of those forces that you think are outside of you that are hindering you are in fact manifestations of you hindering yourself. Etheric beings in a parallel evolution that blip in and out of this one might seem jolly unlikely, but you may be familiar with the work of Jose Escamilla, the Hispanic-American researcher who has photographed an etheric being he calls a flying rod. There are some photos of them in the CD-ROM that accompanies this series. The flying rods are anywhere from a few inches long to 50 feet in length. They have fins that oscillate along their translucent etheric bodies, and they fly through the air at speeds of thousands of miles an hour. They also exist underwater. They've probably always been here. They are part of the beings that are in the outer matrix. Escamilla discovered the flying rods by accident when his video camera was left on one day. While editing his film, he noticed the strange flying rods zip into the frame, turn, and then fly out again, all in the space of a few frames. Jose Escamilla is real cool and innovative. You can find his work on www.roswellrods.com. A friend of mine called Ralph Miller runs a sacred temple in Brazil known as Heart of the Initiate, where they perform shamanistic ceremonies with a sacred brew found in the Amazon. Ralph told me that during the session at his temples, celestial beings frequently appear. They seem to dance and move about between the participants, healing people. A friend of mine had a long-term injury in her hip from being a ballet dancer, and she told me that on her third temple journey, a group of women came to her from another world, dressed with headscarves, and they placed long golden needles in her hip. and they also had certain herbal remedies with them that came from that inner space. And when she came out of the session many hours later, her hip was healed, and it has never troubled her since. That was 4 years ago. Medicine will go to another place soon. Healing the etheric body might be a major advance in our knowing. In all the mayhem of our world, the final redemption and healing is also here. The rescue is underway. Using the Matrix film as an analogy, you could say that Zion is the world of humans, and the squiddies that attack the humans are the flying ghouls and the etheric beings in the outer Matrix. And Mr. Smith and his agents, devoid of warmth, are the discarnate beings of the inner Matrix. They are programs inside the inner Matrix. The beings of the inner Matrix are inside the human mind, so they can morph into anyone, just as Mr. Smith can in the film. When they see your insecurity come up from within you as a wave pattern, and if that is seen to frighten you, then they come flying in seconds to strike you emotionally and push you toward rack and ruin. Initially, Jung described the collective unconscious, and so he said that humanity was linked by archetypal symbols, so we all understand mother, father, life, death, joy, happiness, morning, night. These are things that are common to all humanity. But what he didn't understand was that this collective unconscious is actually a place. It's a dimension that is just as real as our physical dimension. And that is through this hidden door that I'm talking about. It's a place. In that place, there's an alternative you, a mirror you, that looks exactly and precisely the way you look. And that mirror you contains all your feelings and the memories in your subconscious mind. So your subconscious mind and your mirror you are one and the same. And the mirror you, in effect, is your soul, because your brain cannot contain the perpetual memory of you after death. At the moment of death, the brain ceases. So without a mirror you, where all of your feelings and memories are stored, there would be no perpetual memory of you. If there wasn't a mirror you, an alternative you in another dimension, there would be no eternal life. No life after death. Because everybody would go through all these trials and tribulations and lessons, their brain would stop, and the whole book would be burnt, so to speak. So it'd be like this incredible sacred text, and somebody's burnt the bloody thing at the end of 82 years. So it was all worthless. We can't remember what Harry did, or why he did it, and he can't remember. So the mirror you, in this other world, exists to remember who you are after death. The mirror world contains everybody, because the strangest thing is that we're all in the mirror world right now. So if there's 6 billion humans here, there are 6 billion souls in the mirror world, right now. Imagine it as this vast dimension where it's as big as the planet Earth, if not bigger. Because the mirror world also includes all the identities of people that died last week and last year and 100 years ago, probably. So it's vast. It has the souls of the dead and the souls of those people that are alive. So the people that are alive are in the afterlife already, which is very strange to understand. And spirits evolve there in that mirror world, and you are in there as well, even now while you are alive. It's the afterlife and this life at the same time, concurrently. And that mirror image of you, sometimes known as the doppelganger, can operate in the mirror world without permission of your waking mind. It is as if your subconscious goes walkabout, without your intellect having a say in what it is doing or where it goes. It is operating 24/7, regardless of whether you are awake or asleep. It's back to the idea of the authentic you, because the mirror self is the real you, and the intellect is not the real you. It's just a concoction of ideas and opinions, programs you inherited. The mirror self is your real identity, and it is what you actually believe and feel about life, not what you pretend to believe. It's a construct of your innermost feelings. First you look at it, then you decide to change it. Just knowing it and admitting to it is a huge step forward. Most people deny any knowledge of it. That leaves them vulnerable to the dark energies. But that is childlike and unsophisticated. The only safety is to look at the dark and see it as beautiful and transmute it. There's enormous power inside your darkness, and with it you can resolve the authentic you and fuse it to the power of the physical, intellectual, emotional you that you operate from here on Earth. You can use this knowledge to unlock the matrix and escape. But it involves going the other way. Almost everything is backwards. It's endarkment, really, the secret to everything. When I tell people they have to go the other way and embrace their shadow, they get edgy, or they don't believe me. But the dark, in effect, is not really dark at all. It is just stored pain or ancient pain, the sins of the father or mother that you inherited from hundreds of years ago. There is a heroic beauty to it if you can resolve it, and then you can save others from going the wrong way. Maybe they don't have to go through the pain of the cluster as you broke it for them. And while the ancient pain may have hurt you at times, it will now turn and empower you. It's your sword across the dark lands. Once you love it and you're not scared of it, and you can embrace it. The stored pain within you is beautiful. Start to tell yourself that. It was a learned response, a karma, an attitude you took that maybe didn't work, just a spiritual lesson. Once you're not scared of the dark, you are free. Here's a shadow exercise to test yourself. Sit in a bar or a restaurant, a place where people go and relax and have a drink, and watch people come and go. Watch as the inner you responds in your mind. Listen to the way the inner mind talks to you, responding to the stimulus of the people coming and going. Watch where your mind goes and the kinds of things you concentrate on when you allow your subconscious impulses to come forward. Watch what conclusions you come to about others. See how your intellect translates those pulses into a story, one that you tell yourself about a person you are watching. In effect, you are watching them while noticing the impulses coming from within you. Your inner self will go for their stored pain, especially any stored pain that looks the same as the pain in you. So watch as it judges people without knowing anything about them. Watch how you may silently react and growl if a person comes in that you don't like. Maybe they're wearing clothes that you don't agree with. Maybe that talks to you of a childhood fear. Or maybe it's the pain of early rejection. You reject the person you are watching because you've experienced rejection as a child. If an overweight old man comes in with a pretty young girl on his arm, and she's in a short dress, you may react against them, deciding he's a dirty old man, and she's a little gold digger. Of course, you don't know the facts. He may be her uncle. But in watching the inner you see how it decides from stored pain. You might be jealous the girl is not with you. The stored pain of all the girls that ever turned you down is manifest, projected, if you like, towards the old man walking in the door, who may be the sweetest, kindest man in the world. But you will wallpaper him in your pain, and that is how the pulses of the subconscious affect your imprint on the world. It's painted to look like the pain we suffered. Soon you will see if you are human and warm in your heart, or are you just a cold reptilian predator of humanity, a Mr. Smith in disguise. And as the girl in the red dress came through the door, did you look at the flowers she was carrying, or was your subconscious attention pulled to her sexually? And of course, the girl in the short dress is responding to her impulses and urges, maybe using sex to entice people, or maybe she just seeks attention. Perhaps it's a money thing. She needs admirers to pay for her to have a good time. And then the ones that lust after her are in their shadow as human predators. They probably don't respect her as a woman or care for her soul. They just want her, sexually. As said, we project pain on others through the etheric imprint we make. And those pulses may be driven by sexual desire, preference, snobbery, hate, affection, greed, indolence, and the desire for an easy ride. They are driven by endless factors that make up the inner you. Sometimes the stored pain is manifested as inverted snobbery. That is when people that are socially or economically disadvantaged feel better than or more special than rich people, and so they hate high achievers. It's the angry revolutionary who detests the upper class because he or she is not included in the upper class. It's the communist proletariat rising to kill the Tsar because they admire the Tsar and they want to be like the Tsar. Inverted snobbery is the feeling of being superior to the systems or to the people that reject you. It's very common in churches and spiritual groups. The weird thing is it's all backwards. The people and the things you pretend to hate are those hidden parts of you that you are secretly in love with, or that you desire. Love is a form of concentration. Romantic love is concentrating on one person to the exclusion of others. To detest someone, you have to concentrate on them, projecting thoughts towards them. Usually the person you detest has something you admire or want, something that will help you understand your stored pain. Funny, eh? Why do people silently say no without necessarily knowing why they're rejecting you? Maybe you scare them with your unresolved pain. Do you repel them? Do you know? Maybe your weakness irritates them. Maybe you're too needy. It's a shadow trait to lean on others for financial and emotional support. Maybe you're too slimy. The hidden predator leaks out. Maybe you're sneaky and loose with the truth. Maybe people instantly distrust you. Maybe they think you're after their money, and maybe deep down they're right. Maybe there's a host of darkness following you, riding your pain, ready to jump across from you to others. And maybe you're traveling about with the dark circus from the inner matrix, a victim of your own stored pain, without ever knowing it. So that hidden darkness is there at every turn to make sure you don't get what you want. People believe in luck, and sometimes they think they are accident-prone. But that is the simplistic explanation. Mostly, they have dark energies all around them. The first defense, of course, is to have strong yang sentiments and go in the opposite direction. It's towards the goddess, the divine mother. That starts in the imprint of your etheric energy. So your protection lies in understanding how you project your stored pain on others. It's a complicated subject, but once you know about it, you can teach yourself, and it will change your life and empower you. You start to break away from the matrix. It's all about how you touch the world with your mind and how you breathe on them. And it's how you see everything and imprint everything to an invisible higher love. Your pain is sorted and understood in the context of your life, and it's past now. And now you're looking to serve, to help others while they sort through their stored pain. Let's go to the next session, and I'll talk to you about your role as a magical healer. Hi, welcome back. This is session 5. Let's talk about your life as a magical healer. A person that has arrived at the bottom of the tower, in that they've fallen off the roof or they've collapsed the tower, are known as the lunatic on the grass. Gradually they heal from the trauma of the tower and they let go and take to a real spiritual way. Then they arrive sideways at what is called 0-point man or 0-point woman. The tower is a construct of illusion held up by the electricity of the ego. When the 0-point man or woman walks close to the ivory tower of another, they can act as the magical healer without anyone ever knowing they did it. That is because they act as a grounding rod for the discharge of energy. It's a flash of electricity that comes off the tower, going through the 0-point person and back into the ground. It's a form of deliverance. So once you've sorted your fears a bit and brought your ivory tower down, and you have embraced a bit of humility, and you have thought about service and your purpose in life, and once you've made peace with your little brother or your little sister, and you have incorporated the memory of ancient pain into your shield, rather than having it victimize you, then you are ready to have a future as a magical healer. This is because when you get to none, nil, zero, all you will ever have to do is touch things or breathe on them. Deepak Chopra told me once that there are still molecules of the breath of Jesus in every square meter of air that we breathe. Your imprint stays forever, as far as I understand it. It's on the handle of a door you touched 10 years ago. And once you silently change things in your heart, the symmetry will start going the right way. The imprint of the world will change, and soon you see it was all backwards. You'll see that you've not come to raise people up. Far from it. One of your main functions will be to collapse people. That is the greatest gift of love you can offer another, is to bring them down to the ground, as that is where the sideways journey of the authentic self begins. No one ever made it going up. It's never been done. Now you may say, steady on, Guy, what do you mean none? And I'd say, remember the hotel lobby and the revolving door? Well, imagine there's a very important lady in the lobby, and she's rich and famous, and she's on TV, so she has a lot of observers, and so a lot of electricity. Now she has heard that there is an immortality beyond the door. It'll probably be dressed as an ism, Buddhism or Catholicism or Zionism or Hinduism or green juice enemas up your Pilatesism, whatever. Now she's carrying a scaffolding pole. It's 15 feet high. It's all encrusted with diamantes. It's the symbol of her ivory tower. It won't go out of the revolving door, and it won't go through the side door either, and she won't let go of the pole, as her whole life is entrusted to it, and anyway she got it on Rodeo Drive and it cost her a slew of buckaroolies. Now how will she ever throw it down and walk away and shuffle sideways? She can't. She will die trying to get out of the revolving door, banging at it with her yoga mat. But the pole will be waiting for her in the mirror world, because what you are at the moment of death is what you will see of yourself when you get up the tube and over to the other side. Deathbed reincantations and last-minute apologies score for nothing. They're worthless. You are what you are, whatever is contained in the authentic you, good, bad, ugly, or nice. You remember I said at the start that when you get to where you're going, there's nothing, just blank nothing, an awesome bliss, an eternal silence. It's very wide. It is the dimension of the 0-point girl or the 0-point man. They have no pole. They make walking slowly their pole. They have no medicine. They make holding your hand their medicine. They have no ism. They make shuffling sideways their ism. They have no power. They make absence of self their power. They have no special wisdom. They make remembering their only wisdom. They have no plan. They make forgetting to die their plan. They have no shield. They make their little brother or their little sister their shield. They have no physical body. They make a spark of the God force their body. They have no resolution. They make listening to the rain their resolution. Can you see now? Does it feel different? Do you sense the power of backwards? And didn't you almost die crying at night in your bed, trying to go further and further forwards and upwards? It was a bit futile. Sorry about that. But it's our karma to go the wrong way. That is how this matrix is organized. Remember, all information is heavily doctored and controlled, not just news and propaganda, but even spiritual information, especially spiritual metaphysical information, I'd say, as that kind of information could allow you to escape and make a run for it. But how much of that type of information tells you sideways, Bobber, sideways? Let's make a run for it. Not much. Mostly it signs you up for dogma, and it locks you in. There is something to join. And the next thing that happens is you hear this slight whooshing sound. They've put a vacuum cleaner hose on your wallet. Slurp, slurp. It's all the power of the Matrix for the most part, feeding off people, controlling them, scaring them, taking them up the garden path the wrong way. Funny, eh? Sad. What can one do? You have to collapse the ivory tower and/or take the red pill and go the other way and see it for yourself. You have to pray and be humble, so the Great Spirit will assist you. In the journey of the magical healer, the alkaline healer brings everything back away from its acidity, away from its disease, back to sensible. And there's nothing wrong with a life that's in control and sensible. And you can have things if you want, and you can even have bits of the ivory tower if you want, providing the ivory tower isn't controlling you. So how the magical healer heals everything, they really heal everything through their own example. You know, they're walking slowly while everybody's rushing. They're eating a small bowl of food when everybody else is pigging out. They're on a bicycle when everybody else is in their gas-guzzling SUVs. We're not here to wag our finger against people, but the magical healer has this ability to return everything back to alkaline, back to the feminine. And acidity in the body is what creates disease. If you could have perfect alkalinity, you couldn't have disease. The magical healer's warm, because they couldn't be the magical healer if they didn't have an empathy for humanity. So they naturally radiate a warmth. It's not a sort of cheesy, I love you kind of warmth, you know. It's more just an empathy, a relationship that is with everybody and everything, a caring. And in that warmth is the healing. You know, cancer is a cold disease. Most of our diseases nowadays are cold diseases. They're diseases of a cruel, cerebral mind, and a body that is overpolluted with smoke, drugs, fat, alcohol, toxic substances. So we suffer from cold diseases. In the olden days, people died from hot diseases. They died from fevers. You know, they died from scarlet fever, the pox, typhoid. They died of hot diseases, but our humanity dies of cold diseases. The ultimate magical healer would be the healer that never was aware that she'd healed anything. That at the end of her life, you would say to her, look, do you know that you've healed 100,000 people of cancer by just walking through the supermarket? And she would look back and go, I did? I wasn't even aware that I'd done it. So in a way, that's the ultimate magical healer. And the less magical than that would be one that was aware, but they never asked for anything and they never said anything. And then ever so slightly less magical than that would be somebody that has a shingle hanging out. Appointments necessary, come at 10, 11, 2, 3, and it's $60. And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not decrying it. Each person has a place they feel comfortable. But the ultimate healing would be when you didn't know you'd healed anybody. The ultimate teaching would be when you never realized you taught anybody anything. You were just at a fountain talking. I remember one night in England, I was in Glastonbury, which is sort of quite a mystical sort of New Age town. And I arrived at a statue and I started talking to a few people. And I gave a whole 2-hour seminar lecture to about 15 people in the street at midnight at Glastonbury in front of this statue, just in the street. So I started talking to 2 or 3 of them, and some other people stopped and they started to listen. And in the end, I had this little group around me. And in many ways, that is the teaching. It's not a big anything. It's not a rah-rah presentation. You don't have to pay $1,500 to get in. It's just a person talking about their life. And in the end, that is your teaching. What can we teach people? All we can teach them is about our life experience. Then they listen or they don't listen. And even if they don't listen, it doesn't matter because they've heard it. And one day, it may be appropriate to them. So the fact that they don't go out tomorrow and give up drugs and blah, blah, blah and straighten up and get a job working for the insurance company, it doesn't matter because maybe their destiny is to go that other way. You know, we don't know what people's destiny is. You know, this idea of like, you got to do this and you got to do that. Hey, a lot of people are too weak to do what we want. They're too weak to follow along. They've got to go an alternative path. And so I suppose the teacher is the one that doesn't know he's taught. The healer is the one that doesn't know she's healed. The master builder is the one that never realized he built anything. It's in the example that you offer people. Some of the initiates are born to it. You know, they had visions. I was talking to one, and she told me that she had visions when she was literally in the cradle, like at 9 and 10 months old, that she can remember, which I found that was extraordinary because I don't remember anything before I was about 3 or 4, and there are only very small snippets of information of that. So I think some of the initiates are born to it, but then I think other initiates come to it. And I can think of 1 or 2 that I know have come to it, that were not initiates and were never near initiate, but they went through a massive transformation, or they went through this transformation threshold that I talked about in the early session, where you start to create this threshold for yourself, where you begin to let go of the old you
And then you go through the lessons, albeit some of them are painful, where you realize you weren't grateful, when you realize that you were so insulting to humanity, not necessarily in the way you talk to them, because you might have been involved in social niceties, but in your heart, in your thoughts, you were so degrading and so insulting of people's efforts and other people. So there are some people that have gone through the pain of the struggle, and then a lot of the initiates, I think, are just born to it, like they're connected. But anybody can become connected once they're not cluttered. So the potential amount of them is like tens of hundreds of thousands. There isn't really any limit. There are certain people I've met, especially at seminars, who pretend to be terribly spiritual, but they'll never make it. You just know. They're just too arrogant in their thing. Or they get carried away with the power trip, so it's a Kundalini trip and all that sort of stuff. And they can't let go of the whole sex, erection, yoni, lingam vibe. That's how they want power over other people, by wrapping sexuality into spirituality. Not that the two aren't together. Of course, our spirituality and our sexuality is joined. But by making it into a power tool, let's say. So there are various people that will never make it because of the fact that they need power, and they love power, so they are truly sort of fallen angels injected with the heroin of power. But the initiates, some of them are born to it because they're visionaries from a very early day, and others came to it through discipline, through learning, through dedication, and sometimes through the force of will, where they drove themselves on. And again, it's not a rah-rah driving on, it's like this gentle journey. And then I know other initiates that are dysfunctional and rip-off merchants, and you think, how could they possibly ever have the power? But they've got it. So what I've come to as a conclusion about those people is that even though now they are dysfunctional, they'll come to a goodness in the end. One of the most spiritual people that I know in the whole world, one of the really, truly great initiates, is in jail at the moment for being a criminal. And yet, that person I would consider one of the really, truly sacred beings. So you could say, how could it be that an initiate is like a criminal or in jail or dysfunctional? But if they didn't understand dysfunction, how could they be an initiate? You know, if you hadn't done drugs, how would you understand heroin? If you hadn't been involved in all the human experiences that they're able to be in, how could you understand your humanity? You can't. So the saint that is above all these things, again, hasn't married their dark side, so they can never be an initiate. You know, the person that's truly holy and good and dressed in their white suit and all that stuff, there's no way that they could ever make it. It's only those people that have actually truly been homeless, in the gutter, experienced the ghetto, experienced the whole drug world, let's say, experienced death, war, life, disease, violence, criminality, dysfunction, alcoholism, whatever. Only those people could ever be initiates, because initiate means they've completed, in the sense that they've joined all these pieces together. So the ones that are like that I'm watching today, I'm thinking, yeah, okay, in the end they come back. But they come back better for the fact that they went and became an alcoholic for 10 years. We're not saying that people should commit crimes or become heroin addicts to understand it, but it's just saying that there are many mystical people that come from that world. And then again, there may be other initiates that are professors at a university teaching Latin, or a priest at a seminary who one day will probably walk out of that priesthood, but he has it, or a nun working in Africa with children or something. It's everywhere. I'm just talking about the ones that I know. And I'm offering a few extreme examples to show that it doesn't come from saintly behavior. It's just being in the crosshairs of the feminine yin and the masculine yang, where those two lines cross. Those initiates have the power. They can see. They have snippets of the remembering that average people, that we don't have. Like, we don't have the remembering necessarily, and they do. So, yes, it's great visionaries, but usually they've come from terrible dysfunction. And maybe it wasn't them that was particularly dysfunctional, but they came from a family where their father beat up their mother and their sister ran away and their kid joined a gang and the whole bloody thing was nightmare. And so they got to see it firsthand, day to day. They lived it. And when they lived it and made it right and didn't judge it, was when they went beyond it. You don't judge things personally. You don't put people down if you can possibly avoid it. And then you don't necessarily make it wrong.
People talk of a divine order, and that is correct, but usually they refer to it in context of closing a real estate deal or finding a soulmate, and that might not be quite as correct. For all the spirit beings and gods I've encountered in the celestial worlds, I've never met one that knew anything about romance or the multiple listing service. The divine order we see down here is what is sometimes called Gaia. That is the concept that the planet has a mind, a super-knowing, like we all do. In other words, it is an evolving spirit like you and me. Gaia says it knows about itself, and it knows how to correct and heal itself. And so far as I can tell, the divine order is the healing of everything. It's where aberrations in the digital fractal mathematics of reality are put back together again, rebalanced. In effect, I would say Gaia is the long-term will of the feminine principle, the goddess. It's the width or breadth of her soul. And once you become soft and you enter into her soul, into her perception, you become part of the magic of her, and you realize the divine plan is vast and feminine. Once you join her, she talks to you, and she shows you her vision. I've seen and documented over 30,000 full-color visions in the last 4 years. Sometimes they come in at the rate of 150 a day, and I'd say that most of them have been about the goddess and Gaia and dimensions and the rebalancing of the planet, and that is why I said softness and a gentle eye is the key to everything. What I find so fascinating is that key books and films are appearing at regular intervals to help us along, not just the Matrix film, which is almost all true, according to what's in the morph anyway, but books like The Da Vinci Code, that looks into the ancient manuscripts to discover that Mary Magdalene was a disciple of Jesus's. She was very close to him, and some believe she was his wife. Even if she wasn't his wife, she must have been a good mate of his, someone he trusted. The arrival of the goddess is all part of the rebirth of the power of the feminine, giving her back her place in the Trinity. Father, Son, and Holy Mother makes good sense to me. Anyway, I figured this goddess thing out before the morph showed up, and so I went to Ireland to look for the Lady of the Lake, because it says in the myth that she carried the wounded men across the lake through the mist to Avalon. And I already knew that the myth wasn't a myth, it was real, because by then I'd seen the door, even though I hadn't been through it yet. If the door is real, then Camelot is real. The two are connected. So making peace with the feminine seems good tactics, especially for a young lad that didn't know if he was Arthur or Martha. I didn't have a clue at the time. I was about as green as a bunch of zucchini. By the lake, I had a near-death experience. That was a bit spooky. I thought I was a goner, ever so slightly dead. I was hovering over my body at about 6 to 10 feet in the air, but that was not what I had planned. Then after a few minutes of the out-of-body experience, I couldn't really find my body at all, and I went a bit blind, and that's when I got very scared. There was a lad there, we called him the Boy Angel. He was a gypsy traveller. He was very soft and kind. I mentioned to him that I couldn't find my body, and he told me that I'd been blinded by importance. I had an inkling he was right, but I was far too terrified and confused to get into the finer points of transpersonal psychology and all that sort of stuff, so I just followed the lad's lilting voice, and it led me gradually to the water's edge, and there he kindly helped me wash my face, and I came back to earth. Life never looked the same after that. I saw the divine plan, and eventually I saw the Queen and the Grail, but like Parsifal, I wasn't allowed to keep it. I had to go on a long journey through my stored pain, as he did. I learned at the lake that all masculine things are up. The ego is up, intellectual ideas are up, money is up, competitive sport is up, war is up, politics and control is up, the media is a big liar, and they sustain up as holy and good. But if there is a God, she's feminine, in the sense that the grace of creation is feminine, and that is why I think God is not a person necessarily, but the splendor of the God force in all things, the colors, the spark, the aliveness, the symmetry. It's her. We're inside the goddess, the Lady of the Lake, and she is vast, bigger than the entire universe. We're in her in the sense that the balance of Gaia is in the master plan. It is the divine order, and if we're going to go towards balance in the feminine, we're traveling inside the plan, inside a divine order, And if we are in the masculine, we may well be ever so slightly dead, not built to last anyway. After the lake, I made a shrine to the feminine spirit, the goddess in my heart, and perhaps you should also. Build a little shrine in your house, if the idea is not too weird and uncomfortable. It's good to hedge your bets. There's no evidence in the morph or beyond the door, or in the celestial worlds, or in the fractal worlds, for God the Father, or any male god. None. Zip. Zero. Now that may be a hard one for you to get your head around, but I wouldn't lie to you, would I? What would be the point? Instead, there's a mass of evidence for the feminine. Not necessarily a goddess in human form like Shiva or Kali. I can't vouch for that, but for the feminine principle. Now the Bible says the female came from the rib of the male, but what if it's backwards and the male came from her rib? What if men think they're running the earth, but in fact the feminine spirit is actually running the show? She's definitely in charge. Now you may ask, how does this give me a defined benefit, Stewie? And I would say, in all honesty, it may not give you an instant benefit, and then it might make you very excited, because you can now turn and go the right way, no matter what, knowing that it may save you from an upcoming disaster. Do you see? The world of Yang may not have much further to go. Thousands of visions in the morph deal with variations of themes that describe the unraveling of the system that men built. The entire Western system may eventually fall apart. Maybe the planet can't handle the frenetic activity or any more activity. All activity is Yang. Sitting still is Yin. Consumption is Yang. Conservation is Yin. Maybe the morph arrived when it did because it is here to preside over the changes, to watch over us as humanity finally sees the answer and they start to go the other way. You see, as I said before, the plan is vast and very soft and subtle, beyond anything we can understand. But if you spend time in silence, you'll see the plan, and more importantly, you'll see your part in the plan. And you will hear the buzz that I talked of, and you'll experience the downloads as you become more and more aligned. But you have to embrace the feminine and make her important. And you shall relax and wait and trust, and realize the feminine is not a woman's version of masculine ideas and his lifestyle, where she accommodates his ideas to become a sporty, pushy type like him. No, that's not right. That's the wrong way. Many modern ladies think they are feminine because they have feminine parts and they're putting out a glamorous mask to show those parts off to their best avail, but often they're as masculine and as pushy as the boys. Feminine is not anything to do with your parts, it's all to do with backwards, the quality of your imprint, snowflake or hellish. Just as Professor Emoto's crystals are hellish if you put the word Hitler on them, or beautiful if you put the word joy on them. The trick is to become less active, less male and softer, and to become like an unseen current that flows deep underwater. By being patient and knowing it's all going in the right direction, you join the plan. You are the plan. Struggling against the plan is just a recipe for more stored pain. In other words, there's very little that you have to do. Just go the other way. And remember, raising your energy is the act of getting rid of stuff. Your husband, maybe. Just kidding. But mainly you have to simplify your life and not do. I.e., do less of what you have been doing, because a lot of that hurt you badly. And I'm sorry about that. Some may find this goddess thing hard to understand. It's a backwards thing. The secret to everything is embracing the feminine, not just because she may eat you if you don't, but because it will carry you along if you do. And there is where you'll find the defined benefit. Trust me, I've been there, done that, lost my t-shirt, lost my body, lost everything, but I liked it in the end. It's okay. It's like this, if you handle your stored pain, and if you go through the 3 liberations, and you truly go past the need to carry your story like a cross, then you become very free and more simple. That is hugely inspirational to other people, and they will be drawn to you in droves. You'll be the only person in the neighborhood that is not spiritually crumpled like a pickled walnut. Complete strangers will start to tell you their life story at the supermarket, and you can become the magical healer while you're getting used to it. You can tell them what you think, but in the end, you'll know that holding their hand is probably all that they will ever need. Let me whiz through some of the feminine ideas very fast, and maybe you can put some of the headings down in your dream journal that I mentioned in the second session, and you can watch and see if the feminine spirit starts to talk to you through your dreams and visions. It's cool if you start to talk to her and imagine getting into a permanent relationship. She's the one, trust me. You need alkaline, not acid. Acidity in your body causes disease. Go for alkaline foods and alkaline surroundings, soft furnishings, soft colors. The fastest way to change the pH factor in your blood is a squeeze of lemon juice in clean water. You think lemon is really acid, but lemon goes to very high alkalinity in your blood. Every meal you eat kills you a little bit more. Research shows that mice that have a very restricted calorie intake live 15% longer than mice that chow down at the regular rate. Less food is alkaline, more food is acid. Most vegetarian diets are very alkaline, especially raw food diets, but if you eat meat, never mind, fine. It's okay, just eat less of it and go for low-fat dairy products. You need balance in your life, less activity, more silence, more soft music, less heavy rock and gangster rap, more softness and warm sentiments, and less confrontation, and less stress. Most stress is unnecessary. It's just you fighting to establish or sustain your ego's opinion as to what is supposed to happen. Or it's conforming to someone else's demands. Maybe you can change that and be more free. Cities are acid, forests are alkaline. So is the water in the mountains. You need less thinking, more feeling. Don't bother to work it out. The divine plan doesn't ask you to follow any logic that we understand anyway. Just keep asking yourself in every situation, how does it feel? Bag thinking, it's for amateurs. Next, go to neutrality as much as possible. Benevolence is feminine, antagonism is masculine. At best, if you can't manage benevolence, then be less insistent on your opinions. They're probably a load of rubbish that you've heard someplace. Don't be combative. There's no need. Let others go first. Let them win. Let them talk. Silence is feminine. Noise is not feminine. If people have a need to be right, let them be right. Tell them, hey, brother, you're right, even if they're wrong. If they want to fight, walk away. Be non-combative. It's safer and more spiritual. Live and let live. Adore everyone, and especially praise your tormentors. They're teaching you things, and what they're teaching you is to go the other way. Be humble. You can never get enough of humility. It's the alkaline version of your soul. You never really need to push yourself up or boast or struggle to get over people, to be one better. Agree to be one less. Step to the back of the line. If you're balanced, you won't be in a rush anyway. Embrace everyone and exclude no one. That doesn't mean you have to carry home everyone you meet and feed them and so forth, but it does mean don't knock them down or knock them back. Build them up, encourage them, make them right, even if they seem to be acting a bit weird. Be grateful and appreciative, not so demanding. And when I say appreciative, I don't mean a passing nod. I mean really try to feel it in your heart, to feel the blessing of the people that you know, the gift of them, so to speak. To feel the joy of the things you receive, to genuinely be appreciative for every small mercy. I'm always so shocked how people have so little gratitude and appreciation for life and the things that they are given. It's the arrogance of ignorance once more. Listen, it's a bloody miracle you survived the night. Anything could have happened. And isn't it bloody marvelous that you're still here and that you have a few friends and relatives that love you, in spite of who you are and how you might have treated them? Be grateful and show it and mean it and say it, and more importantly, act it from your heart. Being grateful is feminine, while demanding the world provide and support you is masculine. It's the spiritual brat hoping to intimidate the world into a free ride. And try to give all the time, and if you're not rich, then give of yourself. Offer a warm word and a kind sentiment and a helping hand. Give of your energy, care for everyone. Giving, not taking, remember. Saving, not using. Trying to watch what you consume, and you start to consume less and less. Think about this. Get a small bag of rice and pour out the rice into 7 cups. Not big coffee mugs, just regular-sized teacups. And buy 3 onions and cut them into 6 halves. And next week boil 1 cup of rice each day and eat that with half an onion. That's it. Nothing else. Of course, on the 7th day you won't have half an onion, and that's the point of it. There won't be any left.
It reminds you how utterly wonderful onions are. By the end of the week, you will learn to consume less and less, and you'll be so happy for all the varied food you shoveled in and passed out in this life. It was mostly an arrogance of consumption. You didn't need the half of it. The purpose of the Stuart Wilde Rice Week is so you see it for what it is, and you learn to be grateful for even a small cup of rice and half an onion. It was good, you'll say, the Rice and Onion Week. Now, if you have health problems, or you're likely to suffer from the Stuart Wilde's patented rice and onion method, then you should consult your health practitioner, as they say in American TV ads. If not, then turn off the TV for a week, or try a full day of complete silence. Deprive yourself of something you like going around in your car. Take the bus for a week, or walk for a week, and then become aware of how grateful you are for having it all in your life. Finally, being is better than doing, as it's in the quiet time that you feel the impulses we talked about in the last session. We are living in the strangest times that there have ever been. Because of TV, there's an external manifestation of the collective unconscious, in that we can see what others are thinking and doing, and we know what is happening in the minds of people all around the world. But what we're told by the news is not necessarily the truth. It's hard to realize how much the networks are massaging the story. We have come to trust the broadcasters we see every night on TV, yet the selling of the big lies is a manifestation in the construct of the matrix. It's the knots that hold the net together. Each nation has a collective self, and you can see how deep within we are traveling at the speed of light further and further towards what is the edge of a cliff. You can see how governments are blind to reality. It's all about politics and donations and money and power trips. To put it more simply, humanity is collectively heading towards its global karma and the biggest crunch in history. You can already feel the wobble, and what you're feeling is the matrix is cracking up. In other words, the guards of the matrix in the lobby of the hotel with the revolving door are starting to go ever so slightly mad, and they're losing control over the guests, prancing up and down in ladies' tights doing the funky chicken, but the system is breaking. Here's how it will help you. Develop the feeling of grace, deliverance, redemption, gratitude, and service, and of course, your humility. You don't need to head for the hills and buy dry food. You could hide in downtown Detroit. You are a universe unto yourself. If you're an ugly universe, you'll be aligned to the negativity and darkness, and they will eventually come and claim you, if they can. But if you've turned to beauty even a little, if you've gone from cold to warm and become a real human, then you can have your own mini Camelot in your front room, if you want to. The door that I've spoken of in the past is right here. Put your arm out and look at the end of your fingers. That is where the other world begins. It's the gap in the ceiling of the gymnasium that you can hide in. When the Twin Towers fell in New York, that was a big symbol of the start. They represented the peak of commerce and yang power, and they were very much a symbol of a global power force, a secret one, and our collective karma, the global madness within, brought them down. It was all part of the plan, and the plan is to bring us down, not up, remember? It gives me to think that we're living inside a renewal, not the end of the world necessarily, but maybe the end of the world as we know it. But the end must include also a beautiful spiritual resolution for you and for me, and for all of humanity. It must come with forgiveness, not vengeance, with goodness and love, not condemnation. I'm often asked what is the nature of these end times, and there are two versions of the end times. There's the sort of Armageddon scenario where the whole world possibly blows itself up in a nuclear confrontation. But then there's the second version of Armageddon, which is not violent at all, which just speaks of a spiritual revolution, the birth of the feminine, and more than anything else, the acceptance of feminine ideals.
So you would admire a person because they were a great artist and soft, not because they drove around in a fancy sports car, you know? So we don't know if the Armageddon is a literal Armageddon or whether it's just a spiritual revolution. But there will come a time, for sure, where the planetary ivory tower collapses big time. So you could see a lot of businesses going broke and the stock market falling apart. And so you could see a lot of anger and pain and that sort of stuff. And so in the sense that we seek safety, it's not an exodus in the desert, running away from the Egyptians or something. It's more a safety where you retreat inside communities that are soft, or you retreat inside your heart. I said here in this audio series that you can have a mini Camelot of your own in downtown Detroit, walking through the most dangerous district at night and still feel that empathy for humanity, that softness, and it's in your empathy that you arrive at safety. And so, yes, the spiritual transformation began with New Age and with meditation groups and with some of these Christian churches that are very forward-looking, the alternative Christian churches that teach that sort of spirituality. And the revolution is definitely here. It's coming, and it's coming very slowly, one step at a time. The aftermath beyond the collapse of the ivory tower is a peace. It's a place where smaller communities band together to help each other, where there's less consumption and more interaction, more empathy. So there's a place where real gratitude will come in, where a lettuce will seem like an incredible gift. And you think, wow, a lettuce, where we're used to going into the supermarket and seeing thousands of lettuces of every kind flown in at unbelievable expense from all corners of the earth. Kiwi fruits and various exotic things and lemons that have been sent overnight express from Israel or South Africa, wherever they've come from. But, in the end, a lemon will be so valuable in your feelings. It becomes a part of your soul. You see that lemon and you'll be waiting for weeks for it to ripen because you haven't tasted a lemon in months. Some intuitives and psychics will say that they don't want to tell you you've got cancer because it's possible that in 3 years' time you will have healed by then. Or like it's possible that your destiny won't go in the direction that they see it going. And it's the same with our planet. It doesn't have to go where it's going. But in a way, if you take the collected mathematics of our planet, again, the whole of this universe is just a mathematical formula, a fractal design, a geometry, which explains everything. It explains the mathematics of the binary system in our body. So if you tap your hand, the back of your hand, it's sending signals to your brain according to a very defined on-off mathematics. It's not arbitrary at all. And so the destiny of the world may be arbitrary and it may not be arbitrary. But the destiny of the world is to change. It has to, because if we continue on with 6 billion people, 8 billion people, everybody has a car, everybody's hurtling along, this whole planet just can't take the pollution, it can't take the activity, and it can't take the nastiness that will occur when resources become scarce. So we have to ameliorate that by bringing back consumption. So one Armageddon scenario sees the whole planet wiping out with a few survivors only, and another scenario sees people beginning to learn to do things differently. Imagine if every person that had a car drove 10 miles a week less. That in itself would create billions of barrels of oil over a decade that we don't need to pump and put up into the atmosphere. So it's more than likely an adjustment. Whether it's a major adjustment or a minor adjustment, I'm not in a position to say. Your plan ought to include scaling back and getting smaller. There's no need to rush or panic, but bit by bit as you can manage it. And if you can make money and forge ahead safely, then do so. But you should try to look at an overall safety. Those that are highly leveraged may find themselves on the beach when the tsunami sea retreats. Next, start to look and see how you might invest in yourself, gaining a knowledge or a skill or some form of way that you will deliver service to humanity, as that is your plank for going sideways if you can manage it. And see how much of your life is real and true and uplifting, and how much is a bit phony and debilitating. Then do this. Call to the celestial energies to retrieve you. Call every night for a few minutes before you go to sleep. Let them know that you need to know, that you need to see, that you're ready and willing to jump or act if you have to. Mobility will help you a lot. You have to become fluid in your feelings. That is what liberation is all about. Today, you decide, do you want the spiritual path, or will you dither and waver and do nothing and pretend? Will you jump? If you jump, spirits come with a new grace to catch you, but you have to jump first without knowing if you'll break every bone in your body at the bottom. If you let go and you trust, you will always be okay. It's only when you hang on that you miss your opportunities, and it hurts you a whole lot. It's a renewal, like the renewal the world is about to go through. So what you learn is, you learn to stay calm and don't panic. And you learn to let go and allow the forces to carry you. They know. You don't know. I don't know. In a way, you don't need to know. Maybe if you knew, you'd stuff it up and you'd change your destiny. If you've embraced the feminine and the softness, you will have little resistance. Women don't resist the way men resist. They have a much greater ability to withstand pain than men. They're more allowing and passive. In the softness, there will always be someone to love you and care for you, because you will be in the kingdom of God, where the hearts of people dwell. It's only in the yang world of predators and hardness that you'll be shunned and people may walk over you in the street. Trust, spirit is soft. Come. In the ancient text, the magical healer was given the number 22, and the master builder was given the number 11. Here is the one that knew all about the sacred geometry and the mathematics of the golden mean, which is the spiral geometry that the Great Pyramid was built around. It was said that the master builder would rebuild the temple that was destroyed in Jerusalem. But I don't think it was meant literally. It was more that the master builder can hold the sacred space for people during their renewal, and create a safe place for them to live and evolve, a ghoul-free domain. And he or she had a rod with which to make proper measurements, and that rod was considered sacred, as it was precisely linked to the circumference of the earth and to the distance to the moon. In other words, the master builder had a heavenly perspective, and he or she understood we live in a vast geometry. Everything is interlinked. Remember I told you about being rebirthed in the void? You are the universe. It is inside you, and you are inside it. It is minute and vast at the same time, and you are minute and vast. You could hold the whole world in your heart once you allow your heart to expand. You could keep 1,000 people safe and 10,000 beyond that, if you had the goodness and the willingness to do so. Someone will have to do it. That might be your final gift before you decide to leave, the gift of the master builder. Or call it the sacred mother that holds us safe in troubled times. What a blast, eh? If you could manage that, it might be more than you ever expected in this lifetime. Nothing is impossible once you can see your way. You can't believe what's coming for you, if you can accept it all and get ready. Perhaps you can use your resources to establish something really fantastic. Build something or make something available. Create a center or a place, even a tent in a forest, where people meet and gather and talk about their lives, a place of safety. The world of the master builder energy is specialized, but there is a great need for them now to step up and get going. The initiate was given the number 33. It's sacred in the mathematics of the divine plan. But the initiate was much more mysterious than the master builder or the magical healer. Sometimes he or she is the shaman that has the power over the nature kingdoms and the doorways, and they know the herbs and the plant medicines, and then sometimes the initiate is even more secret, and she or he moves the overall imprint inside the matrix without the ghouls or the dark energies knowing. What I found so strange was that almost all of the initiates don't know they are what they are, and yet there are so many more of them than you would imagine. And all of them are very anonymous, not famous or obvious. I suppose their main function is to carry people across the gap, because there is a little gap between here and over there. But the initiates are also linked to the tall boys. Some are set in quite a military context. He or she can save people on the one hand and cause a bit of damage as well. Some of them have the power of the light and dark, and some live as if straddled between here and there in a transdimensional world where there is a constant battle going on between the forces of darkness and the forces of light. If you're part of the 33, I imagine you would have had an inkling of it for a long time now. Anyway, whatever you've been waiting for is now almost here. This will become your time over the next few years. What it will mean I can't say accurately, as the plan is so vast it's well beyond me. I only know my little bit, and that is not very significant. But some of the initiates are commanders of vast armies, inner world armies that are part of Armageddon. It's all in the morph, but we can't work it out. But there's a massive tussle going on to rob the ghouls of their power base and so bring the tyrants of this world to their knees. Goodness knows how long it takes, many years I should imagine. But if you're drawn to the initiates world, then you must be special, and inside you is a formula. You would have the knowing more than anything I could tell you. And you would have seen bits of the plan, your bits, the bits that are particular to you. You would have seen them in your dreams and your visions. Maybe you didn't believe them. Maybe you were waiting for someone to carry you out of where you are. But there's no one coming. You are the lifeboat, because your energy is higher than anyone else's. If you don't know, no one knows. And all I would say is, now is the time. Be brave, make your move. We've seen the mark on the forehead mentioned in Revelation. It looks like a vortex of energy that morphs and moves, just under the hairline. In some people it's like a little donut, in others it's like a spiral galaxy. The people with the mark are very important. They are the initiates, as far as I can work out. Yet the mark is hidden. You can't see it normally. I've only ever seen it on 5 people. But the power of the 33 will come into its own soon. And as it was told, at the very end initiates appear and take people to safety. I think some people are born initiates and some people become initiates over a period of their lives. The downloads teach them. Like the formatting sound that I mentioned in a previous session. Then the number 44 was assigned to the Christ consciousness, the risen God. The eternal love of that is beyond good and evil, beyond the pain, beyond human life. I don't think we can know much about the 44. It's beyond the side door. There's no 55 as far as I know, and then 66 is the devil, which of course is not really a devil, just ancient stored pain. It's very interesting to me that if you add up the numbers of the master builder and the magical healer and the initiate together, they make 66. And if you add up the Christ consciousness and the magical healer, it also adds to 66. Then after 66, there's number 77. As far as we know, it only comes once every 10 to 15,000 years. It is part of the renewal. It's not a person, but a fluctuation in the stability of the quantum vacuum of the universe. The only way I know how to describe it is to say it is a burst of light that comes out of nowhere, like spontaneous light that appears suddenly. I don't know if you've ever tracked some of the UFO sites on the internet, but there's a whole lot going on right now about orbs of light. But I don't think they're UFOs at all. I think they are lights in the morph, as some of the orbs are very geometric looking. They have a nice symmetry, which means they're probably not UFOs. I think they're part of the 77 balls of light that are part of the forces of light. I'm not sure, and I wouldn't stick my neck out on this one, but we've seen the 77 in the morph. Strangely, we've seen it as a little box with angel wings. Cute, huh? It's more powerful than anything that has ever been here before. I think it is a synapse that takes place when the two worlds meet, the celestial world and this 3D world. Maybe it's the day when you shake hands with your mirror self. Where will it carry us? Out and beyond to a safe place, beyond the pain to a special place, what I call the pain-free zone. It may take us a while to get there, but there is never a rush. Take your time as fast or as slow as you like. Now here's something to consider that is very quirky. Again, I have to go back to the Matrix film to explain it. Morpheus thought Neo was the one. The rest of the crew weren't sure. The people at Zion thought Neo was the one. They worshipped him and begged him for favors and healing. Trinity believed in him, and the Oracle wasn't sure. All the way through, Neo doesn't believe he is the one. Then at the end of the trilogy, he realizes he is the one. So he goes on the final journey into the heart of evil to save Zion and the human world. And then he fights the last battle with his little brother, the anti-Neo, the dark Mr. Smith. And finally, in the film, he allows Mr. Smith to come into him, and he embraces him. And the very next thing, the light of the two joined beings, Neo and his opposite, makes a burst of the 77. They burst into light, and Mr. Smith's program disintegrates into 1,000 pieces. The dark explodes into light, the squiddies retreat, and the human world of Zion is saved. You're the one when you decide you're the one. Once you believe, you are the Savior. Not for everyone, maybe, but to some. You are the master builder, or the initiate. You're anything you decide. That's the strange thing about this journey. There's no one above to point you out or select you. It's self-selection, a kind of anonymous self-selection. You decide without telling anyone. It's the deliverance that is beyond enlightenment, which is just a personal experience. Deliverance is how to enlighten everyone. By taking them through the gap where enlightenment is irrelevant, beyond good and bad, beyond light and dark, beyond any of the normal definitions. Pick a number, 11, 22, 33. Find your little brother or sister, make them right, love them. Then embrace softness in the goddess, and let go, and you'll see the side door, the one that leads you to the bliss heaven I spoke of. Look for the gap, it's everywhere. And remember this, you are the light and the dark, and that dark is beautiful, and you are beautiful. To answer the question, why are humans here? We're here basically to evolve beyond our nastiness, to evolve beyond our separation, to evolve beyond war and mayhem and lies and so on. I mean, it's really like a school, and so our purpose is to learn. But what we know about the celestial worlds, and you have to trust me on this one, I've been in there, I've been in lots of them, the celestial beings guard their worlds ferociously. So there was a time probably in the evolution of the Earth, many thousands, tens of thousands, even 1,000,000 years ago, when there weren't any dark energies here. It was literally a Garden of Eden, it was heaven. But bit by bit, dark energies began to infiltrate and take over this planet. They're inside the minds of the politicians. They're inside the industrial military complex. They're inside the media. They're inside the lies. They are driving people towards a collective insanity. So this has become the domain of the dark energies, the domain of the ghouls. And the goddess energy is basically here to get us back, to rescue us from these influences. Most people don't realize that everything they do is impeded by some force somewhere, especially if they're trying to do something good. Try doing something good, and there will be a lot of impediments. And there'll be people that will come in and try to stop you and impede you and hold you back. And there's others that will literally attack you because you are trying to do something good. Or they'll decry what you're doing, or they'll put you down or criticize you. So we've always got this impediment of the fact that the forces of control are always up ahead of us on the path. And what we learn is to not fight those forces of control and not to fight the darkness, but to embrace it. And so I think that we're here, basically, it's a school, we're learning a lesson. And the lesson is that we have to somehow integrate all these various aspects of ourselves. How to be a father and be disciplined and have an authority over your children so they don't become maniacs and keep them safe and so on. And yet how to be soft. You know, how to be a soft mother and still a good, strong person that can teach her children. You know how to be a kind and loving boss and still turn a profit. It's all of those lessons. It's all the lessons of balance. You are not here to be perfect, so don't beat up on yourself. Love and accept yourself and forgive yourself, and love and accept others and forgive them. They are weak and imperfect. Understand that. Care for them anyway. Realize you're on a journey that has great honor and great power, a journey beyond enlightenment, one that is infinite, one that will carry you through your nostalgia for eternity to a higher plane. And as your energy goes up bit by bit, all the sadness and the grief and the sense of futility and loss falls away, and you will reclaim your soul. You will remember. And that is what this journey is all about, remembering who you are and where you came from. All of us humans came from a magnificent place, beyond pain and struggle. That place has a bliss that is so powerful we had to move away for a while to recognize our soul. But once you do that, you will naturally return, for there is a celestial heaven forming right here on earth, and you and I, in our terrible frailty, we both belong to that celestial heaven. And one day, when we finish sorting out a few bits and bobs, we will return. It's our destiny to return. In our mother's pain we were born, and through pain we did learn. And the law has decreed, through love we will return. And that is so. And that remembering I speak of calls softly to you from a very ancient place, a place that probably existed even before this universe was formed. And when you're soft and still and kind, when you understand a bit better, you will hear its whisper calling to you from a long way off, and you will rise up because you are brave, and you will walk towards it. You have a right, for deep within there is a part of us that never left that celestial place and its ancient remembering. And so it is our divine right one day finally to go home. Bye-bye now, and thank you. Love, love. This is Stuart Wilde. I so hope you've enjoyed this series, and I'm honored to have had the chance to present it to you.
You've just heard and absorbed a tremendous amount of wisdom, insight, and information, all of it charged with the power to permanently change your life for the better. But will it? That is the critical question, and the only person who can answer it is you. As any star athlete will tell you, the real power and strength lies in the follow-through. I'm going to level with you. Many people who listen to an audio program such as this one never ultimately see that program's true rewards. It's not because the program's information was inadequate or couldn't deliver. It's because at some point along the way, the listener abandoned the process. Life sometimes, as it does with all of us, just gets in the way. It can crowd out our truest heart's desires. People who experience this often start out feeling much as you probably do right now, excited, motivated, dedicated, ready to make the changes they need to make in order to reach the goals and achieve the dreams they've set forth for themselves by listening to this life-changing program. That's probably why they purchased it in the first place. The first week after finishing the program goes great. They're shouting from the rooftops that this is it. This is the time that the change will be permanent. They've found the answer. But as the days and weeks go by, the enthusiasm dies down, the vision fades, and the old habits creep back in. Maybe life deals them a blow or setback, and the goals they originally set for themselves take a back seat, and maybe, over time, get forgotten completely. The program gets put on a shelf, and pretty soon, they're right back where they started. It's simply human nature. Very few people have the extraordinary level of discipline it takes to be exclusively self-motivated. The rest of us need ongoing, interactive encouragement, support, and motivation if we are going to maintain our enthusiasm and really reach our goals. Without that, it can be impossible to remain focused and on track. But there's a solution to this all-too-common challenge. A solution that has empowered thousands of Nightingale Conant customers to turn the principles of an extraordinary audio program into a permanent and incredibly rewarding way of life, and achieve goals as varied as making more money, losing weight, eliminating debt, changing careers, starting a new business, or finding a lasting relationship. It's called personal coaching. Now, maybe you've heard about personal coaching. In the past several years, it has received the highest levels of media attention from people of all walks of life: star athletes, titans of business, movie stars, award-winning authors. It seems everyone has a story about the amazing impact a coach or mentor can have on a person's success. But why exactly is personal coaching so powerful and effective? Well, the answer is simple. A coach gives you the one thing you can't give yourself: accountability. Imagine if you knew that in 1 week someone was going to call you and make sure that you had started to implement the strategies and ideas you just learned in this program. Someone that was going to keep you on track and focused, making sure your goals and interests don't get lost in the shuffle. Now imagine if you knew you were going to get that special phone call not only next week, but every week for a month or 2 months or every single week for a year. And imagine that in those phone calls you would get expert feedback on your progress, answers to the questions that came up along the way, solutions to the challenges you found yourself facing, and absolute unswerving encouragement every step of the way. There's no way you could fail. How would that change your attitude and behavior? Would you be more enthusiastic, more committed, more certain that you really were going to be able to achieve everything you imagined when you were first inspired to order this program? Of course. That's the power of personal coaching. And if you'd like to find out more about the power of personal coaching, call 1-800-525-9000 now. One of our coaching consultants is standing by. That's 1-800-525-9000. But wait, there's more. At Nightingale Conant, the process of personal coaching is even more refined. For over 40 years, tens of thousands of people from all walks of life have trusted their personal achievement goals to the Nightingale Conant Corporation, the world leader in personal development. Personal coaching is simply an extension of that at Nightingale Conant. Unlike any other personal coaching company, Nightingale Conant has access to the greatest, most inspirational, and focused minds in personal development, and we bring their strategies, secrets, methods, and techniques to our personal coaching process. The outstanding products of Nightingale Conant morph themselves into an unparalleled blueprint for achievement with personal coaching. An Olympic coach takes an athlete with ambition, determination, and raw talent and expertly guides them toward achievement. He gives an athlete a practice schedule and makes sure they stick to it. He identifies an athlete's weaknesses and helps to strengthen them. He identifies an athlete's strengths and helps to maximize them. He watches an athlete's performances and then gives them an objective assessment of what they did right, what they did wrong, and what they need to change in order to get closer to their goal. He does all of this continuously, over and over, until the athlete's goal, which has also become the coach's goal, is reached. A personal coach works in exactly the same way. They take a person with the intention and the tools to make positive and permanent changes in their life and gives them the continuous support, feedback, specific action steps, and constructive criticism they need to make their dreams real, turning solid, focused goals into actual achievements and real reward. Now, we've found that the average person starts out with a goal for about 3 weeks. Then one or more of 4 things happen. 1, they don't have a plan to achieve the goal. 2, they lose focus on the goal. 3, they lose the confidence to achieve the goal. Or 4, circumstances creep in and they simply lose sight of the goal. Nightingale Conant Personal Coaching has the tools, products, and support to help anyone overcome any of those obstacles. If you find yourself slipping, if you hear yourself making excuses and using the old "I'll put it off until tomorrow" line, if you feel yourself being pulled away from your dreams and back towards your old, ineffective ways of thinking and doing, just because it's easier to stay the same than to change, then personal coaching is exactly what you need to get back on the track you're standing on at this very moment and stay on it. Here are just some of the benefits you receive when you are mentored by a Nightingale Conant personal coach. You'll receive a customized personal coaching plan. Your personal coach will be able to identify your particular strengths and weaknesses and fit them into a process that will meet and exceed your essential needs and goals. You'll develop an action plan that you will be held accountable for to receive the greatest rewards of the personal development process. You will be mentored with ongoing support, No matter what challenges or stumbling blocks you may encounter along the way, your Nightingale Conan personal coach will be there to guide you and bring you out of life's toughest challenges. You'll achieve goals as varied as making more money, losing weight, eliminating debt, changing careers, starting a new business, or finding a lasting relationship, whatever your dreams may be. If you're intrigued by the idea of personal coaching, you probably have quite a few questions. In fact, you'd probably like to hear from a coach and find out exactly what they can offer you. Right now, we'd like to give you an opportunity to do just that. Simply call 1-800-525-9000, and one of Nightingale Conan's coaches will be happy to give you a free assessment to discover how you can build upon your success and achieve your dreams. They'll tell you about the countless success stories that have come from the Nightingale Conan Personal Coaching Program. Call 1-800-525-9000. Make that call now while you're still excited about the wealth of information you have received from this program. Don't wait until the challenges of life creep back in and keep you from doing what you were truly meant to do. Make a promise to yourself. Follow through now. 1-800-525-9000.
Welcome to the 6th CD. This is by way of a prayer and a meditation, accompanied by the sound of a crystal bowl that plays in the note of C. It's a gentle journey through the 3 liberations and into a beautiful garden, and there you visualize yourself going through the hidden door that I've been speaking about. Beyond that door, I will leave you on your own to the sound of the celestial bowl, and then after about half an hour, I'll bring you gently back to the real world, to the normal state of consciousness. Find a comfortable place to lie down. Place your head to the north and your feet to the south. Make sure that your clothes aren't too tight or that you'll be disturbed by outside noises or people coming in. Now, as you begin to lie there and relax, take a slow and gentle breath. Hold it for a moment, then exhale. Now take another slow, gentle breath. Hold it for a moment and exhale. And now take a third, slow and gentle breath. Hold it, hold it, hold it, exhale. And now visualize yourself hovering ever so slightly above your body, only about 6 inches or so. And mentally, if you can, turn your head to where your feet are, and your feet to where your head is. Don't force it, and if you can't manage that visualization as yet, then leave yourself in the position that you find yourself. Take another slow, gentle breath. Hold it, exhale, going deeper and deeper, deeper and deeper. Now I'd like you to visualize your feet going down through the floor or down through the bed that you're on, so that they are at 90 degrees, right angles to your physical body. Just hover there, completely relaxed, down through the floor. And in a second, I'm going to ask you to let go. To literally let go of the physical plane and allow yourself to fall downwards in a straight line. Get ready now. Let go. Now. And feel the wind passing through your hair as you fall down and down, faster and faster. Imagine your hands by your side and allow yourself to go down feet first. And as you're going down gracefully through this place that you can't see, imagine that you've twisted just one turn to the right, and you continue to fall ever further, ever faster, straight down. And gradually notice that you've come to the bottom, and there you find yourself in a beautiful garden. Take a moment to look around this place. See how it impacts your feelings. Notice the colors and the softness. Notice its beauty. Listen, see if you can hear small birds in the garden, the rustle of animals and insects. Look all around you and notice this celestial place. Over in the distance is a wall. Start to walk towards that wall. And as you get closer to it, notice that there is a door inside that wall. The door to another world. And as you approach that door, notice there's an invisible force pushing against you, stopping you proceeding. That invisible force is the 3 liberations. So find a comfortable spot in that garden, surrounded by all this eternity and all this beauty, and sit, for we will go through the prayer of the 3 liberations, because you will not be able to take them with you through the door. When you find a comfortable place, bring up in your mind's eye, one by one, the people that have tormented you in this lifetime. Those that have caused you real pain. And as you bring up each person in your mind's eye, breathe them in and then breathe out towards them. Send them love and let them go. Tell them you are forgiven. I bless you. I release you. You may go now. Go through each and everybody, and I'll leave you in silence for a few minutes. And as you complete the liberation of those people that have tormented you in this lifetime, your next thing is to go through and liberate yourself from the cluster of your tribal or social consciousness. Take a moment now to look at how that might have affected your life, how that inflicted certain rules and regulations upon you, and notice the heroic nature of those people and what they had to teach you. And then gradually and slowly bring that whole cluster of your tribe or your social pattern up in your mind's eye. And again, let it go. Tell it, thank you. I've learnt through all of these things that you had to teach me. And release that. I'll leave you now for a couple of minutes while you think through the tribal clusters that you've come from and how you will now let them be. And as you complete going through the clusters, and you understand that you're past them now, the next liberation deals with justice and injustice. For some reason that we don't know, we incarnated upon this earth plane, and the earth plane is not entirely just. And we're not just to the animal kingdoms or the environment, so they suffer as we do. Take a moment now to look at the injustices that you've suffered in this lifetime, those things that form a part of your story. And as you bring them up in your mind's eye, lovingly release them. Realize that you don't need your story anymore. And now take a slow, gentle breath. Hold it for a moment and exhale. And take another slow, gentle breath. And hold it for a moment. And exhale. And take a third, slow, gentle breath. Hold it, hold it, hold it. Exhale, going deeper and deeper, deeper and deeper. And as you liberate yourself from justice and injustice, go on now to the animal kingdoms and the vegetable kingdoms, and seek their forgiveness. And seek forgiveness for whatever injustice you have inflicted upon them. And as you look at that relationship for a minute or two, realize that they understand, just as you realize you have to understand and forgive the injustices that were perpetuated upon you. I'll leave you for a moment now in silence as you look at that and allow it to fall away. And now as you complete the 3 liberations, I want you to rise up from your place in the garden. And I want you to look around. You'll be surprised to notice that there is no wall, just a far country beyond the garden. I want you to turn to your left and now walk towards that far country. And walk towards the bliss and the eternity that is part of the authentic you. I'll leave you in silence now for the next 24 minutes as you travel through those worlds, watching and noticing what is there for you to know and understand.
And so now it's time for you to come back to the real world. I want you to turn behind yourself and notice that the garden is there once more in the distance. And as you approach the beauty of that garden, I want you to once more enter into the feeling, the sensuality, the scent and the flowers and the colors, and the little animals that might be about that area. The shade of the trees, the sound of running water perhaps. I want you to enter into that softness, the softness of the feminine spirit. Take a moment once more to observe the beauty of that garden. And as you make that garden a part of your inner self, a part of the authentic you, I want you to notice once more that the wall surrounds the garden again, because that is always how it is. It only opens for a short while, and then it closes. And now it's time for you to return to the real world. And so I just want you to push up from the ground and notice that you can rise effortlessly. Look for a moment downwards and notice that the garden is below you, and start traveling up and up, back to where your physical body is laying on the bed or on the ground perhaps. Return now, reaching up back for the physical plane. And as you enter into the physical body, make sure that your head and your feet are aligned properly and that you're no longer hovering about your body. Just come back down into your physical body and remain still for the next few minutes while the memories of your journey play in your mind. When you're ready, just rise up carefully and return back to this experience, this incredible experience of being a human here on this planet at this time.